Welcome to day 4 of Playday here at R6 Brazil. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by CDAPS. And you know what? We're halfway past the point of leading up to deciders, which means things are heating up a little bit. So, CDAPS, how are you feeling so far about the games?
I've been feeling pretty good. The sort of top 3 in Brazil that we expected, the W7M, Liquid, and FaZe, is getting a lot more muddied and more kind of just awkward than what we would expect. And a lot of teams are fighting for that number 4 slot, just trying to go to the major. It's teams like Black Dragon stepping up to the plate, as well as E1 Sports just coming out of nowhere.
Absolutely. Let's check in actually with Group A, as we mentioned that, to have a look at where the standings currently are and which teams are at the top. Ninja Gym Pajamas, they are absolutely came out swinging. Black Dragons, however, as you already mentioned it yourself, CDAPS, this is one of the teams that I think took everybody by a bit of surprise because they have just been so dominant, which brings the question, what can really put them down?
I mean, the only thing about Black Dragons that you might be able to say is, hey, have they had necessarily the most difficult playthrough so far? Probably not. Their final 2 games will be FaZe Clan and NIP. So getting the sort of free wins against Los as well as Netshoes Miners might have inflated them. But if they come out swinging against the top 2 dogs and the sort of perceived teams of Group A, then they might be able to prove themselves and really solidify them in possibly going to Atlanta.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also like when you get those 2 wins early on, you have that momentum going, which also increases your likelihood of being able to go into Atlanta. So the way that things are currently standing is, unfortunately for Miners, they just cannot get top 3. Los can't get first place. I think we're all kind of like aware of that. But when we're looking at NIP, they are sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, NIP, they already confirmed themselves. They came out, they played all 3 playdays, they won every game, only dropping a singular point because they went to overtime against FaZe. For Los 1 up at the top, they can't get first place, they're done, and getting a regulation win today against Miners is almost a guarantee. But for them to even get into top 3, they're going to have to beat FaZe and also have FaZe choke a little bit. They need to be Black Dragon's biggest fans, and that just puts themselves in a rough position.
Yeah, we're then looking at Group B as well, another group where everything's been cooking up a little. The group with W7M are major winners for Copenhagen, and they've been doing quite well themselves. We're then looking at E1 Sports, and that was one of the teams that we had a couple of questions about, but I feel like most of them have been answered at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they beat 2 pretty solid teams in the form of Liquid as well as Vivo Keyed, so they haven't necessarily been picking on the bottom side. They got to play W7M today, which arguably you could say is their first big test, but then going into next week, they just kind of get to chill and take on W7M, so not fun.
I feel like getting to chill and taking on W7M should not be in the same sentence, but you know what? We can go ahead with that because when we're looking at chilling, I think W7M is in a very good spot themselves. E1, like we mentioned as well. It's really Liquid and Vivo Key here that are bringing forward maybe a couple of questions in terms of, is Liquid even gonna have that opportunity to go through the major, or will they have to go through it with LCQ?
It's looking more and more likely like Liquid are going to be in the LCQ, and sure, it's not a great position to be in, but it's not a death sentence as we saw last stage with NIP going into open qualifiers, into LCQ, and finally making it to Copenhagen. It is possible, and with a roster the caliber of Team Liquid, I would just be so heartbroken if I was a T3, T2 fringe roster in Brazil who's really excited to load in on the major quals, and all of a sudden you have to play against Nesk and Paulo in your first game, and your run is over that early.
Yeah, I guess some people here are praying that Liquid is able to get through without having to go through LCQ. But for today, we're not really going to have a chance to see whether or not they're going to be advancing because Liquid is not playing today. We have 4 best of 1s coming your way, starting off with W7M against Vivo Key. We then have Loss against Miners, FaZe Clan that are going to be going up against Black Dragons, and MIBR against E1 Esports. For me personally, I am really looking forward to FaZe Clan Black Dragons because, as you kind of already touched upon a little bit yourself, CDAPS, Black Dragon's a team that, yes, has started out successfully, and it felt like they came out very much swinging with that very dominant win on day 1 of play days of stage 2, but they haven't really played against FaZe or NIP.
Yeah, I mean, now for I almost feel like side note here, match 3 has been the best game of the day almost every play day we've gone through, and it's fitting that FaZe and Black Dragons are there. So
Science.
Black Dragons, they get their first kind of real test, and hopefully they're going to be standing up against some of the higher tier teams that we expect in here.
Yeah, this is really going to be one of the days that tests their caliber and how they're going to be doing this matchup. But Game 1 of Day 4 is going to be W7M up against Vivo Kid. Now, both of these teams have done really well, especially when we're looking at W7M. They are coming off of that international win. Maybe Jade not really what they were looking for, but that was more of that wake-up call in terms of, okay, there are a couple of cracks in the armor. We need to work on those. And it feels like that's exactly what they have been doing throughout the break.
I mean, last stage, they finished third in this region behind FaZe Clan as well as Liquid, and almost came into Copenhagen with a chip on their shoulder that fully just developed into a glorious run for this W7M roster. And so now as they came back to Brazil, they looked a little bit weaker, but almost every single team across the board did as well. I mean, yeah. Liquid started off dropping quite a few points, as well as FaZe falling at the hands of NIP. So for W7M, we're sort of taking a step back. It's not the worst thing in the world, and you could argue that pretty much the only thing that you want to see better come out of W7M would be on their attacking side. On the defensive, almost a 70% win rate. That's what you would expect to see out of this team. They get called defensive warriors all the time because they're all over the map in a full court press that's so incredibly hard to break down.
Yeah, and that's something that's been really beneficial for them in this region specifically when we're looking at Brazil. So for W7M, it feels like they have found that secret to getting that success continuously time and time again. And this time, last time though, stage 1, maybe not too much pressure on them because again, you're going up against the top dogs like Liquid and FaZe, and those were really the teams on the rosters that people were expecting to see on the international stage. But you said it, coming into the Copenhagen major with a chip on their shoulder, they're now here in Brazil with a target on their back. So that's a whole different kind of mentality to be playing with. They're going to be going up against Vivo Kid, and this is a team that we had questions about. It feels like, well, from what we've seen so far, they are very capable, and they could make this a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, especially because the last stage with this roster, it was just the Hornetau show, and there really wasn't anybody to step up beside him and try to kind of push over the edge, where they were just a fringe roster, barely on the outside looking in. In this stage, Hates, with sort of the facilitation and enabling of players like Daffodil coming into the roster, really has started to come into their own, and it's a duo between Hates as well as Hornetau, and it's been really nice to see because this roster not being a sort of one-prong attack has led to a lot more success, and they're so much better to watch.
Yeah, and when we're looking as well as Vivo Kid, who else to think of besides Hornetau, one of the players that has been doing really well over the last couple of playdays, and again, very key to the success that the roster has been finding recently.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going up through 3 games and averaging 12 kills a game, it's been pretty good for the side of Vivo Kid, especially when they've played against some strong opponents. Sure, the overtime loss against Liquid definitely hurts, but keeping it close with a team like E1, who now we know are a true contender, means that this roster for Vivo Kid definitely has the capability to push themselves into the deciders, especially if somebody like Hornetau is firing on all cylinders.
But it also brings the question, do they have what it takes to go up against W7M, specifically KZ, another one of the players that we want to bring to the forefront of this matchup, especially when you're going up against someone like Hornetau. How is this going to be playing out on the server between these individuals?
It's just going to be an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, especially on the defensive side for W7M and the attacking side for Vivo Kid, where, sure, we can see some historical struggles on the side of Vivo Kid on their attacks, but KZ on the defensive side has been an absolute monster. A majority of his kills, as well as his entry engagements being on that defensive half, means that as soon as he gets the sort of more free-flowing role of the Valkyrie that he's been picking up more often than not, he's not only using the intel with his teammates, but also the black eye cameras to just cause mayhem.
Yeah, the question also remains here when we're looking at both these teams going up against each other, especially Vivo Kid against W7M. W7M feels so comfortable in every single playground that you throw their way.
Yeah, it's a team that like I almost feel like a broken record of saying, yeah, W7M have an amazing map pool and they
Oh
can
my
bully their
god.
opponents. Like it's so crazy to think about. But for Vivo Key, they do have their very well-defined permabans being Border, Cafe, and Skyscraper. And so far, Cafe and Skyscraper are here, and W7M are actually the ones that ban out the Border despite having a good
Mhm.
result against Liquid on it yesterday. And instead, as we go to Oregon, it's a little bit more of a default map. Very low ban percentage for the side of Vivo Keyed, and a little bit higher on the side of W7M, despite the fact that you might expect that to be flipped. With Vivo Keyed, they don't ban it very often. They play into it quite a good amount at times, but they've yet to find a result that's good on it. They're currently 0-3 through last stage.
Ooh. You're going to be going up against W7M, which brings the question of whether or not that result is going to be changing at all for the better. We've kind of given our opinions here, but let's bring in our casters for today. We have Pengu and Carter, both of them ready to go.
Oh, I got the real name. Let's go.
Zero to call you Links, is that better? Why?
No,
Why
no,
does
it's
everybody
okay.
like I say people's names like, oh, real name? Okay.
I'm feeling kind of giddy at that point. Like I didn't know we were friends like that. That's very nice. I appreciate it.
You just
Why
can't
not
read the room
friends?
ever. Links, that is.
All right. Well, we saw her going to be locked in here. Pengu, how are you feeling about that matchup for W7M against Vivo Keyed? Are we leaning towards W7M? Probably.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I would say so. It's not really a fair matchup, right? You got a phenomenal team in WCM, and you got like Vivo Kid who have been doing good, but need more experience, more time to kind of gel together. And I think, you know, if they can just keep building rounds and lose like a 7-4, 7-5, maybe go T, that's great for them.
Yeah, Lynx, you're not a big W7M fan by the looks of it. You want to explain yourself?
I'm actually a huge W7M fan. I'm just, if you're wondering, by the way, I'm filling in for Parker for this match because he is feeling a bit under the weather, so he went to go get some meds from the urgent care clinic. But
wow, that sounds really urgent.
Well, yeah, it's very, very urgent.
I hope he's okay.
But while I am here, I have decided that I will be tanking his prediction percentage. So everything that I have picked, is who I don't think will win today's game. And I actually very much think W7M will win, especially as Connor mentioned, W7M's high defensive win rate, and they are starting Oregon on the defensive side. And for some other things we can talk about later, I think that sets W7M up very well this matchup.
So someone's not feeling really well, and instead of trying to wish them well, you try and mess with their percentages. That's bad. You're a very nice person. And then you wonder why I asked you what friends are. Anyway, so this matchup, the CDAPs, it feels like it has W7M written all over it. Is there a likelihood, is there a specific playstyle that we could be expecting from Vivo that could maybe throw a little bit of a spanner in the works?
I think it really is going to require getting the opening pick on their attacking side. So a lot of aggression, a lot of cutoff drones that you can see very often on a map like Oregon. Sure, when you have a team like W7M, when they get the opening pick on the defensive side, they convert that about 70% of the time. But currently on Oregon, if they have their recovery percentage, it's only a 33% win percentage. So that's kind of the only shot you have at W7M is get the man advantage and try to go into your execute on the best foot forward.
All right, you got one shot. You got one best of one. We're going to see whether or not it's going to be playing out for Vivo Key because we're ready to head into the game. So we're going to let our casters take over. Pengu and Lynx, take it away.
I'll do my best. I will do my best to take it away. Honestly, I'm very excited to cast W7M because I really like this team, not only in international play, but also with how they play in Brazil. But it's also, I will say, a pleasant surprise, definitely coming into Brazil. Obviously, Nick, I've not been working this region, the stage, didn't work at last stage. But looking at Group B specifically and seeing, you know, even though Liquid, I love them too, seeing them not ducks, but Vivo Keyed and especially E1, both finding themselves in the top 3 of this region, especially E1 in first, makes this W7M matchup a lot more interesting, that there are more teams in the conversation that you might not otherwise have heard about.
That's the thing about this current stage 2 for Brazil, is that there are more teams now than ever where I'm like, all these teams are so capable, right? And sure, we see Vivo Kid versus W7M go, it's probably gonna be a W7M victory, but it doesn't have to be. There is a chance. Vivo Kid, they've had pretty good games so far, right? 6-8 loss against Liquid, 5-7 loss against E1, and then a 7-3 victory over MIBR. And they've done so on 3 different maps. Oregon will be a 4th because they've played Chalet, Bang, Cafe, now adding Oregon to that tally. So not only have Vivo Key put up good numbers, but they've done it across an impressive amount of maps so far.
But of course, on the flip side, it is always the Titan that is W7M, and especially at the major, W7M seemed to finally get everything figured out where we knew what they were capable of this entire past year and even in stage 1, but it seemed like they were 85-90% there, but still struggling to find that 10%. While Liquid gave them a very good run for their money yesterday, W7M continue to just be always the titan in Brazil at the moment that you always have to worry about. Bans have gone ahead, by the way, and Nick, I think for Oregon, this is probably the exact ban phase I would usually prescribe, specifically taking out the Ying and the Warden as our second set of bans or middle set of bans from Vivo Keyed. I think making sure that, of course, you deny the Candelas on the attack, but more importantly, you don't have that Warden sitting on the laundry machine or sitting in pillar, peeking you at Mach 5 every time you try to enter the site with 30 seconds left. I think that's going to make Vivo Keyed's attacks feel at least a lot smoother.
Yeah, definitely in theory, and I think when you see a Ying ban, you think, okay, like, we're used to that, whatever, we gotta supplement the smokes and the other kind of utility operators that we can use for the spaceman attack. But what's more important is that when a team, they choose to ban the Warden, you now have a massive advantage with how the smokes are going to work in your favor. Because normally, you ban the Ying, enemy plays the Warden, your smokes works against you on the attacking side, but by banning the Ying and the Warden, you can now play Glass all of a sudden, right? You can play Capital, you can just generally have those smoke grenades on operators like Twitch. And all of a sudden, the smokes fully work in just your favor. Warden's pick rate is incredibly high throughout the last, year of Siege now at this point, but his ban rate hasn't seen that much. So it's not that common that we see smokes just working solely in attackers' favors, and this will be one of those rare instances where it will.
He's also, KZ also playing a little aggressively early on. Of course, you don't know, this Capital bolts can't get caught by ADSs, but can get caught by magnets. So if KZ were to lose his life early on, make those smoke bolts landing in the proper angles a little bit easier later on. We do have a second player from the defense sitting on top of the laundry stairs, while the rest of the attack just to clear out the top armory position and then move into master bedroom, clear out that second floor. JB92's prepped to C4. Oh! Hate sprints in too quickly. That's the benefit of pre-ripping your C4s, Nick. Maybe JB92 is able to hit that, but he reacts a little bit too late, unfortunately. Does a little bit of damage to Hates, but not enough to write home about.
It's gonna keep you on your toes though, right? Because you're thinking, easy entry, walk in, skedaddling, we're laughing, we're smiling, and C4 gets ripped, and you almost lose your life for Hates. And a lot of teams, when you play Oregon Basement, they play very passive on the bomb side. They don't swing up those staircases. I like seeing that proactivity. I mean, look at this. W7 throwing impact grenades at the freezer staircase. It's just kind of, again, apply pressure onto the attacking side of Vivo Keyed. And this is classic W7M. They like to fight for most areas of the map as a defending team, kill a couple of drones, and just make their opponent feel uncomfortable, because this is the attacker's playground right now. They have cleared the roam, and know that everybody from W7M, they're going to be on the bomb site itself. But still, time is kind of ticking down. 1 minute, 25 seconds. Daffodil just started opening up that meeting hatch with the Maverick. That's in case of Kite being brought out, of course. But we know that there is no such thing as Kite, so yeah. Gotta go slow, but you gotta do it.
There's still a lot of defensive utility, even if there are no electric claws. I mean, we have F-Nods. Hertz dodged 3 Kiba barriers in pocket. Grab more to block the attack's way. Nade's got that C4, and still a lot of close angles held by W7M. First bit of attacking utility goes on in, but doesn't find much just yet. Not enough of a pathway opened up with only 50 seconds to go. This is often the problem on Oregon basement attacks. It's not even that Vivo Keyed have done anything wrong so far. It's just so much utility to clear, so many angles held by the defense on the bomb site. Just need to start clearing a path, but often the attack is left with not enough time to do it, and the lack of the Ying as well. This is where that ban might actually hurt Vivo Keyed. They might have the smokes, but you don't have those Candelas to bail you out of a very late E-box drop, and a lot of this will be based entirely on gunfights. Maybe some flashbangs, but not enough to deny the bunker door position either. No Hibanas on that E-box wall. This is all going to be direct one-on-one gunfights. Vivo Keyed need to be the one to get an advantage early on. C4 misses. They'll be happy about that. And no kill broken either way. In fact, it's Felipok's first to fall. Vivo Keyed able to clear the path inside a pillar very efficiently, but now only 5 seconds left. Herd's in the right position to deny. Picks up 1 second. Huge pickup for Vivo Keyed, but W7M hold on just long enough and are able to win round 1 on time.
That is so close, though. I mean, you look at it and go, okay, roam clear is efficient. You know, they're a little bit low on time, but it shouldn't be a huge concern. But you mentioned it perfectly, Carter. There is simply so much utility on the defensive side that you gotta spend so much utility yourself and effort to clear it out. And they do just that. They win their initial gunfights, but they don't have the clock to work for them. They They have not enough time to establish that plant position and get into a comfortable position. They're rushing through doorways without a drone, and they trade in, well, technically even numbers, but it's always going to favor the defenders when you have 1 or 2 members alive. Clock hits 0, you can't plant the diffuser. Round goes to, of course, W7M. But for how defender's side of that basement bomb site really is, it was a lot closer than that we normally see and expect. So the fact that Vivoki could get it so close is a good sign for them. And if they can just kind of match that same thing next time, fix a couple of mistakes, all of a sudden, we're looking at a round victory. And Oregon is one of those, if you get like a perfect bomb site rotation on defense, like a 3-0, you're so happy, right? You go back to basement and you just supposedly win that one, you go 4-0. So typically we say, okay, defenders win the first round, and now the attackers have a slightly higher chance of winning. If defenders then win the second round, you're like, okay, attackers should win that third round before the rotation comes through. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Yep, exactly.
We'll have to see if Vivoki are able to find themselves so lucky to pick up an early second round on dorms. Like you said, we do see teams sometimes fall here, especially if Vivoki want to keep going with smoke executes, though no flashbangs or smokes of any kind in round 2. So if they do want to go for, say, an execute through big window and up white stairs, they'll definitely have a bit of a difficult time. It would have to be done with those frag grenades from down below inside a kitchen. Might be more preferable just to open up the master bedroom wall and the attic wall. Of course, by the way, going back to basement for just a second, one downside that I actually didn't think about with that Hibana ban, you aren't really able to pressure that bunker door position, because normally teams open that up with a Hibana. You might have to bring an ace on the basement attacks if you want to do a similar thing. Of course, Vivokita brought the ace here to likely open up that master bedroom and the attic wall. A minute in, various Vivokid players have found themselves in bottom big tower, side of meeting. I've yet to see actually any walls open up, but that might change momentarily.
Yeah, and similarly, in a same fashion, W7 they're spread very thin across the map. First floor, second floor, of course, Lenda just walks in and picks 2 easy kills. Again, Vivo keep doing a great job of shutting down that initial hold from W7M. But what is this? A Capcan trap as well. Chaos in the server.
Just nightmare fuel for W7M right now. Though, with that one EDD, they picked up Daffodil on the ace, so the only hard breaching they had is Gomez's hard breach charges, which I believe might not have even been used to open up the attic wall. It's still completely solid. So wherever they went, if they were destroyed or whatnot, that attic wall will remain solid the entirety of the round. Hornetown now also down. Nate able to even it up to a 3v3 for W7M. A lot of damage was done to that downstairs extension, so good Vivo keyed on that. But since then, snapshots and headshots all around for W7M. They've clawed their lead back. And as you can see, those EDDs are placed on the bedroom wall exactly to stop Daffodil from opening up the bedroom breach. That's all left up to Gomez and Lenda to try to bring this round back. Just spots the head, but Nate's holding too tight of an angle. Excellent comeback for W7M. A 3v5 to a round 2 victory.
But it shouldn't have to be this way, right? This shouldn't be comeback rounds for W7M. They should just have that either in the bag from the beginning, or Vivoki should be able to finish off those rounds going in their direction. If you get 1 or 2 opening kills on Oregon attacks, you're typically looking at a round victory. The hard thing about Oregon is to get the initial kill on the attack inside, and then of course you just gotta hold on to it. Lenda walks in, gets 2 free kills, and you're thinking, okay, 3 versus 5 favoring Vivokid should be an easy round, right? No, not quite, because Vivokid, they don't really slow down, and they're very isolated on their attack. We saw Gomez and Amaru literally halfway across the map inside that big tower, not on drones, didn't get the wall opened up, has to rotate all the way back towards the opposite side of the map to help his teammates in the end tail of that round. And it's like, they're not playing together very well. And where was the Capcan trap? You mentioned it, we saw it inside of that master bedroom closet, the most default position probably on Oregon to put a Capcan trap. You shouldn't die to that at this level of play.
I mean, if we do want to be a little positive, maybe at least they died to it early on. Maybe they'll anticipate it on the next Dorms defense, which we will assuredly get a second attempt at Dorms from W7M. This is always a bit surprising to me. And normally in a NAEU, we see the meeting as the third bomb site, but not right now. We got the kitchen and dining.
That's a
nice.
W7M classic, by the way. They love this bomb site.
It always catches me off guard. It's always like, even when I'm watching a major, I'm like, oh, okay. Oregon, we got basement, dorms, meeting, and kitchen dining. I was watching W7M play. Need to open up my horizons a little bit more. And I mean, you can see part of the reason why they prefer this bomb site, especially with a Mira up. Look at how aggressively KZ is playing inside of Showers with the mirror window directly contesting small tower. It'll definitely be difficult for Vivo Key to find a similar individual pick like they did before. Hates also does find himself on the blitz, though. There are plenty of castle barricades in his way, stopping anybody from pushing into Showers, though. So are we going to see him just jump in right here, Nick? Reach charge go down? Is he just going to try to dismantle the entire setup? Might have to wait a little bit longer.
It's possible. The reason why this is so good, by the way, is because Hibana is bent down from W7M, and you got an impact player of Lesion of Casey playing behind the mirror window. You have to trade 3 Selma charges to get that mirror window wall opened up, because one Selma goes out, impact trade. You do that 2 times. It means you have no impact and 1 Selma left in pocket, and it's again so much utility for a singular wall. And if W7M want to, they also have hurts, or they use swing.
And
Okay.
indeed
All
they
right.
will. Double kill from Felipox now as Hates finally has entered the Showers hallway. Found 2 kills for his troubles. That Showers position fully cleared out. And while W7M have dealt a lot of damage to Vivo-Keed's man count, including Daffodil put to very low HP, Vivo-Keed have nabbed themselves a very useful bit of map control. They can now effectively pressure security later on, or maybe the bomb site itself. This secondary mirror window catches Hates standing still right in front of it, but he's not finished off. Thankfully, that's a couple UMP shots to the shins. That'd probably take an entire magazine to kill Hates at that point. Advantage now gained for Vivo-Keed. Bomb going down. Can Nade counter? Can he get the swing in time? No, he will not. No C4 either to throw over that mirror window. Excellent retake by JV92 into small tower, as it's Nade instead to pick up Daffodil inside of the small tower stairs. With Nade falling inside of the bomb site, JV92 has to hit quite a few nasty shots on the SMG-11, and his own mirror window is staring him right in the face. A blitz behind it, too. That's just overkill at that point, with 2 different bulletproof shields right in front of that man's face. Vivo-Keed might just pick up their first round on the tertiary bomb site on Oregon, assuming JV92 doesn't hit 2 nasty shots with the shotgun. And no, it'll be the SMG-12 to do him in.
Balance has been restored, right? Defenders take the first and second round. Attackers, they take that trustworthy third. But I want to praise Vivo-Keed because they did a great job at problem solving. We spoke about how you can play around the utility with the Hibana ban, impact trick in the Selma, or thermite charge, depending on what the attackers will do against you. And then Vivo-Keed to recognize that they, in fact, cannot reliably break this wall. And you have a blitz. You have some aggressive frontliners, right? Just send in the ace, send in the blitz, trade 1 for 1 or 2 for 2 in that case, even in numbers. But you get bathroom control, you get small tower in control. And then, again, with the Warden ban, smoke grenade comes to great effect. Because imagine there was a Warden in kitchen that round, smoke grenade goes out. You cannot just reliably cover that, the plank going down from Blitz of Hates. Because Warden can see through the smoke, you cannot. Then you gotta bring a glass. So a great setup from Vivo-Keed, secures the plant, they establish the crossfire, and the cover is just perfect from them. I like the attempt of a retake, jumping out the big window upstairs, going in towards small tower, try and retake from Nade, but realistically, you're so far away from the bombs at that point inside of a small tower, and all those angles that you've built up for yourself did now work against you as the attackers become defenders and vice versa.
Going back to a point I made at the beginning of the dorms round, which actually was about basement, and that if you don't bring an ace with that Hibana ban, you can't as effectively pressure the bunker doorway position, which might be part of the reason why Vivo-Keed, even though they went for an E-box drop last time, were not able to create any real pressure from bunker until very late in the round, and it was very individual, not very solid. Oh, Hates! Oh! What a flick onto that skeleton key! But no follow-up, unfortunately. Hertz does take quite a bit of damage. But Vivo-Keed able to take down a key player early on. No more close shotgun with that mute. So if W7M want to play aggressively on the bottom freezer stairs like they did before, it will have to be with semi-automatics instead of a very dangerous pump shotgun.
It's very impressive. I mean, I thought for sure that Hates had bad timing there. He's going to flick the wrong door and just die outright, but he somehow makes it work, right? That's why he's the pro, and we're just watching him play the game. But you might say here, okay, 1 for 1 trade, who's favored here? Loose block for mute. I think if you can disrupt the opponent, you're always going to be in the winning position. I think it's the right play for W7 to try and get that opening kill. They have 2 members there to try and trade it back. But I actually think destroying the mute of Felipox, taking away the C4, etc., and just like increasing your odds there, as you said, the shotgun bottom staircase, I think you would kick him out on top here.
I mean, I definitely agree with that, honestly. Even though I brought up the shotgun, I actually think because of the C4, as you mentioned, that's probably the bigger thing, especially because Vivo Kid wanted to go for a backside take last time. JB92, sure, he has a C4, but you've now reduced the defense's supply by half. And if it comes down to 10 seconds again, and JV92 C4 misses, you're going to be really happy you traded Hates for Felipox early on. Especially if even Vivo Kid could speed this up a little bit, bait out that C4. There's still a lot of problems in their way, specifically this bunker position. They don't really have a good answer for it just yet. They're stacked up on back tower stairs again, on the E-box hatch too. They're still relying on grenades to make this all work.
Oh,
Maybe? Ooh, with Lendo.
It works.
Does get that kill. KZ shut down. That was the player contesting the doorway, and the Jaeger, the follow-up. It doesn't work out. This is the opening Vivo Kid we're looking for and that they needed. Nade's able to fight back, but pillar control still in the hands of Vivo Kid, but not for long. The Melusi undoes all that damage, but now has to undo the rest. Basement might just go the way of Vivo Kid unless they stop him! Holding the singular position on the double door. 4 kills come Nade's way, and he doesn't leave any of them standing.
He's got the wrong name. His name is Nate, but he's more like a turret. He just stood still and picked up kill after kill. Yeah, exactly. Do that instead. It's the weapon of choice. It's impressive again from W7M, but this is not how such a good team should be winning these rounds, right? Come off winning the major, making grand finals. Everyone's hyping me up, and they're playing really well. But these rounds are impressive from Vivo Kid for so many reasons. But as long as W7M keep clutching it out, they'll eventually take the round. Again, W7M, they play from behind, but they find kill after kill after kill. The setup was better this time as well, because they started things off with Linda on that grenade, Gomez pushed blue double door, and they just won their individual gunfights, but there was also follow-up in case they didn't. Round score is 3-1, but this match is a lot closer than that.
Oh, absolutely, and I think especially with how, I mean, that basement attack, think about it this way, their only bunker pressure is relying on a nade from above, or the guy actually pushing the bunker double itself, winning his gunfight. Both ended up working out. And to be fair, one, the nade is a bit more secure than the other option, but Vivo Kid, both still able to work out. That spells a lot of hope for their basement attacks, especially because by the time we saw that 2v4, it was like 40 seconds faster than Vivo Kid's previous attack was. If we can see that same kind of fix on Dorms, which ended up being their weakest attack overall, I'd say, maybe excluding round 1, you had that 5v3 gained by Lenda, but it was all otherwise very individual, very spread out from Vivo Kid. But if we're able to see that same kind of consolidation we just saw in Basement at a much quicker pace than round 2, a 3-3 is still very much in the cards.
No, it absolutely is, and I gotta say for W7M, like, usually we see, like, Casey and JV92, like, be the ones to pop off. Right now, Nate is taking over, 9-1 on his score, and look at Casey, he's 0-3. Look at JV, he's also 0-3. That's just, you know, the all-around defensive roster. If you have a team with, a little bit of team damage there. If you have 5 excellent players, and just to kind of, like, take turns taking over these rounds, taking over these games, that's all you really need. The big concern right now for me is that Nate is left downstairs, all on his own. Of course, there's a few vertical holes to assist him, but he has to make a hero play here to find some value. It's a classic strat, mute downstairs, C4 in pocket, Jammers deny those walls around him and the drones. And then here, it hurts cover from above. I like the nuke from Lenda, trying to creep around the map, but Oregon, it doesn't have that many different avenues to work with, so the nuke is not going to be the most impactful, especially given that Valkyrie's been banned by W7M. There are no cameras but the default ones anyway in this game.
And also with that barricade on Freezer Stairs, Lenda just doesn't have an easy pathway to hit this flank that he wants. In fact, I think he might have just backed off. Thankfully for Vivo Kid, there's no Capkin on the board. They have been able to open up the bedroom wall. Down was JV92, 0-4 now. Very rough performance so far. Herds might just find the equalizer. The ace knows about that angle now once Herds started shooting. 2 kills fly each other's way, but now we go. We had an advantage just for a second for W7M, but all back to Vivo Kid. Gotta give credit where credit's due. Nade keeping W7M in this game as fervently as he can. That C4 downs Lenda. Hates might just finish it off, but this is a shotgun he's got to deal with. In a 1v1, and Nade I'm fighting against. I'm worried about my odds in this position. He takes the fight. He's got the case, but he might have to back off a little bit. You have 45 seconds. You don't need to push too quickly. Push too aggressively. Maybe take the long fight, but no, Nade sees him. A 3K to follow the 4K in round 4. I mean, what can this man not do?
I mean, you don't need a team if you have a player like Nade on your roster right now, because it is literally just him. And think about back, where did he start and spend most of his round? downstairs inside of server room with a barricade on the door and the hatch that wasn't open, essentially. He couldn't do a whole lot from that position, but he did. He found the kill downstairs, came back up the white staircase towards the bomb site, picks up another 2 kills and denies the push from Vivo Kid. The story is repeating itself. Attackers always getting early kill, always with the early advantage, and then W7, the defending team, always clutching it out later on in those rounds. That must be such a frustrating time for Vivo Kid because they're doing the right thing, and they're getting the right result for the majority of the round, just not in that last dire, 10 to 30 seconds. I like the blitz round. Lenda currently hovering the Monty. I think playing a shield operator could be the way forward, because there's just really one player in your path, and that's, again, Nade. So find him, isolate him, put the Monty in his face, etc., or just try and keep off picking on the other players. Like, JB's an easy opening kill, right? He's not really shooting back this game. Just isolate if you can, Kid.
And I think especially securing the 4-2 is really what Vivo Kid wants. Obviously, because that's typically standard on Oregon, but with how W7M been performing today, with how almost entirely it's been on Nade's shoulders, and this being W7M's better side, the attacks on Oregon especially might be a struggle once W7M switch to the side spot. But if you have a 5-1 and Nade just goes huge twice on the attack,
yeah,
that might still get W7M the game just with how much he's been able to win rounds by himself. Vivo Kid want to keep this as close as possible, more so just to make sure that W7M can't win a game off of Nade going huge in a few different rounds. As he does spot someone outside the garage, so it might not be Nade to start things off. Full P90 spray, though, does not find the ace sitting outside of the garage door, unfortunately. Gomez will be more than aware of that fact. He'll back up, but they might not be using the Monty to isolate Nade out, Nick. Instead, they might be looking to just move in through this split wall, get the diffuser down quickly.
Yeah, a limited attack once again from Vivo Keaton. It's a good, I think, theory, but the counter is there from Hertz. The impact grenades go south, and I think there right now, getting that big tower wall opened up first before they attempt to breach on lobby side would have been the better play, because you see it right here, massively limiting the movement capable from W7M, whereas they tried to go for lobby first and then get impact tricked, and now they have no secondary hard breach available because Ace is all out. So all of a sudden, this two-sided push from the attack inside of Vivo Kid is a singular push now from Big Tower, but it's not what the majority of the players are actually at, because they've rotated from lobby into small tower side. Rotation needed from Vivo Kid because that failed breach inside of lobby.
Especially now that they've been able to win that tertiary bomb site previously, dropping this one on what might end up being a slow attack. This is not where you want to be if Nade is playing like this. The Monty has finally found his man, though. That is Nade in front of him. Hertz has started off, though. Down soon after, so 4v4. Back to it again. There's the closer we needed. Daffodil rotates around and finds not the second. The Monty covers the thermite fairly soon after. He'll have to put the bomb down. On play moving into split. Oh, deleted off the game entirely. It'll force Lenda off the plant out of sheer fear. He'll move back down fairly soon after. No attempt to deny, or no real option to deny for W7M. They've got to play retake now against Monty, and 2 guns still up for Vivo Kid. Monty spotted KZ rotating in through split. We'll see the rotation in kind from the player inside a kitchen. That's the other player down for W7M. Nice shot from KZ, but at this point, this is looking more unwinnable every second that passes. Hates doesn't even need to peek, as the Monty can keep relaying information to the rest of his team. Vivo Kid, after a very slow start, pick up a much-needed round to get the 4-2 half they were looking for.
Look at that Monty play again. Yeah, they didn't get what they wanted with the lobby push, but the Monty did exactly the job that needed to be done. Walk on in, apply pressure onto Nate, keep him guessing as to exactly what's going on, and of course, the live intel from the Monty, the yellow pings coming out, and they just did a 3-2-1 3-man collapse. And the guy go from the green hall of Big Tower in towards that kitchen door flank, Monty in the middle of kitchen, and a person sort of dining as well. Nate was fighting 3 different players while being constantly spotted out, and knew exactly where he was. There was no real help from him from the rest of his team. Vivo Kid, they get the 2-4 scoreline, but realistically, that could have been a 2-4 the other way around. Vivo Kid could have been in the lead here, how close the rounds were. And Oregon defense, this is where the fun begins if you're Vivo Kid. You get to just set up your bomb side, pick your operators, and be like, you know what? Let's start downstairs in basement. This is a easy bomb site. You can play almost any single operator, because the bomb site itself is oh so strong. And I'm very surprised to see a more roam-oriented version of this, actually. The Vigil, the Capcan, the Oryx, we don't see this very commonly on Orca basement setups because the bomb site is so strong. W7M, they're a team known to be excellent at problem solving, so I'm sure they have a good path forward in this round.
Yeah, basement's one of those bomb sites that sometimes we'll see teams try to complicate things, maybe
Yeah.
rethink the attacking strategy or their attacking or defensive strategy in this case. And this is just one of those few bomb sites where it's like, no, you don't need to. It's actually, we often have the right idea with the bunker. But then again, if Vivo Keyed can really excel on getting that man advantage on the defense and then maybe falling back very aggressively once they get a 5v4, are they dedicating a lot of resources early on? Yes, but if they can make it work, even just getting one kill and rotating back unscathed, that will give W7M a huge problem once they move in for an execute later on in the round. And I mean, look at this. The Vigil already rotating back to the bomb site. 45 seconds in. So Vivo Keyed aren't looking to hold on to the entire map. They are starting to fall back to their respective positions. One player is inside a meeting for the defense, though. Herds know about this position. He's waiting for drones to give him intel. Hornet Tau also moving up the back tower stairs. Unnecessary to contest Herds just to give him some scare. That doesn't stop him from swinging hates. Is there a trade from Hornet Town? Does he have it in him? No, unfortunately. Might have to back down, play the Azami inside a pillar. Thankfully for Vivo Keyed, though, despite the resources they allocated this top floor, maybe a 4v5 isn't the worst. You've not lost too many bodies to W7M early on.
Definitely not the worst, but I feel like there was a bit of a gap there. They had to set up a meeting in Big Tower, but, you know, Hornet Tower was falling off the angle while Hertz was aggressing into side of meeting. And again, W7M great at problem solving, finding those few spots, and JV has just been cutting off this rotate top floor the entirety of the round, despite Iana being right there, and they don't know Linda is still roaming. They try and trade with a second, but it also falls apart. That shouldn't be how easy that roam is, right? A Capcan just walking about finds 2 kills.
He's prepped a C4 too. Oh, right as Nade walks in the hallway, just barely escapes in time. He moves in for the finisher. Lenda dodging and weaving. How's he got that one? Switch to the pistol. Now he's finally over. But a singular Capcan inside of Armory has completely thrown W7M's attack all out of whack. 45 seconds left, and now they need to do all the work of a normal basement attack, or at least a large part of it, with very little time and very little players remaining. Those Capitao smokes as well. We talked about the importance they have. Now that the Warden is off the board, not possible. The nades from KZ, gone too. A lot of what you need to make this E-Box drop work is simply not available to the attack anymore. A lot of it will rely on Herds carving a path forward with his SMG-11 and JV-92 following up with the plant. Only 15 seconds to do it. Seems like JV-92 actually going for the freezer drop instead. Hoping to catch Vivo Keyed off guard from 2 different angles. But he walks into the EDDs. They can completely focus freezer now. A blunder in round 7 from W7M as Lenda almost entirely shuts down the attack in the mid-round.
Maybe that's just how this is gonna go. The individual heroics from these players right now. Nate had a couple of rounds, Lenda just had a round, and I don't blame W7M for that scenario because, you know, they thought they had room cleared, the Dog Big Hole was there, and you know, we saw JV holding that Master Picture balcony towards Trophy the entire round. Nobody had crossed, right? He said that, guys, nobody crossed, the room is clear. But there is one singular room that appears to have been unchecked, essentially, and that was Armory. That just happens to be where Lenda was playing in. Had the escape route with the C4 on the hatch if he wants to drop, but he doesn't. He goes to the kill instead on the offensive, says, you know what? We've already lost some members. It is my time right now to get some numbers back from my team and ensure the bomb site is in that stable position in a 2v2 or a 3v3 or something like that. And I was also surprised that the attackers, they split up. W7M did not opt for the E-Box hatch drop together. It was that freezer and E-Box drop hatch, which is very separated, right? There's a big hallway between you, a lot of unpenetrable walls, no intel, so you can't trade. To make matters worse, E-Box hatch player dropped straight into a Capcan trap, so you don't get very far.
No, not at all, unfortunately. Good pickup for Vivo Key to start. As you mentioned earlier, the trouble W7M seem to be having in this matchup so far. This defensive half gains renewed importance because we all were predicting W7M going into this game, despite Vivo Key putting up some decent performances so far in the stage. This might just be a very winnable game now that W7M have moved on to the attack. Dorms is another must-win, just as Basement was for Vivo Keyed. They'll have to react to what W7M are doing. Are they going to go the master bedroom side? Are they going to go the big window side? Seems the former might just be the option W7M are choosing. They'll have to deal with Hornet Town, who's facing a lot of pressure early on. Herds on the cutoff, on the generator window. Excellent positioning by the attack. They'll start off with an advantage again. Oh, and a second followed up soon after.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an absolute slaughter, and I feel like Gomez on the, the assignment could have helped the fall. But just keep very often meant to help your teammates, but instead they sacrifice him essentially to that trophy hold. W7M, easy. They find those 2 first opening kills, but they also slow things down after. Don't want to give this up. They're facing down both the Rook and Duck combo, a very rare one at that these days, and just gotta take it slow. They got so much time to work with. The cabin's on fire, cabin's on smokes. They still got 2 nades on Hertz. They can just go downstairs, try and find some kills with those grenades, perhaps, or something with this drone intel.
That's just to maybe get Herds in another position to get a nice kill early on. Even Nade, too, if he wants to be the backline player, the backline fragger in round 8. Be more than happy with that. Lunda's almost entirely holding down the attic position now by himself. Yates does have a nice angle onto the bedroom doorway through the breach. He's able to drop the case cold in that position. Might be what Vivo Key need to swing this back in their favor. Final Dokkaebi call goes out, and there's no follow-up from W7M, all just holding their angles at the moment, rotating, waiting to get in the right spots. Some flashes go out. Lenda's certainly blind. That'll enable Herds to push up the attic stairs. There we go. 4v2 now as Vivo Key have to fall back further into the bomb site. Hope that once they go for the bomb, put the diffuser on the floor, they might get some kills. They'll get 2. 1v2 now for Daffodil, thanks to the Frost Mat. 1v1 actually, because Herds walked into one, or Nade walked into one as well.
What?
Herds has been able to open this round up entirely, but Daffodil might just have the rotate, might just have the wraparound, but now he knows. Oh, and he walks right into it. A very winnable 1v1, but as Daffodil reconsiders and worries about his position, he walks into the exact spot Herds wanted.
We just had a triple injure with 5 people alive or 4 people alive. The double frostbite and the grenade downs the frost because of the Rook armor being picked up earlier, forcing that injury instead of the kill. What a ridiculous round again. And W7M yesterday, they're up against Liquid on border. They had to go the distance of 8-7. And now, sure, they won that round, but they're making some very basic mistakes that we would not expect from this team. Some cracks in the armor showing. Vivo Keyed, they will call a technical timeout, just kind of rail things back in because this game is slowly slipping away, but it's oh so close in these individual rounds.
It's still very telling though. Again, just to keep demonstrating how winnable the situation is for Vivo Keyed. Herds started picking up the pace. I mean, but behind Nade, he was the second highest performer so far in this matchup, and that continues to be the case. But specifically in that round, able to win out a key 1v1. It's very much a 2-man show for the side of W7M right now. And if Vivo Keyed can win dorms again, then win that tertiary bomb site or go back to basement even, this could still very well be a 5v5 and maybe even an overtime game depending on what happens further on down the line. Also, as you said, had that timeout to hit the pause button, get their thoughts back on track, maybe rethink a little bit of dorms. And I mean, if I were to diagnose their problems, Nick, I don't think you need to be an expert to say this, but definitely maybe trying to hold down or even hold the trophy position in a little bit of a different manner as not to lose a body so early on. That would go a long way in enabling Vivo Keyed later in the round.
No, it would, and it's not even that they lost the body early, it's how they lost that body. It was Hornetal sprinting back to the bomb site, feeling too much under pressure, despite having pretty good teammate support. You know, they had the Rook and Dog armor, they had the attic wall opened up like they do currently as well with that soft wall for the line of sight from attic, and he had the Magnus in pocket. You had Gomez with 2 keeper barriers as well to spare when he died. So I feel like there were more things that Vivo Keyed could have done in that round to maintain their numbers early on. And, well, they just simply didn't do it. I have been very surprised by both attacking teams not really playing that well around the smokes, right? Because, again, the Warden ban is in effect. I was massively expecting maybe a single glass round, or at the very least, smokes on every single round. We see even now, W7M, yeah, they're not playing Capital or Twitch or anything like that, but they're playing Thermite, and Thermite has the option between smokes and flashbangs, and yet Nader's choosing the flashbangs over the smokes with the Warden ban in play. It's a little bit puzzling because I feel like the value there could be immense, and instead, it's not really utilized at all.
No, I'm surprised by the lack of the smoke grenades as well. We've seen a little bit from Vivo Keyed on the attack, but from W7M, not so much. Again, Horny Tau dealt with early on. I thought maybe we'd even see Vivo Keyed counter the angle held by Herds on Gen Window, but W7M just walk in, nade the shield, and the magnets are burned instantaneously. Horny Tau doesn't even have a chance to walk back like he did before. So does the 5v4 happen in a different way? Yes, but Evo Keed had even less of a say in Hornet House fate by the end of the round. Lenda spotted, isn't able to counter the nade. Excellently well cooked by KZ. Attic position completely cleared. W7M are in the exact same spot they were in the previous round, and somehow much quicker and much more dominantly.
Casey is fighting like he would with a gun, but with just cooking grenades in people's faces and swinging with it. It's ridiculous. And this might just be a flawless. I mean, they're running them down.
I mean, at this point, this is looking like the best attacking round, the best round, period, from W7M so far. Nade might have 16 kills, but this was a team effort on the part of W7M. Vivo Keed will now have to go back to basement, down 6-3. W7M just one round away from closing this out in regulation.
That right there is a classic W7M round. That is exactly what we think of what they can do time and time again. It is flawless, it is quick to the pace, and we said, okay, Vivo Keed, they're gonna, hold on to trophy. Hornet's gonna fight to die in that position. He's not gonna run away this time, and he didn't. Kudos to him. He stuck around and fought it out, but he also died in 25 seconds. They ran into the lobby, up the armory stairs, a drone trophy a single time, flashbang went out, Nate went out, he's dead. And again, the gaps are just being exploited by W7M. Lenda was inside of Attic, didn't hold that door towards armory, so Casey just ran in with the SD and just basically took care of business, got back out unscathed, hooked that second grenade, swung with it, and got Lenda then with the follow-up. It looked too easy for W7M. And yeah, Vivo Keed to get this basement bomb side, they're expected to win, it's very strong, favoring the defense, but then they have another 2 rounds in front of them, they also have to win, and that's only to go into overtime. And I don't want to get ahead of myself because there's 4 seconds left, but JV92, my man. On the glass, a tagger repick, successful. And maybe this is the thing, right? Maybe both teams are like, okay, Warden Vent's in effect, whatever. We only really care about that on this basement bomb side. That might just be the case.
Draw your attention back to that graphic, by the way. This game doesn't mean too much for W7M given how close they are. A win of any kind will solidify their playoff chances. But for Vivo Keed, if they lose this in regulation, their chances drop from near 100% on a win to 24% on a regulation loss. And with how confident W7M seemed to be in round 10, just look at KZ running up the freezer stairs with that blitz ready to challenge anybody playing on top of those stairs. They're not looking to play the long game and hope for a 7-4, 7-5. No, they want to take basement. They want to end this 7-3. Well, defense will back off for the time being, and KZ might have to wait a little longer for that kill.
Yeah, we also saw JV spend so much time on drone there, just checking all of top, right? The every nook and cranny in master bedroom, closet, armory. They do not want that thing to repeat itself where there's just a defender somewhere hiding around, just waiting for that flank opportunity to get those kills and disrupt them. They need all these 5 attackers in play. Need the soft and friendly pucks on the floors, destroy the barbed wire, etc. They need the smoke grenades from both the Blitz and from Glass himself to enable the entries from Glass. You want the Blitz for that elbow push possibly later in the round. Every single member of the attack is so vital. So the fact that W7 get the 5 versus 5 is exactly what they want.
KZ wants it so badly.
Oh yeah, he's ready.
He's not happy with this 5-7 game so far. If he can have the big play to end this game, he will be more than happy. Just waiting for the call to go in that, all right, we're ready for you. Send it on down, freezer stairs, whatever position you're in. Right now, it's instead JV92 and Herds taking control of the freezer stairs push. No smokes just yet, but maybe one gunfight. Lenda will be the guy to contest it. He's doing double duty right now, looking towards freezer and the laundry stairs. Evo Keed might need every gun alive to stop the oncoming push from W7M. On 6 goes out. Will that signal the charge down laundry stairs? Everyone from W7M playing so patiently at this point, Nick.
Yeah.
Not pushing down just yet.
They just need everything, like every piece to be in the right position. These Goya Vulcan canisters, they're gonna slow things down even further. That's 20 seconds off the clock, right? So with 20 seconds left, that's at the latest time, or sorry, earliest time, this push can go forward.
The laundry Vulcan canister is just gone. Hazy's pathway might be clear. You could see W7M waiting. The moment this freezer fire dissipates, JV's going to let go of that smoke. They're going to push forward, but with only 20 seconds left, Vivo Keed might have just stalled out long enough. KZ turns his attention to the laundry player, but Gomez shuts it down! That's the kill they needed, and Lenda follows up with icing on the cake. It's not over just yet. W7M gained the lead, but then lost it soon after. Vivo Keed remain alive. They've got basement again. Now this is where the real fight begins on the sites that follow.
The setup was great to watch, and I love that top-down use as well for the observer, where we kind of see all the pieces fall into play. Nate on Thermite dropping the E-Box hatch. He's the backstabber. He's just there to create chaos, and he was the only person that truly succeeded. Casey and Blitz, we saw him sprint through laundry, but Gomez snuck inside that laundry corner, and Casey did not see him. And with the Blitz dying, that enables a crossfire from the defense towards the freezer, and that's where the main push was coming from, right? That was the glass in the midst of the smoke, trying to find the defending members that were hiding in corners, and he did find one by the chassis, but that was really it. No real way in for W7M once the Blitz died, and its entire attack came to a halt. VivoKey, they're so good at just figuring out what they want in these rounds, and they're very quick with their decision making. And whenever W7 they don't take these rounds, in their control fully, like we saw in their upstairs attacks on Kid Storms, well, that's when VivoKey they win. When they just kind of keep the control on their side.
That's the difficult spot for VivoKey now,
Yeah.
is you'd think just in a vacuum, like, all right, you won basement, follow up on dorms, but they've lost it twice now at this point, and reasonably, very rationally, they don't want to try it a third time, given the lack of success they've had so far, but that means they're basing going to overtime on kitchen and dining and meeting and kitchen, which, by most standards, are generally just not as good in some cases as dorms and especially basement. VivoKey need to play exceptionally well on these two following bomb sites, but this one in particular, make sure that W7M, as they brought the smokes again in the hands of Felipox, who's helming that glass, and the ROU projectors in the hands of JV92 on the Sens, they are going for another similar smoke rush. Sure, no blitz, but still trying to cut off all the lines of sight possible to force VivoKey back.
Yeah. I like this counterplay as well, like the Meister cameras from Daffodil. That's going to be their biggest stopper for that. Of course, Gomez and Yokai, but you can't see through the smokes with that, but you can try and aim it for a plant stop. And the great thing about this bomb site for the attack is that there's very long lines of sight of dining bomb site because it's kind of like a no man's land. Once you breach open those walls, defenders cannot play inside of dining whatsoever. That's when you can throw out your smokes, try and get a plant down. And again, the only true counter is Daffodil's single Meister cannon that's left alive because one of them was inside of small tower and it's already been destroyed by W7M. Lenda's position inside a bathroom. He could be the hero, could be the playmaker, but it's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. That's what I was going to say, though. W7M, they have a lot of utility to go for the execute, but not a lot to deal with Lenda's position. They'll have to deny this angle from smokes, and that's the way this will have to work, because he's still alive. Nobody dealing with him, but KZ moving into cover. Felipox able to take down Gomez early on. There's simply no follow-up from VivoKey to deny this plant, and No Man's Land is now vacated by W7M. They'll pull back to small tower in a 4v4 now with the bomb down. Herbs might have fallen, but Daffodil on low HP. Impacts put KZ a little lower, but neither Nade or the Thatcher are low enough to fall the one shot just yet. All the attack playing passive. Hornet Tau tries to go for the retake, but shut down as soon as he takes that gunfight. Lenda on 2 low HP to really matter. Oh, what did I say? Why did I count him out? He's able to find the angle on JV92 and maybe the other on the player outside of small tower. He's got to land the shot, though. Somebody's got to go for the defuse. Only 3 seconds left before we are beyond the pale. And there we go. One kill sure, but not enough to finish it off. W7M have solidified their playoff chances. They win 7-3 against VivoKey. 7-4, excuse me.
And it's such a good and clean execute once again. I'm not sure if you saw it, Lynx, because some of what's going on, but the Thatcher actually EMP'd the Yokai drone just as it was arriving through that dining bomb site to shut down the plant. And if that Yokai drone had gone through, they would get a yellow ping or a red ping for intel, would have stalled the plant for at least those 7 seconds to restart the timer, and maybe with that, have a way to win that round. Lenda could have acted upon that info, but because of that single EMP just kind of striking the Yokai, all of that falls apart. Great lineups, great setup from W7M, and overall a great postman execute.
I gotta say, though, it's a bit of a bitter game to finish, because while you see W7M, especially in those second 2 attacks, performing extremely well up to the standards we know, it's just so tough because that game looked very winnable for VivoKey, and especially with, overall, W7M's defense is looking surprisingly poor. Had Nade not gotten that big 4K and that big 3K, we might very well be in overtime right now, and Nick and I are still casting the game. But because W7M had that clutch factor early on, and then, of course, we're able to have some very clinical attacks by the end, ends up being a 7-4, and they end up making it to the deciders. And we'll take a short break and then throw back to the desk to break down what ends up being a heartbreaking VivoKey performance.
7-4 is how W7M will be able to close this one out, but coming into this, it was a very heavy stacked in favor of W7M, yet it felt like Everkid had that opportunity to push them to their limits.
Yeah, I mean, getting the 4-2 split on the defensive side for W7M is expected, but it wasn't necessarily comfortable for them to get to that position, especially because if Evokid were able to just push a little bit faster and crank up their intensity just a little bit better, I could almost argue that it would have gone 4-2 their way. And then we would have gone probably into overtime, and it would have been a much closer match. But at the end of the day, just leaving rounds on the board is what can separate a team from being mid or being good.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at W7M coming into this, we were all singing their praises, but I do think as well we have to give it to Evokid for being able to really push them this harshly to their limits. I mean, we're looking at the kills. It was a 3 kills difference. We're looking at the entries. It was actually in favor of Evokid, so they've really played their hearts out.
Yeah, especially because a lot of those entries for Evokid were coming on the attacking side, and that was one of the keys that I thought that Evokid were going to be able to utilize properly, but yep, I knew you would like that one.
God.
But at the end of the day, they were just moving too slow, even though it seemed like they had all of their ducks in a row, except the time, and that was so important.
Yeah, it kind of came down to those last split seconds. But Evokid, I think, should be very proud of what they were able to achieve. Besides Carter, and he was only doing it for the memes. He said it himself. So we all really got into this and said, yes, W7M, they look like the clear favorites. I mean, how could they not, right? After their performance in Copenhagen, after their performance in the last couple of play days, they have just looked so solid and so strong. And you're looking at Nade. I mean, what more could you want from a player?
Yeah, I mean, Nade played so incredibly well, 18-5 on Heartbreach. It's just, again, one of these games here in Brazil that the shining light has been the hard support for so many of these teams, and it just leads to a really overall great health because, sure, Herds and KZ, we always expect to be doing a phenomenal job, and if one of them kind of isn't firing on all cylinders, just like for the side of Evokid, we saw with Hornetau, that if you have a hard support player that can step up, it makes your consistency as a roster just astronomically better.
Just a little bit better this time around, but also means that the standings have been impacted because things are going to keep changing as we are heading for those deciders. As a reminder, today is a play day, and then we have one more next week, and then that's it. The teams have been decided to go forward. W7M currently sitting at that top spot. They have a total of 8.2 wins, and one of them being in OT. I mean, E1 Esports still have an opportunity to potentially dethrone W7M as they have a game coming up as well today. But I think when we're looking at Evokid, Liquid, MIBR, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to climb their ways up.
Yeah, I mean, W7M, they're confirmed, they're looking good, and it means that next week we have some interesting games that might not necessarily be that impactful. E1, all they got to do is, I believe, just get one singular point just next game at the end of the play day, and they'll be punched in, and it makes Liquid's position so incredibly difficult where their backs are against the wall. As well with Evokid, if they were able to push this into overtime, they'd be in a lot better position too, but now they're also up against the wire.
Yeah, it's looking really difficult for a couple of these teams, but you're looking at the likes of W7M to be able to secure a spot so early on. They must be feeling very confident going into this, especially how their games have went. We're going to be taking a little break because we're going to be back with the second game of today that you also don't want to miss, so make sure that you tune in, grab a snack, and we'll be back. Welcome back to Blast R6 Brazil League Stage 2 Playday 4. Yes, that is correct. We are now on to the second best of 1F today, and it's going to be Lost up against Miners. Both of these teams see us when we're looking at them, and the unfortunate runs that they've had in the last couple of Playdays, it's going to have to be the turning point for at least one of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting game. That's interesting in quotation marks to what us talent like to use for a supplement of other words, because for all intents and purposes, this is the battle of mid for today. This is arguably going to be one of the more difficult games for both of these rosters because they're finally matched up against teams of their own skill level.
Yeah, we're also looking at in terms of like the group ranks, or group rank 4th and 5th. So getting this win on the board for either one of these teams is going to be quite influential in terms of pushing them further up towards that whatever position they're sitting in. So it's looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out. But we're looking at Dash specifically as one of the players that we want to highlight in terms of this matchup, in terms of what they bring to the roster, what they bring to the team, and how that can translate into success for them later on down the line.
Yeah, I mean, Dash has been probably the only real solid player for the side of Los, and he's not necessarily on the most aggressive roles. He's on ace on attack. He's gotten just one plant down, but overall being the only one within a sort of two-step period of reaching even on the kill death department, and the only one above a 1.0 rating means that the overall health of this roster isn't really in the best position. And looking at name factor on the side of Los, you have players like Loban and Maya and Cameraman who you would expect to really be helping this roster, but they've been relatively silent. I mean, Jenny, look at the 17% attacking win rate. I
wasn't looking. I had my eyes closed for a reason.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, and so many of the issues that you can diagnose on the side of Los's just struggles, you could just directly pinpoint at an IGL. And with Cameraman being the new player on the roster just coming in, I initially was thinking, hey, they need a little bit more time to mesh, but they've run out of time at this point, and the IGL issues are remaining, and it's really worrying.
Yeah, you're also kind of talking about diagnostics in terms of things that are going wrong for this roster. You're kind of going towards the IGL, but is there something else that that Loss is really suffering from that has prevented them from getting above 17% on their attack?
Well, I mean, their entry isn't necessarily the worst in the world. They're able to get opening picks, but it's mainly with the IGL, it's converting properly and having cohesive ideas through the entirety of their attacks that it almost feels like in the mid round, they seem very lost and they don't have a direct direction that they're going for. And when you have that, you're just kind of walking into a stone wall, and it's really difficult for them to close out those rounds.
Yeah, and then you're looking at a team like Miners, who are also in that same group, and they have, unfortunately, currently placing 5th. They have a better attack rate when it comes to 30%, but that defensive rate, it's not a glitch, guys. It unfortunately is a total of 7%.
Yes, it's very, very rough for this team because they've won 4 rounds through 3 games. They were the victims of
better than nothing.
They were, yeah, they were a victim of 7-0, which you do want to put an asterisk and say that Los have also been 7-0, sure, by different teams, but, you know, winning 2 against Nip and 2 against FaZe is a difficult position to be in, especially because when you're flipping of, hey, you're only winning maybe 1 defense, you're not winning any of your attacks, it makes your stats just all over the place. And when you have a roster that struggled last stage and then made 2 new roster pieces, it's just once again a hard position to be in because this roster does need to really figure out their stuff before they go into potentially the open qualifiers in LCQ.
Yeah, and it feels like for both of these teams kind of the same aching and pain points in terms of not having a lot of time to be able to gel together. Or maybe you do have that time, but it wasn't really as much as they needed. Maybe they're just on a bit of a crunch in terms of what they haven't been able to achieve. But as you said it as well earlier, it's time's ticking, and unfortunately it's running out because right now it's looking very difficult to be able to climb into those top 3 spots. But we want to stay and focus on the positives, and one really big positive as well for Miners has been Baseto as an individual in terms of the experience and the gunplay that's been brought forward.
Yeah, he has been by far the best player on this roster, and it's not really close. He is just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else, and his stats, they might not necessarily look the best, but you need to take it with a grain of salt because he's a hard support player on a team that is struggling, so you'd almost expect these stats to just be all the way in the toilet. But He's putting the team on his back as much as possible, and for the 4 rounds that they've won, he has been a massive key factor in it, and hopefully if he can continue just doing what he's doing and maybe one of their fraggers step up, they might have a chance today.
All right, okay, a little bit of a positive tone to it, and I do like that. I want to turn this into a bit more positive. And another really big part of how this is going to be played out at the end of the day is going to be the map that we're going to be heading onto. Both of these teams, however, because of the fact that they haven't really been able to bring home any wins, a couple of rounds here and there, but not a full game, does bring the question to me in terms of where do they actually feel comfortable. Are we going to see more traditional maps, or are they just going to throw a complete spanner into work and we're just going to be jump scared?
Yeah, with both of these rosters, their maps pools don't really mix that well. It's like oil and water, where you think that, hey, Netshoes Miners, they like to play Oregon. That's not really a great map for Los, and they're probably going to ban it out. And yeah, that's exactly what we see at the very end. And it means that we're going to a different playground here. Both of these rosters, they have not banned Nighthaven Labs through any of their map ban phases so far.
Okay.
Miners, that they've actually played it. Sure, they got kind of stomped by FaZe, but a lot of the rounds were a lot more close than you would expect from the score line, so they might have a little bit of an affinity towards the map, still feel comfortable enough to go towards it, and we haven't seen Los on this map at all yet, so hopefully they can really come out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. Both of these teams starting on the sides that they're not the most comfortable with when we're looking at Los attacks percentage, when we're looking at Miners defensive percentage, 7%, 17%. So we're gonna have to wait and see how this is gonna be playing out, but that is what we're thinking. You know, I would always really love to know what the casters are thinking, and they're gonna be the ones to talk through most of it, well, all of it as it unfolds live. So let's bring in Lynx and Bengu. There we are. Lynx, you look so happy, so excited.
What are you doing, Lynx?
You're just like,
It's
yeah,
actually-
throw me into this game.
No, this is the 6th Nighthaven Labs I've casted in the past 2 weeks. Like, I was like, you don't understand. I was so happy the first week. I was like, oh my god, I get to cast the first Nighthaven Labs in North America. Let's go. Then I was like, oh, I get to cast the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th, and now this is my 6th Nighthaven Labs that I've casted so far this stage. And while it's fun, I love the map, it's starting to get a lot. It's kind of a lot, I'm not gonna lie.
It's good
Do you know,
experience.
like, it's
Come on,
not.
man.
It was a good experience.
It's not actually about you though. It's about the teams.
Dude, like,
so,
did I do something to you? Like, this has been a problem for a few months. Like, let's take the time. Let's hash this out, okay?
Let's step back though. I would like to apologize for that. It can be about you
It's
if you
okay.
want it to be about you.
Thank you,
You're
I
going
appreciate
for
that.
Miners. I know this is probably because you want to mess around with Parker a little, but do you think they have a shot here?
Listen, I actually think, to Connor's point, that even though it was a 7-2, if it was a close game between, or closer than the scoreline might indicate between Miners and FaZe, that this has a chance at going pretty well. Though also to the point, this first half is going to be really interesting since both teams are starting on their worst side, and not just their worst side, but like we're talking 7% win rate for Miners on the defense, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Like,
Yes, that's correct.
This is really like who can get the most rounds, not respective of side. Just like if you come into this half in the lead, no matter the team, no matter the side, that team might very well win.
Hanger, I see you're like nodding in
Yeah.
agreement, smiling awkwardly. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's battle for last place. I mean, they're equally matched for that reason because they're both kind of down there, and it's a rough situation. But some teams have to go there, you know. Some teams have to be dead last at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can't be first. You get to participate, right? Everybody gets a participation trophy. That's how we like to see it. We
still
are
a good
going to
point.
be throwing it to a break. And we're going to be back when the game is ready. So make sure you don't go anywhere because, as Pengu put it, this is the battle for last and you don't want to miss it.
Well, as Connor mentioned it, and I think you did too, Nick, this is very much the battle for last place that at least before the game starts, Los 1 is currently winning. They're both at 0 points, but Miners have played one more game and also lost one more game. So Los at least have somewhat of a chance to claw their way out of their bad position.
I mean, you always got a chance, and if you show up on the day, that's really all you need. You can have, for example, for Lowe's, they've played Skyscraper twice with mixed results. Yeah, they've lost them, but it was a 0-7 to NIP, then a 5-7 to Black Dragons. Maybe today they go 7-something against Netsuch Miners, right? They get some points on the board, and they can get happy about not losing for once and whatnot. But yeah, I just want to see, I think for both teams, I just want to see good fundamental gameplay, right? I want to see them try and fix like those very basic mistakes that we keep seeing kind of reoccurring in the previous games. And I guess I'll commend Miners because they've been playing a couple of maps now. They played Bank, then Labs, Chalet, and now Labs again. So while they have been struggling across the board, they're struggling in different places and getting valuable experience.
I suppose there is something to be happy about, that at least you're trying out different maps, you're working out different things, whereas, as you pointed out, Los 1 have only played Skyscraper so far, so maybe that will affect things, and at least for Los 1, they at least have a good result in a 5-7 loss. A loss, sure, but one that is significantly closer than the Miners' record so far. But at the same time, Los 1's fate is not entirely in their hands. They are very much hoping that FaZe lose their next game to Black Dragons. Otherwise, FaZe might very well move too far ahead, and Los 1 won't have a chance to catch back up. Bans have now transpired, and Bandit is very much seeming like it is one of the default bans on Nighthaven Labs so far. He has been a very common ban inside of NA on Nighthaven, and at least in this game, appears to be a similar story.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that because you are our very own professional, most experienced caster on Nighthaven Lab. So do you see Bandit kind of play out the same way on Nighthaven Lab as also like Skyscraper, whereby banning out the Bandit, breaching walls becomes more possible in general and just simplifies things, or how does that play out?
I definitely think it does in theory. I think it's hard for me to confidently say yes because it's also a new map, so the attacks aren't always the cleanest. But I think the effect of banning the Bandit, specifically on, say, the second floor bomb site, you're really able to open up the Terrace Breach very easily. And then getting the Connector Breach is a little bit more difficult just because it might be Impact Trick or C4 or something like that. Mainly Impact Trick. The C4 isn't as viable. So I would say it's definitely easier and for opening up the exterior breaches, but the interior breaches, there are still quite a bit of things that the defense can do to stop the attack from opening it up. So while it does make it easier, I still wouldn't say it makes it completely easy.
And then I gotta keep kind of pushing here for my own notes, right? What's the kind of bomb site rotation that we tend to see? Because yeah, it's a new map and this will likely change over the next couple of weeks and months as teams learn the map more. But so far in the 6 times you've casted, what tends to be the primary bomb site?
So I would say the primary bomb site is usually one of either the second floor or the basement. However, I don't think there's a clear favorite in terms of the most preferred bomb site. So while we see teams normally start on one of those two, either the second floor or the basement, I'm actually surprised at how often Cargo has been picked so far. Not that it's a bad bomb site, but I thought it would be the second floor in the basement as the clear 2 favorites, Cargo as like the definite middle, and then like 50 feet of nothingness, and then kitchen and cafe all the way at the bottom. But Cargo has actually been picked pretty often in comparison to the second floor in the basement as well. But kitchen is definitely the least preferred bomb site by a wide margin, and the other 3 are all pretty equal, I would say.
That's interesting because I was trying to kind of theorize based off rank play and whatnot. I mean, you only play, as well know, you play 3 rounds, you swap sides, etc.
Yeah.
So unless you go flawless, you don't tend to play a lot of, different bomb sites really. You go top floor, you go basement. Usually that's it. You don't see those tertiary bomb sites. Kitchen being the least picked, from like a glance, I was surprised by it because I feel like it has so much map you can work with. But at the same time, sometimes that's just too much for some teams, right? And the meta, of course, being very undefined. We're gonna see different teams do new things, and maybe even with bomb set rotations, what operators they bring, and more importantly, how these teams are going to be doing on their attack, where they start things off. For Lowe's, they love intel. So I think droning will be a big part of how they're gonna try and find success in these rounds. They have a couple of ways to do that. For example, the air jabs. That's gonna, once they take map control, gonna give you intel if somebody's flanking. That air jab will either get shot, impacted, or of course pop off, giving you a sound cue that a flank is coming around. And of course, the drone network, very crucial to the attack inside. And those have only lost a singular drone so far, so 9 left alive.
And this bomb site in particular, if Los One are very good with their drones, this is the site that usually comes the closest to necessitating a full clear. We don't really see teams clear the entirety of Nighthaven. Most teams will go for a half clear, but just given how big the map is, a half clear on Nighthaven might honestly equal a full clear on Chalet. That's just how large the map is. But if Los One are good with their drones, this should not be the hardest roam clear imaginable. Cameraman will start to move off one of the roamers sitting inside a lounge. Basetto playing aggressively on the cargo stairs. Will fall back soon after. No droning on the map yields any kills. Instead, it's a C4 from below inside of the bomb site that takes down Lobin, the Buck. Not the only soft breacher, but the rest will have to be done with those Ram Boogie drones.
And you see, that's the thing, right? It's a big map, a lot of roam clear, and you're fighting vertically as well because of all that soft floor. It's the same reason why we see Lowe's bring out both the Bug and the Ram, because there's so much soft destruction required and necessary for this bomb set attack. And all these things are being done, but no actual gunfight engagements has occurred yet. It's kind of like an Oregon Basin where you gotta set up all your pieces, get in their position, and in 3, 2, 1, you execute on that bomb site, and then all hell breaks loose. Only so that C4 could go out. Still seeing that util phase for the attack inside of Lowe's, and Netshoes miners who sit back, kind of wait for things. They got intel, we saw it there. The Black Eye Valkyrie camera.
I will say I do like Netshoes Miner's strategy. 5 C4s to deal with all of this vertical play. And 30 seconds left too, with 3 of those remaining. This is a very good spot to find themselves in, with Los One still struggling to find direct entrance into the bomb site. It's now pushing down some of these stairways. Dots has moved in with the diffuser, but all the angles are still alive for miners, but no one's dealing with it. They're also focused on the cargo side. The thermite just creeps in, puts the bomb down, and backs out almost as soon as he entered. I was able to get a 4v4 too. Now the next mission is for Dash to stop this retake up to the top floor. SDK moving on in. He does have that SMG-11 for close quarters. He backs off. He doesn't commit to the retake in cargo. This is valuable time being wasted, especially as Cameraman starts to move forward on that top floor as well. Dash does spot him, but he just needs to play passively. Taking this gunfight isn't an absolute necessity, but once he takes it, he falls soon after. Huge play from Maya and Cameraman, and down inside of the bomb site, that's where the vast majority of the work is being done. STK now pretty much all alone. His hope's now gone. Might have taken a long time, almost the entirety of the round, but a very efficient plant and subsequent post-plant from Los One.
Not just effective, but it was a complete sneak play, right? Like nobody knew that this was actually happening. All the defenders were looking up at the vertical floor, looking at cargo, those back staircases, the hatches, and while that's happening, Los just kind of snuck in the back, that single wall that was opened up, or the hatch rather, either or, just walk in, plant on that reinforced wall between the bomb sites, and that's it. The post plant, you got vertical on it, you got the bomb site itself, of course, and the defenders had to run into the attacker's lines of sight. And the Nomad came into great effect as well, because they went for that half map clear where, yeah, you clear out the roamers, you make them fall back to the bomb site, set up those air jabs, and if you can get a plant down, it's very hard to go for the flank. It's why we saw the Mute kind of make that rotate in the soft panel instead, because there was an air jab on the door itself. He couldn't walk on in, he heard the little tingling sound that it makes, the air jab that is. He just thought, you know what, I gotta spend the next 5 seconds and 4 shotgun shells making it rotate in this annoying wall next to the door. because there's an air jab.
Los One do plan to keep on playing retakes. Maybe not on this bomb site, but other ones that Nomad will certainly be useful to make sure that you have that verticality secured and that the defense do have to make those awkward rotations to move around it. Of course, we have moved up to the second floor bomb site. Miners deciding they don't want to retry the basement, despite seemingly starting off with a decent opening that quickly was lost soon after. I will say, a bit of an odd play from Miners so far. Now they're... I was about to say, is the Legion holding Garage? That'd be a little bit exposed, especially with no Wamai on the board and the Azami being banned, but might be a symptom of that Azami being taken off the board. Garage is overall just a bit more tricky to hold. That is a key position on this bomb site, especially once the IT breach is open. That's often the next line of defense to stop the attack just from walking in and directly pressuring the bomb site. So even if there's not a lot of utility, Neskin does have to play very well here.
So yeah, a nice return for an operator that we don't see very often. Maverick, of course.
Love
we see
it.
this in rank play, and I love it too. Because, you know, used to be a big meta operator, and he lost the grenades, and kind of fell into the bottom pit of pick rate. But on maps like Skyscraper, maps like Nighthaven Lab, where it can be difficult to get those walls opened up, we do tend to see Maverick get a little bit of play again. And again, with IT being open, Connector being opened, all of a sudden, Netrus Miners, they're more and more limited in good playable positions on site, the bomb site itself. The question now is, where are you going to enter from as Los One? Are you going to try and take Catwalk? Because Neskin just reinforced off that wall. And the run out, well, it is successful, but Garage has been weakened. The wall being reinforced off means that the attackers can now easier walk in. There are less crossfires for the defensive side. Once Los drones that out, they might just take Garage relatively free.
That could solve a lot of their problems too, as the connector side of things. Miners have actually done a decent job at wasting time. The Ace had already used most of his Selmas to open up the terrace wall. Miners had a pocket reinforcement ready to seal off the rotate between connector and the bomb site itself, so taking Garage might just be their only option at this point. SDK has some great intel, sees the diffuser outside, but does he know about the Maverick? Yes, he does, able to get that kill, but not before he's traded out. That's fine, though. 4v3, the Solus able to get 2 kills on both hard breachers entirely. After their work's done, sure. Still making a 4v3, looking great so far. For Team Who droning might be their strength. Los Wonder just walking into these crosshairs for the Miners. While the attack has secured Garage control, as you predicted, with 40 seconds to spare, the roamers from the defense have already done so much damage to the entirety of the attack setup. It's looking very difficult now for Los One to find a way back into this. C4's flying out. Actually not reinforced off the rotate into connector. They're still playing it completely. And that ends up benefiting their overall take despite the Garage control gained by Los One. Excellent kill achieved by Loban, but they got to win the fight with the person to their right of them in connector, and indeed they do. Nice shot by Maya, and they both know somebody's likely playing this connector wall. They can anticipate this next gunfight. The crossfire might not work out. Levy's able to rotate onto the pillar, go 1 for 1. Now with not enough time remaining, Maya's either got to get lucky on this diffuser or fall off and get the kill. He decides to commit. No, falls off and dies to Paceto. Maya's now evened it up 1-1.
That is so close, given how poor the attack was, right? They don't really get garage control with enough players alive, and they're kind of just walking around the map, not really knowing where the defenders are going to be. We saw IQ just kind of skedaddling around off dash, not having any intel to work with, and SDK with a double jump out on the same window, finding 2 kills. That really shouldn't be happening, but that's the difficulty of a big map. There's so much ground to cover. We saw Los open up that connector wall early in the round, and yet, at the very end of that round, the defenders are comfortably playing right next to that open wall because they know the attackers can simply not be everywhere on the map. So only 2 members alive, and they're both on that garage side of things. That means that the back side, the connector walls, they're going to be clear. So keeping your attacking members alive is very important all of a sudden because there are so many angles. The more attackers you have alive, the more respect the defenders have to pay to the possibility of where they could be playing at. So just staying alive and keep those numbers up will already get you quite far on the attack. Netrus Miners, they're 2 for 2 in opening kills so far.
That's a stat that if they can keep up, they might make up for their poor defensive win rate in the stage so far. Going into this game, I'm correct. I was talking about this with Nick because I was very surprised to see this. Only 1 defensive win before Nighthaven Labs throughout the entirety of the stage to get that 7%. So they've already doubled the amount of defensive rounds they've won so far. But if they can get that opening pick so consistently, a conversion is not at all too far of away of a logical possibility. Though here the problem was not the lack of an opening pick, not even the lack of early round pressure. Los One just crept on in and stuck the bomb down. It actually needs to be more intel or more eyes focused on the breaches on the bomb site itself. could do that. Second round, not at all unlikely.
No, it's not at all. I like this different approach from Lowe's. They've kind of spread more thin. We see the sledge on that kitchen hatch about to drop down and try and roam through the top portion because the roam is active. And Mitty very much looking for an engagement here. Impact goes out, creates more lines of sight, and by holding the top floor, they can shut down the first floor and therefore not allow Lowe's to do vertical play. And now they have the blitz running on in, trying to shut down that roam, but Dots falls first. And then she's managed with another opening kill.
Ooh, and the trade denied as Neskin just barely shields himself around the corner. There's a player from Los 1 quickly trying to follow up, though. Was moving to the cargo window and another one moving to the cargo door itself, but neither can find Neskin before he's retreated into security. He's F-Not still in play as well. He's got one as backup to cut off the avenue by which he himself escaped. Good utility setup from Netshoes Miners so far. And Midi 2 on this roam, something you need to be worried about with his double jump out from round 2 that we just saw a few minutes ago. Also has the garage control to spot these drones, but another time now, Loban and Los 1 have crept on in.
Again?
They know there's a C4, but this time it missed. However, STK, as he tries to swing, there's coverage. Loban can't hit the flick, though. They might let the bomb go down, but the advantage gained early, and now a very solid retake so far. Likely still result in a win for Miners. Mize picked up one. He's got to get this second, though. Every kill now, an absolute necessity, and indeed it lands.
Oh, no.
The site hollowed out now. The defense has to jump down. This is another 5 to 10 seconds delayed. He'll hit the swing, but no. Luck finally runs out. The bomb might go down again with nary a resistance from Miners, but they take the lead off of a successful retake.
2 rounds on defense already for them, and the fact that Lowe's keep just sneaking into the bomb site in different corners and getting the plant down is very impressive, but the post plant is tough to work with, especially in a 1v5 or a 2 versus 5. It's, yeah, you're outside the building and you're thinking, back to good old like consulate days of basement on consulate. You can be all the way out and it's so hard for defenders to find you. But the thing about Night Haven Lab, yeah, you're outside the building, but you're not that far out. So the lines of sight without the zoom scope is not too bad to deal with. And again, there are 5 defenders left. The first guy's going to give away your position. The second guy's going to take some damage off your health bar. And then by the third or fourth, you're pretty much guaranteed to fall.
So, good. Lowe's have done a good job reading opportunities so far, but now that their one kind of play that got them a win on attack has failed, we need to look to something more. Certainly looking to Maya, 8-2 so far, but otherwise, it's been a rough showing from the rest of the gang over on Lowe's up until this point. Maybe Cargo will bear some more fruit, though. The Solus continues to be at least a potential issue, if not an outright one. Spotting these Lowe's drones, able to take down some attackers outside the building, too. And starting this round, actually, Lowe's already down to 4 drones before we've even hit the action phase. Rough go at it so far from a team, especially on Night Haven with how large it is. You can tell you need as much of it as you can get.
Yeah. Also, speaking of performances, I mean, Dash is 0-3 right now, and he has been the best performing player from Lost so far in terms of kills and rating overall, and he's already found his stride so far against Netshoes Miners. And again, the issue is just that you're not always going to be a part of the action because there's so much map to work with. Someone's got to join in your entries, someone's got to hold the flanks, and there are so many moving parts right now. And I truly think the way that Netshoes Miners are effectively running around the map, roaming, and again, just here, applying bits of pressure, opening windows and doors, and you see this right now from Dash. They're afraid of window jump outs. They're afraid of getting peeked out and getting caught off guard. That early aggression we saw in round number 1 and round number 2 from Netshoes Miners, it's mentally paying off in their favor. It's gonna slow down Lowe's a bit more in this round, I reckon.
Winning the mental game this early on, too, when you still have quite a few defenses to go, that's good for Miners. If they're forcing Lowe's to be patient, forcing them to double-check things, or even take longer to clear out this map, that's only going to favor them. They can continue denying Lowe's the execute they've been seeking so far throughout this attacking half. Just now getting the terrace breach with a little over half the round to go. Lowe's are certainly taking their time. They spotted a couple of the defenders. STK taking quite a bit of damage. Still very much in the wind. Not a lot of these positions have yet been countered. Lowe's are only just now starting to get into positions to deal with them.
I see the next step is going to be coming from, because a bit of a lack of inside the building presence from Lowe's, and we see Netshoes Miners very proactively moving around the map, and whenever a wall gets opened up or a window or door, they're relocating their resources and manpower to try and deal with that accordingly. We see now Baseto working the magic of Fenrir's gadget, enabling some, disabling others, relocating where that pressure's going to be from defense and where to shut down the entries.
Oh, Dash. Oh, he's been so persistent on this window to try to find a cutoff, but nothing, even when it's presented itself, nothing has been successful. Levy just spots another moving up the garage stairs. A drone fell down pretty soon after, though, with that spray. Los know he's there. That knowledge isn't really doing Los much. They've not followed up on any of this information. They spot the smoke further inside of the bomb site, but they're still so far away from securing him. The Buck in a good position up above to shut him down, but as one drops with the case, Levy's worked himself into the best position he could. Traded out Shore. That sparked even more fear in the hearts of Los. Aceto now holding down Cargo as long as he can. This is an easy kill if he can pick it up. Oh, but he sprints in the corner! Switches and prones! Huge misplay now as the attack can move into the bomb site with a smoke grenade to cover this specific angle. Nobody from Miners fighting back. Nobody landing the C4. Midi might throw it, but it goes far too wide. First advantage Los have had this entire game, and it comes with a post plant, and it comes with a 3v1. Eskin might be able to spot the diffuser, but the other three defenders who are now hiding, hoping he walks into their crossfire. That's a bit too tall a task at this point. Great recovery from Los as they've been able to move into Cargo, get the bomb down, and play a triple crossfire on this post plant. They're all tied up again.
Oh my god, the chaos in that round. There's just so many things happening at so many different areas off the map of that bomb site. And yeah, Baseto made a bit of a blunder there, right? Because he went for the reload and then he stopped it. He canceled the animation. What happens is that you get one singular bullet in the chamber and he realized it. So he sprinted to the corner, swapped to the secondary shotgun. I was like, I might not win. No, I'm not winning this gunfight. And Dash takes him out. And that just gave Los the exact entry that they needed in towards the bomb site itself that enabled them to get that plant down. That's 3 plants in 4 rounds for Los. Despite only winning 2 of those 4, they're doing great at the objective play off the game. Yeah, they lost a lot of drones early on last round, lost 4 in prep phase, and it might have been why they're slowed down so much more early on. But once they actually had to speed things up, they all committed to it. Nobody was left standing outside the building. Nobody was like way off the plan there. They gave each other enough time to sync up to the same plan and the same objective, and that's why I think they're doing so good in these attacking rounds.
It's good to see that if they are so focused on getting this bomb down, it has been successful so far, but in a round that wasn't that basement bomb site, they had to fight tooth and nail for every inch to get that bomb inside of the building. And on second floor, this is where we saw that huge run out from the Solus STK, or Midi, excuse me, back at that time. Might have been STK, actually. Either way, the Solus in round 2. Able to completely throw the attack off guard, install a hell of a lot of time, and get a huge man advantage for Los, even really in a position to start executing, or at least executing comfortably. They're starting at a similar spot this time, looking to open up this terrace breach, and they'll succeed so far. Double EMP to stop the Electroclaw and a potential Electroclaw trick. Now this wall should be opened up fairly easily.
Very good job done. They actually read the Kite Claw perfectly because the second EMP near the top, we saw a claw being tossed out originally and actually stopped it from being tricked. Sure, one somehow would have gone off, but you want to get both of those charges to just get that vault on in. Baseto jumping out the window, takes a bit of damage, does a ton of damage, and Dots, he's alive for now, but only a tiny bit of health left in that bar, not doing too good. And the Bandit ban, I think it's quite smart. Of course, you can say that Netjuice Miners are starting defense, so they're kind of countering themselves and limiting their own options, but they'll swap sides eventually, right? And that's when Netjuice Miners can guarantee or increase at least their odds of getting those walls open the way that they see fit.
And so far, it's also generally worked when it has been that basement bomb site. They have done a very good job so far at forcing Los to plant or to execute onto the site either in man disadvantages or on very low time. So while the Bandit is a very strong option that they've denied themselves, the option they've rotated to, which is just using these roamers or even using these anchors to deny time, has been working pretty well so far. I mean, look at this. Minute 10 seconds left, and I doubt Los even have STK as a thought in the back of their minds. Maybe that, his exact position, nailed down? I don't think so. Barrage control also still lackluster for Los, despite it still basically being free, all things considered. They're taking a lot of time on this attack, and that gives players like STK on the roam, even Neskin in a spot like Connector, great ability to disrupt the attack if they need to.
It does, and I mean, yeah, I'm surprised at how long it's taken to take the Rouse control because it's such a great spot for them to attack from, especially with the Osa shields, and they have no EMPs left, so now Maverick of Cameron's gotta try and open up, past that bottom panel of the wall to find the mute jammer, and they do just that, but it's gonna stall for more time, they're gonna take more damage, and Pesetto, he's got a good read on this rotate.
Oh, yeah, he knows. He sees one of them now. Oh, but the flank up Aqua Stairs does end up taking down the Fenrir. Nebulos do now have a way into the bomb site. Midi's so focused on Garage. There's a 3-man push up into command that he might not be aware about. 5v3, make that 5v2 as the late push from Los works. But STK's hitting that flank. He scared Loben. He's forced him to look back. Neskin got a huge kill on the very player watching the Aqua Stairs. Neskin's position ends up making the entire defense work, but not completely. On time, though, is what is able to close it out. Huge one singular kill from Neskin that enables STK's successful retake. Huge 2v2.
I mean, that is just beautiful. You also set up perfectly, right? You didn't think that Los were aware of STK's position inside, the basement part of the map, and they had no idea. Sure, they figured out the flank was coming through, but then Neskin played that distraction on the side from Connected Door, from IT Door, shutting things down, getting that crossfire established. All of a sudden, Los, they're fighting two separate angles back to back, and they're also trying to plant at the same time. One of the weaknesses of trying to always be a plant-oriented team is that during that 7-second plant animation, you have one gun less to work with. You can almost argue there, if Lowe's weren't in a hurry to plant because they did have time on the clock, it was about 20 seconds left when they started, they could have solidified their position on the bomb site, taken a bit more control, stabilized, and then get maybe a guaranteed plant down. Instead, it was a Hail Mary. All right, stick that plant, hopefully it goes through, play the post plant, round is over. But STK just sprinted on in, shut it down with Neskin. Netshoes Miners, 3 defensive rounds now out of the last 5 rounds.
But they got to go to basement, and this has been the best bomb site for Los so far. Even if they haven't won it flawlessly, it's been the bomb site where they have gotten the bomb down the easiest, and that is clearly their win condition, almost dogmatically in their minds. Any other option seems to be second best in their opinion. They've been able to walk in the breach 2 times now and just get a plant down for free. I have to hope, if Miners want to 4-2, that they've accounted for this. They have the Electric Claws to deny time, and there are no secondary EMPs for Los, but there are plenty of vertical destructors that can get an angle on those Electric Claws, destroy them. So, a half clear, still something that Los need to do, at least for the first half of this round.
And, I mean, you're spot on with the bomb site rotation, right? We've seen basement into top floor of server, into basement, then into cargo. So no kitchen to be seen as of yet. And I'm not going to say I'm disappointed we haven't seen it, because going to a new map in its own is difficult. Willing to play all 4 bomb sites at a tier 1 level immediately? That's a lot, yeah, exactly. I would not count on that.
Well,
but just walk on in, get the kill, but you fall down the hatch. Do you think that was intentional? Because I don't.
Is it more or less disrespectful if I say it's intentional? I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I honestly don't know which option that would be. Oh, well, that's a Dark Zero angle right there, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Cameraman holding a tight angle on an elevated surface outside the building. I think I probably saw NJR hold that very spot the other day. Maybe a little different one, but...
I would honestly believe you. A DC would love to hold that rotate to set things up, because they too are a very methodical team, relatively slow on pace, and I could see Cameron take a page out of their book. I could see some inspiration being brought out there.
I don't even necessarily mean that he copied it. I just meant like, yep, that's a DZ angle. Like I could see that one right there.
No, exactly.
Thankfully for Los, after able to recover with that kill on the levy, they are opening the breach, albeit very late. They've lost their Buck and their Ram, so a lot of that soft destruction falls entirely on Maya with those breach charges. And even just shooting guns through the floor. C4 goes out, though. Doesn't find Cameraman, and instead he actually finds a couple shots onto STK, who's looking to get a very quick peek onto that Nomad, but no shot lands, unfortunately. No C4 either, with that being used by STK. So if they want to deny this plant, it will have to be with guns and swing the diffuser, and they don't have a solid man advantage. Play that trade-off of Dots, though, opens up the assembly breach and then rotates into Animus. Cameraman does have some very limited verticality above to cut this bomb site in half. Instead, he'll try to push down cargo. A lot of missed shots both ways. But that allows the rest of the defense to cross. Dots has to fall off. Does get the kill. Spots the Cade close. But nobody able to get a solid advantage until Cameraman finally takes down Neskin. STK spotted them, but he's too low HP. Never mind. The revolver might just get it done. Winning on time, very much a possibility now, but 6 seconds, that's a long time. Cameraman could be able to swing. He's slowly creeping back, slowly baiting him further in, and he just manages to do it. Cameraman doesn't even have time to recover the diffuser. Miners end the half, 4-2.
Another clutch where ACK is one of the people alive and around for his team, just playing it beautifully. You don't have to go for kills. We can get that 1v1, play down the time, punish Lowe's for having a slow pace. And again, I think I have the same criticism for Lowe's. They try and sneak in a plant and they have one less gun to work with. Sure, he came off it, but they can do more. They could have just taken bombsite control and stabilized again and guaranteeing that plant to go down. I love the weapon swap prone pistol whip to get the 1v1 for SDK. He played that beautifully, and the panic was settling in for Lowe's as well at that time. Let's just Miners. Yeah, they've only won a single defense before this game, but now they have 4 in a singular match. The big question is, can they attack just half as good as they were defending? Are Lowe's as qualified on defense as Netshoes Miners were? Because I think Netshoes Miners had a good kind of theory going into this. Okay, Bandits banned, that was their choice. They probably prepped for it. Get very active on the roam. Get across the map. Great issues elsewhere. The only downside of being the team to like ban out the tricky operator that's kind of random, if you want to say it like that, or very specific, is that Netshoes Miners banned the defensive operator and started defense. They've shown Lowe's how to like navigate around that. Whereas if they had banned Bandit and Lowe's to try and play like a regular style defense without the Bandit, they might just lose a ton of defenses. But now they know the roam is very important, they can kind of copy that, take that inspiration, and we already see Lobin and Dash on that top floor.
Lobin and Dash both probably thinking to deny that garage position as speaking of, again, tools taken away from the defense, that Azami is a huge operator to hold down garage. Whether you're defending the second floor, or even if you're defending basement to try and stop the attack from getting this hatch and getting a very powerful vertical angle onto the bomb site, they'll have to defend it a bit more loosely, a bit more passively. Whereas with that Azami, you can play very aggressively and hold on to it firmly for the duration of the round until you're cleared. Oh, one of the... Is the site? Is the site wall soft?
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, the wall was soft with the mirror window inside, and you saw the breaching charge tricks, instant Selma charge, and because there's no bandit and they're not playing, they actually didn't have a jammer on it, but I don't believe the EMP went out on it at least. Maybe it did.
That's a very peculiar set of circumstances. Maya finds a blitz in his face, opened up through a sledgehammer. SDK falls back, though. He's got 2 different defenders to worry about. He decides the Mira is the one he wants to try to deal with. Seems like he might be able to get this one. Bonk! Down goes Maya. Back to a 4v4. And he saw the mute as well. They know there's another roamer on this middle floor. One's thrown out of C4, but it's too far away. The bullets will do the trick instead. Ash now able to fall back in the 4v3, but the sight angles are still very opened up for Miners. Baseto walks in, is able to cut down Lobin from below. So while there are 2 players on the roam who have vertical angles to stall out the take, Miners have direct access to the bomb site.
Yeah, but the fuser's upstairs in midi, like the bomb site. Yeah, exactly. So the fuser case in the wrong what's it called? Part of this map rather. So they get like bomb site presence slightly, but they can't act upon it because that poor diffuser management. So midi's above. You got Levy on the side. The Cedro's on his own, and now in this awkward like reset stage of the round where. What do we do now? Because the roam is still active, they got vertical deny as well, Dash is in that position, they can deny the breach. So that's just Miners in a very hard to problem solve position right now.
I think they've decided maybe they'll try to get Levy to rotate up, but no, instead he's going down Exo stairs. Nobody really recovering the diffuser. Are they committing to sticking midi with the diffuser despite the open breach and the denied mirror window? Might be. Maybe instead they'll move in, get a plant around the corner. Oh, but midi, a key movement takes out the sledgehammer the moment the mute peaks. That's not his fault. He might not have known, but both remaining attackers are on such low HP. A critical misplay ending up costing Miners the round. Not only the sledgehammer, but the misallocated diffuser. Most now have a defense layup in their hands. They've just got to put it in the basket, and it's nothing but net.
Fundamentals, the basics, that's what I want to see going into this game. Which team can kind of tighten it up and just kind of get all those pressure points, right? Or the things that you gotta do in these rounds. I like the roam clear from Netshoes Miners. They seem to have a pretty good plan going in. But the fact that midi then has the diffuser the entire time, when you have Thatcher and Ace right outside the bomb site walls and finding success on that portion of the map is very worrying to me. And they didn't seem to even realize because midi never rotated, and he could have, and he should have. But that's Lowe's basement defense. It's where, you know, It's probably, arguably, I would say, across every single map that we typically see, the basement bomb site is often the easiest to defend because you don't have to worry about verticality from below you and above you. You know, nades below, a sledge above, whichever the case. You just all the way bunker down. You can still have a roam, ton of staircase or hatches to fall back with, a lot of map presence. Solar's being operated right now to find all those drones that normally would be an issue for the roamers. Not a problem anymore. So yeah, Lowe's on the basement bomb side, but they also did so in a very, quote-unquote, easy way. They had that great roam, shut down the intel, and the bomb site was fortified. So it's only gonna get harder from here, I think.
I tend to agree with you as well, though. See some more blitz play like we saw from STK. Maybe you have a bit of an easier time.
I would like that.
I mean, I would like it too. Always makes for a bit more of an interesting game when you just see a blitz walk in, immediately confidently take a bit of map control. I'd be totally down with that if miners have that in the cards for us, but with how much utility is placed on and around this top floor, I mean, castle barricades, not just the reinforcements, but mute jammers, electroclaws, and Valkyries to allow for a good roam. There's a lot from Los that can be applied to a wide variety of attacks that miners might bring out, but that's the benefit of a blitz, right? I say all that, and then a blitz might just sprint past it and kill 2 people. That's kind of the benefit of the operator.
Oh, absolutely, and I think you can just get that off-pace play because the blitz doesn't need a lot of setup. So you can just say, okay, we want to go now, let's go now. Without a shield operator, without a blitz, you just need to clear out the barbed wire, the default camera, and you gotta worry about all these like different things like crossfires and verticality. No, blitz just runs through, simplifies the process. That, of course, works in union with the third map of Paceto. That's gonna guarantee the wall being opened up. We double EMP in case of a kite trick, not necessarily necessary, because the exothermic charge is quicker than a kite claw.
Oh!
There's the blitz! The Twitch zapped the jammer right as the blitz ran through the door, which will then enable the gadget to work. Because mute jammers, they do jam out with this gadget. There's a nice bit of team coordination with Nitrous Miners, but unfortunately, doesn't lead to any kills.
And to be fair, I don't really blame STK for backing off a one-on-one with a shotgun when you're like 1 meter away. Honestly, fair. Even though you have the shield, I just wouldn't want to bet that. Especially given the shotgun buff. If you shoot my big toe, I might still die at this point, so I'll just have to see. Most do still have control over that Aqua position and still control the garage as well. Both teams, it seems, very slow in acquiring the necessary control to facilitate and execute on the second floor. For Los, the big part was garage, always taking a long time, despite it being effectively given to them to move in. This time, miners aren't really concerned about garage, but the Aqua push didn't work out. It's still actively being held by dots. And while they've opened up the terrace wall from the outside, nowhere else do they have an easy way in.
These castle barricades are a big problem for Paceto because he can't deal with them. He's gotta punch them out and spend so much time and effort. But look at this. They're just waiting. They need this intel to set out and Blitz can go on in. There's no jammer this time, so again, mute. Oh, you're done.
Oh!
What?
He's pre-placed a C4, and the moment the Blitz ran in, he's got Dosh to back him up! Or Dash, excuse me, I mixed Dash and Dots, but they're working in tandem. They might as well be the same person with how well coordinated that was. Case dropped on the floor, right outside of IT. Difficult spot, difficult 5v2 for miners, now 5v1 to work their way out of with how hard they've been choked out of the bomb site. Must keep their lead.
That is a defense and a half right there.
That is.
I mean, I love the blitz. Again, like, if that's a blitz running in, much more fun than a gun, right? But the outcome is just hilarious because blitz gets the injure, but the injured player of mute also gets a C4 off at the very last millisecond and then injures/kills the blitz. It comes down to who has more people helping them. And it was Los that rotated correctly. They had backup there. Dash and Dots, as you pointed out, they were there to save the round and ensure that, Aqua essentially wouldn't be sacrificed to the opponent's side. Garage wasn't a big pressure point at all for the attacks. Bit of a puzzling round, to be honest. But again, if you got the blitz, you don't have to go for those default style executes. You can change things up. And I think it was a great attempt, just not a great execute.
You could see the pieces lined up. You could see where they were supposed to go. You could map it all out. So it wasn't that, there was some level of incoherence from Los. It's just, again, or some incoherence from miners, excuse me, but the defense from Los, you could also exactly see, all right, that's how this position denies what miners want to do. This is how this position denies this kind of push. It was all very plain between both teams, how it was going to pan out. And it just always seemed to be coming up miners a little bit more than it did Los in all those calculations. Now, course, with the defense winning that upstairs bomb site. There you go, Nick. You get your kitchen and cafe. We have not seen cargo yet from Los, so maybe they won't play all 4 bomb sites. But we have seen all 4 bomb sites played in this matchup.
I like that. Gonna see
Shout
how
out.
they end up. Yeah, shout out. Thank you very much. So, win conditions for Kitchen, Carter. What are we looking at here? What should we expect from Nitrous Miners?
My opinion, so I was going to actually talk about this earlier, but I was like, it's not pertinent right now. I'll talk about it when we see Kitchen, and we actually do see Kitchen, so I do get to talk about it. You mentioned that this is probably the site that, like, I don't remember your exact wording, but you were like, it's either the easiest or it's the most logical for the defense to kind of roam or, like, extend onto the top floor. And I don't remember your wording, but I would generally agree with that. Because what we've seen a lot in this matchup so far is loose roams, but no real hard extensions. This site is kind of the exception to that rule, because you can, given the importance of the area and how little distance there is between the two, you can hold meeting and kind of the upstairs lobby stairs position very hard. But at the same time, if that position falls, it's really easy for the attack to then open up cafe wall and get a bomb down, especially if there's an OSA on board. So it's almost like kind of border in a way where, like, if the defense gets a lead, it's very easy to keep it. But if the attack gets a lead, it's very easy for them to follow up and then win the round.
Okay. Makes good sense. But, oh, look at that.
Well, there you go.
It's gonna be the defenders getting that lead, and they should be able to hold on to that. And we see them again here. Immediately, they fall back. They reinforce the walls. I think you hit the nail on the head right here, Carter, because they are just consolidating on the bomb site, saying, we'll take this 5v4. Good luck, have fun, Nitrous Miners.
I will say, ironically enough, if there was some hard breach denial, they could stall even more time, but no hard breach denial, despite no Thatcher. But then again, the attack gets the advantage of repick, the defense does not. So, no fault to Los on that one, for maybe just deciding, let's bring something useful and not risk having it get EMP'd. This is the benefit of Ram, of course. He's opened up just one small rotate hole in the wall. It can now... well, hold up. Wait a minute. Let's give him a couple chances. Now he can, in theory, open up the entirety of meeting. All right,
Oh,
Midi. That's... the way I would slam my desk if that happened to me.
Like, Mater just standing there kind of teabagging, reloading, me like, yeah, I messed up, just dies.
You've spent so much time trying to put down that second auto breacher because of the stupid rotate, and you fix it and you die. I'd be so angry.
Oh, he doesn't even get it off. That's unfortunate.
Well, SDK,
It's just on the ground. It's just standing
it's,
there.
it's just a monument. I was gonna say Miner's failures, and Eskin will be reminded of it. Echoes of the past, but in the very present, Los don't have the advantage they did a little bit ago. In fact, it's been entirely erased. Eskin on those Talon Shields been able to find 2 different kills, and now Bassetto finds another. Dot's just caught rotating in the site. All of that seemed to be lined up for Los to win, and then they throw away a few key gunfights, and suddenly Miners have the lead again.
Can we even say that they threw a couple of key gunfights? Because I don't think it was 2 different enemies shooting at one another. It was literally Lowe's running away or moving around, getting shot in the back. I didn't really see or hear gunfights occurring, and it's very puzzling because when you have 5 members up against 3, you have guns to cover every single door, angle, etc. You still got default cameras, still got gadgets being laid down, and yet there are no gunfights. They just all kind of die and roll over. That's very puzzling. I'm a bit worried because I didn't see exactly what happened as we were spectating, various members when they're dying, but it seemed like that shouldn't be possible to begin with.
Well, and especially positions like we just saw the Warden turn his back.
Yeah.
The Thermite's been on that window the entire round, and they had someone playing up on the stove, holding that angle where you can see the top of the window because they knew someone was there, and he just ends up turning his back to it. Very puzzling individual decisions. And just to remind everyone, now as both teams have taken their time out, Los the second one to do so now that they're down 4-5, this game means nothing for Miners. They are 0-3. They cannot make deciders. Everything is, if they want a chance of going to the major, they have to go to open quals, and that's already been decided. This is Los's game to lose, and if they lose it, they're also not going to playoffs. So if Miners get an upset here, their fate doesn't change whatsoever, but Los's fate is entirely decided if they end up losing in regulation right here. So match point, 7-4, whatever it is, Los need to start picking up the pace because they might lose to a team who literally has nothing to lose or gain from this matchup.
Oh, you know, as a former player myself, I hate to be in those positions because you're always gonna think, okay, these guys are done for. Let's choose minus, right? As you said, they have nothing to play for. They might just run us down. They have no pressure. They have no stress. They don't care about this game, quote unquote care, right? And you're always thinking that's hard to play against because playing against a team with nothing to lose, that's dangerous. They're unexpected, you know, or rather, they are hard to predict. So currently, Nature's Miners, they're doing well for themselves. They got the round lead. They forced the technical timeout from Lowe's. And Lowe's are kind of keeping things the same. And this is the danger. When you're shown your 3 primary bomb sites and how you play them, and you go there for the second rotation, which is now, and you don't change anything up, well, the attackers are going to know exactly what you're going to be doing reinforcements-wise, where the softballs are going to be, and maybe like if you're roaming or not. So Nature's Miners, they should have a good read on what's going to happen in this round. It might just be defined by the individual gunfights and decision-making of the players, like Lobin on this active on Solus. You know where the drones are, where those players are joining from, but he has to get assistance in these gunfights, which is simply make a hero play himself.
And with the pace Miners and Los have set so far, if we just repeat the rotation we just saw, we would end up going to overtime. So Miners need to overperform given precedent on one of these bomb sites to then make a regulation victory. All that much more likely. You might see it here. For some reason, I thought that was an attacker, and I got really confused for a second. But no, it's just Lobin. It's just Lobin and Dash on the top floor, hanging out, chilling on Aqua Stairs. Hey, you see anybody? No, I don't see anybody. All clear over here. Just having a good time. But now, one of them spotted. Inox Scanner from MIDI has spotted the Solus over by Aqua and now rotating down the stairs. It hasn't revealed Dash's position, though. So they might know the Solus, but Dash might not be known about.
Tough position. It's a bit of a guessing game here. Drones, very few left, only 4, and well, attackers, they got Jackal on board as well, so defenders gotta be cautious of where they go if they get found out. But no, it's Cameraman getting a great kill into STK, and that's gonna make the attack that much more difficult because they're losing those very valuable key spots in the roam clear.
Los in a decent spot now, even this 5-5, as everyone from Miners still playing a guessing game as to where these defenders are. Won't have to worry too much longer. Almost everyone is back down to the bomb side, except good old Lobin. Maybe Dash too. Oh no. I got ahead of myself. These two, the Aqua Buddies, they are very much still in play. They have not left this spot the entirety of the round, and somehow Miners are still left guessing where they could possibly be. Lobin and Dash seem to shut the book on this one. Now Levy's position is known on the corridor stairs. He moves down, walks into 2 different goo mines, flawless from Los, and we're tied up again.
Aqua Buddies?
They're literally on. They're on Aqua. They're hanging out together the entire time.
Yeah.
I thought it was very cute and very endearing.
No, I love that. I love the Aqua Buddies call. That made my day entirely. I mean, they did great work. They didn't even lose a member. It's the second flawless round within the last 3 rounds here from Lowe's. And the only issue they're really faced with right now is inconsistency problems. They do really well in a puzzling round loss in Kitchen. Then they do it really well again. And then if that pattern follows, we're going to see a very puzzling round on Cargo.
Hold on, I was about to say.
All 4 bomb sites.
I was going to say, I want to let you finish, but look at this. Los have treated us to all 4 bomb sites. And we're getting some more than once, too. Yeah. I got to say, for my, what is it, my 6th, my 7th? I don't remember how many it's been. They're all starting to blend together. I've casted this map so often this week. But I will say, it is nice to see all 4 bomb sites played in a given matchup. Very surprising treat today that I will be very thankful to Los and Miners for giving it to me. However, at this point, whoever wins this next round will be on match point and within striking distance of a regulation victory. And if Los happen to be in the 5-6 side of that and not the 6-5, it's going to feel significantly worse for them, despite it being cool we get all 4 bomb sites. That really won't matter if they end up having to go to overtime.
That's good. Good point, yeah. Players won't care about bomb sites, they just want to win these rounds. And if Parker was here, he would say, "This is my favorite round of Rainbow Six Siege because no matter what,
it's the penultimate round."
Someone goes to match point.
I literally,
always says it.
You said it's Parker's favorite round, and literally it was like a voice, it was like a soundboard playing in my head. I was like, no matter who wins, no, somebody will get match point. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not how Parker sounds at all. I don't know why.
It's a fair point because it's true, right? It's exciting and, things are, moving along. But for this game, Lowe's, they have something to gain from winning. Nature's Miners, besides the participation medal of being like, okay, they won a map. They don't have anything in terms of standings or placements to gain from this. So Lowe's, they really want this. They're all so close, but yet so far as well. It's another cautious attack and start from Nature's Miners. They're really cautious here not to lose the opening kill because they've been kind of struggling in that department on some of these rounds where Lowe's just catches them off guard. Then they play that 4v5. Aceto actually bring out the Finka in this round. Not with the Blitz though. I don't see Finka's play rate being all that high these days since he lost the frag grenades.
Yeah. Don't see too much Finka anymore. And again, have we really seen anything from Miners in this round? I gotta say, I mean, we've kind of just been hanging out, chilling for a minute 45, but I think some of the breaches have been open. Maya certainly, not Maya, excuse me. Just took an orange operator for an orange operator. Levy, he's used all his exothermics. All right, there we go. I was, my bad. That's on me. I unfortunately gave away Dot's position given that. And now, 5v4. Aceto has found his way into cargo, putting the bomb down. Loban, you know about it. Can you stop it? Loban, can you stop it? No, he can't. Flawless round from Miners. They find themselves on match point, and it might just be Jover for Los 1.
I mean, it looks like Nature's Miners pulled a Lowe's in that round. They just kind of snuck into the bomb site, started planting, and yeah, the Solas figured it out, but a missed impact grenade that was very ugly at that. Doesn't find the planter at all, and the cover was there from Nature's Miners. It was actually very calculated from them. They had every single aspect covered in that round to guarantee the plant going down, and they won every single gunfight that they were faced with. An impressive round of that, and it forces at least overtime for them. If not, a regulation win 7-5.
Now to be fair, if Los can get to overtime, it's not over for them. It's just the regulation win. That is what will spell the end for their playoff chances. If I have the numbers correctly. Somebody gets Spurbunny on the line to fact check me. But either way.
What was your exact question, sorry?
No, I was gonna say we could get Spurbunny on the line. That was a joke, but I was like, I'm pretty sure if Los get the overtime, we're good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Spurbunny just wrote in Discord. He was like, Black Dragons are confirmed top 3 from this. From Nature's Miners in 6 rounds.
Well,
so Spurbunny has been on the case already in a different department.
I was about to say, not the question I asked Nick, but
nope,
it's fine. Miners at this point, 1 round away from an early dinner. Very high stakes at the moment. But honestly, if you're Los, like I said, very high stakes. Your playoff chances might end in 1 round. The Miners are looking to put a very decisive end to it. C4 goes out. Oh, but he doesn't die. That might not end up mattering, but as he is down, look at the player going to finish him off. Ace is baiting this kill. Levy's found the first. Maya cut down. The shotgun player, Dots knows that he can't peek this. It's too risky. They'll use the C4 instead and finish the blitz off. That has used both C4s for Los, and it's only allowing them to equalize the man count, even though they are taking out an operator that Nature's Miners do love to play.
I do think it's a good trade though, because the blitz has been the massive pain point for Lowe's. It's the main push from Nature's Miners. It's the person who's instigating those fights. It's STK on 8 kills. So yeah, 2 C4s. Yeah, you lose Maya as well, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's gonna make the attack more difficult. Wall not being opened up just yet. Nature's Miners had a priority elsewhere. First on Aqua side of things, and the Goo Mine actually was the big issue for them. It slowed down the blitz enough to ensure that C4 got the injure. As I believe, without that slow from the Goo Mine, he would have gotten away full health, as he would have turned the corner when the C4 was.
It's the little things that end up mattering, especially on round 12. Most importantly, though, with that blitz down, we've seen what Dots can do in this position, especially if Dash is providing support. Miners have maybe made a calculated decision to try and take things from the opposite side, given that fact. Pushing from generator, excuse me. Pushing from the east side of the map. And here's this impact trick I was talking about earlier. Doesn't get both Selmas, unfortunately.
Oh.
Good heads-up play from Miners there. Put 1 on each side of the wall, so you still have at least 1 angle into the bomb site. Both are not erased.
And the small things, that impact trick denies the Selma. That's another way that they cannot into the bomb site with, but it does go through for a vault hold at least. It's gonna come down to gunfights. Lowe's, they got the positions locked and loaded. It's up to Initial Smiles to break this defense apart and win that initial engagement. And this drone out here getting valuable intel on the side.
Valuable intel, but intel doesn't matter if you can't act off of it. Cameraman still has an angle on that connector breach, but somebody's worked their way in. There's intel on him from down below, so Loban maybe could deny this, even with no impacts in pocket, but the kills are all going Miner's way. Dots has got to get active. He'll swing the sledge, but it completely fails. But Loban's down below. He's got intel. Can he deny it? The shots land. Oh, but there's someone to deal with him. It doesn't matter a single bit for Miners as their fate is decided, but they win 7-5 anyway. And it's all over for Los.
Oh, sometimes it's about sending a message and, of course, getting that valuable experience and just simply saying, you know what, we're not that bad of a team as you might think we are. Now, predictions. You are taking over power today, Carter, and you predicted Nexus Miners to try and ruin his score, but you have made him the only person correct among the talent today.
What can I say? Even when I lose, I win, and when I win, I win. It's a good day.
Always a winner.
It's a good day to be casting links, I'll tell you that much. Either way, that is actually, if I'm correct, that has completely decided Group A, except for seeding, of course. I believe NIP, Black Dragons, and FaZe are all locked in for top 3. Los and Netshoes Miners both down at the bottom. So, of course, the rest of the games, they still matter. They're still, seeding to decide, Nick, but that's our top 3.
That's interesting stuff. And I mean, I think if you look at this group, before it really started, would you be surprised to see Lowe's and Netshoes Miners at the bottom? Not necessarily. No. So probably like an expected outcome in terms of like the overall standings, but seeding also important, of course.
I mean, definitely for me at least. Again, just coming into today, I was very. Given the group, I wasn't shocked to see Los in the position they're in. But now going into today without a win, and now leaving today also without a win, that's very shocking, given the trend Los seemed to be in coming into this year in SI23, and even a little bit in Stage 1 of Brazil. But they find themselves now tied for, actually, no, not even tied for last with Miners. They are officially last now, given that win. So we'll throw it to a quick break again to break down a very surprising upset going the way of Netshoes Miners.
Miners secure their first win of the stage, 7-5 going up against Los, and it was a give or take kind of game. Neither one of these teams went down easy, but it's kind of how you put it earlier, CDAPS. It was the battle for mid.
Yeah, it was a real big struggle, and Carter Lynx brought up such a great point of whoever survives the first half and comes out ahead is probably going to win this whole game. That's exactly what we saw. Sure, Los started off strong and we're keeping it even going into round 5 and 6 of their attacking half, but Netshoes Miners got the 4-2 split, and they were able to just ride that momentum onto their more preferred side and win the whole thing.
Yeah, and they managed to come out on top, and that's, you know, who would have thought, right? Carter comes in first day, actually makes the correct prediction. He gets Parker a point as well, 50-50 right now in terms of those predictions from his side, but both of these teams are... This was kind of what we said it earlier, the shot for them to actually get a win on the board, and the fact that Miners was able to do so, they must be feeling great. But then you're looking at statistical kind of things, and it kind of all just went in favor of Low. So what went wrong or right there for Miners?
You know, there were so many rounds that Netshoes Miners won off of time, especially on their defensive side, where Los 1 had the bodies and the man advantage, and they just ran out of time. And that's just unfortunate for them that they didn't manage it properly. Once again, a potential IGL issue on their attacking side. But then it was just like every round that Los won, it was dominant. When their plan went to according to plan, it worked. But the Netshoes Miners, they just won all of their games close and looked good. And overall, just when you win those scrappy rounds, it's what's necessary.
Absolutely, and when it didn't go to plan, it unfortunately didn't come out on top. But you're looking at players, you're looking at individuals that really stood out. Baseto, once again, coming through for the team, being on top, 9-8 in terms of KD. You're looking at Maya as well, one of the players we highlighted coming into this matchup too, 13-7. It just feels like, unfortunately for Lost, they weren't able to close it out when it mattered the most.
Yeah, and getting so many plants down on the side of Los and not converting them properly is very worrying in my eyes, because, you know, the plan, if it was to get the bomb down, the post plant's the easy part. Converting that properly is the easy part. You just get to sit back and wait for people to have to do something. And on the defensive side, you don't necessarily have the proper utility for a retake. And on a map such as Nighthaven, we haven't seen the meta evolve enough to see so much utility play for retakes. But at the end of the day, Netshoes Miners were just winning those gunfights when they needed to.
Yep, absolutely. And with that, they get to win on the board, which does also impact the way that they're standing in terms of their group. Coming into this matchup, they were very much at the bottom. And with that one win secured for them as well, they managed to push themselves forward. They get 3 points in total out of that win. It wasn't a win in OT, which is really great for them as well. But unfortunately, looking at Lowe's, this was their shot as well to get onto the board. You have FaZe, Black Dragons, Nip in this group. It's looking much more unlikely, and with one play day left, it does bring the question as well for, is this it for them?
Unfortunately, it's not a question. It's actually just fully confirmed. Netshoes Miners and Los are both locked out of the deciders. The top 3 are set. NIP, Black Dragons, and FaZe Clan will be going to deciders. And the last play day for this, or the last game of Group A for this play day, as well as next week, are just going to determine what order we see those 3 rosters in.
And that just makes next game even more exciting, CDAPS, because we're looking at FaZe Clan against Black Dragons. Both of these teams, 2nd and 3rd right now, fighting for that spot to be on the 2nd, to be going to those deciders. So I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to how that one's going to play out.
Yeah, it's definitely the game of the day. We've already touched on it so many times of that. We're waiting for game 3, we're waiting for match 3, and I'm even more excited because the stakes are just directly, whoever wins that game is most likely going to be that 2 seed, may even be able to push into the 1 seed.
Yeah, absolutely. They have everything to lose, but also everything to gain. So let's have a little bit of a break. We'll be back to break down the game and jump straight into the action. game of the day, as you put it already, CDAP's FaZe going up against Black Dragons. Both of these teams fighting for a spot to be second in their group. Now, this is going to be a grueling game because they have everything to gain, and the winner, I mean, the loser, actually, I mean, might even have to come down to LCQ at this point.
No, I mean, for them, they just kind of are chilling because at least they get to go to the deciders. They're not going into the open qualifiers. But when you're looking at both of these teams, their stats are looking quite good. In that overtime loss for the side of FaZe Clan, it does come against NIP, which Black Dragons have not played against so far. But then in the group ranks, you know, they're neck and neck, 5th and 4th place versus top and 3rd for the attacking and defensive ranks, are still just two of the much better teams that have elevated themselves over the rest of the entirety of the region.
Yeah, and it's going to be really scary how this plays out for either one of these teams. I think coming into this one, a bit more pressure onto both of these rosters to really perform, because at the end of the day, getting that win for Black Dragons to have the opportunity to be flawless, for FaZe to come back after that loss against NIP, that's also going to be really, really important for them. So looking forward to see how that plays out, especially when we're looking at FaZe. This roster has done such great things, and back in stage 1, they were the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, they won the whole thing, and it was when Cyber just absolutely popped off in the playoffs. But more than anything, bringing in players like Handy as well as Vidakings, just overall meshing with the roster. It was like the first time that they had experience. They weren't necessarily changing pieces, and they caught fire and looked so dang good, barely ever dropping any points and looking so dominant. Sure, you could say that their Copenhagen performance was a slight disappointment because a lot of eyes were on them to win the whole thing, but they did fall at the hands of Liquid once again, so not be able to make it into the finals. But as we know what happened to Liquid, they probably would have been the same fate if FaZe made it to the finals too.
Yeah, exactly. So looking as well at the defensive side, 69, nice percent in terms of that. So something to keep in mind as well. But you already touched upon it a little bit. One individual last time during stage 1 who really stepped up to the plate, absolutely popped off. But it felt like that hasn't really changed much for Cyber. He is still the man of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, with Cyber, in the early round, he is so incredibly impactful, and it's almost like if FaZe are sending him in to get the kill, and he's successful in that, they are just such a better and different team. Currently, any time that Cyber has gotten the opening pick this stage, 3 times on attack, 2 times on defense, they have not lost the round. They have done it quite dominantly. On the opposite side, if that plan of, hey, Cyber, go kill, manages to fail, they've struggled significantly, especially on that attacking side. He has 5 opening deaths on the defense, and it's 5 round losses. Almost all of the round losses that we see from FaZe, 6 total on the attacking side, have come when Cyber dies first. It means that the plan B isn't necessarily as strong for FaZe as their plan A. Plan A, Cyber go kill. Plan B is what happens if Cyber doesn't go kill. It's usually a loss.
Yeah, so for FaZe, we're looking at Cyber go kill, but then that means on the opposite side, when we're looking at Black Dragons, it means kill Cyber, because that is what you want to do. You want to put a spanner into work, and if anything, this roster has the opportunity and has the capability to be able to shut down FaZe.
Oh, they definitely do, because there's so many players that are kind of stepping into themselves and really showing that, hey, they deserve to be not necessarily a fringe roster anymore. This Black Dragons team wants to be a full-on contender, and with their performances so far and how clean they've looked, especially on the attacking side, it's not necessarily that surprising. We talked about their plant stats yesterday. They're a team that loves to get the bomb down and they convert it properly because you have players like Ask who are just planting the diffuser, and the rest of the team, Batoxy, Stemp, and Loira, they're all able to just cover properly, use their utility in a great way, and allow these attacks to be positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the players as well that you touch upon again is going to be live from the side of Black Dragons. This guy does not miss. I mean, stage 1 was like, okay, and stage 2 was like, okay, you know, the glow up is there.
Yeah, so last stage, he was a lot better on the entry, but everywhere else he was struggling just a little bit more. But it seems like when you have other players like Stemp stepping up in those early rounds, it allows a player like Live to be alive more likely in the mid to late round, where he's been a lot more impactful. Sure, his operator has changed from Buck into Zofia on the attack, but he is playing a little bit more passive. He's definitely playing that second entry kind of thing, where he's taking the second engagements right behind, trying to get trades if the opening kill doesn't go the way of Black Dragons. But when he's alive later in the round, it's leading to such better stats and allowing the execute to fully be catapulted on the side of Black Dragons.
Yeah, it also raises a question when you're going up against a roster like FaZe and even Black Dragons and how they have been performing in the last couple of play days. What exactly are these teams going to be feeling the most comfortable on when it comes to maps? Do you want to take away their comfort pick? Do you want to keep your comfort pick in the pool? Do you just try and meet in the middle ground? What would be the best tactics, so to say, to decide the map to be going to?
Well, how it goes for Black Dragons, the biggest maps that they like to ban are Oregon Sky, Cafe, and Chalet. And you're almost forced to leave some of them up because they're not necessarily a Nighthaven fan, which I assume will be banned, yes, out first by Black Dragons because of how strong FaZe looked in week 1 against, sure, Netshoes Miners on that roster. But even as Netshoes we saw last game were able to be looking good enough on Nighthaven, means that, yeah, Black Dragons, they can't go that way, which means that you're going to have to go into one of the stronger maps for FaZe Clan if you're in the shoes of Black Dragons. And it seems like it's going to be the Clubhouse. Currently on a 4-game winning streak is FaZe Clan through last stage, as opposed to an 0-1 start for Black Dragons on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but does Black Dragons have what it takes to break that winning streak for FaZe?
It's going to be hard. It's definitely going to be hard because, sure, Black Dragons, the one time that they played this map, they lost and it was a struggle, mainly because of their attacking side. They got the 3-3 split on their defense, but only getting 1 out of 6 rounds on the attack is what really threw them for a loop and just didn't allow them to get things going. But so far, this stage for Black Dragons, the praises that we've sung for them have been on the attacking side, so hopefully they can just apply what they've been able to do on other maps here onto Clubhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to wait and see for that. And let's bring in our casters for this time around. It's going to be Pengu as well as Parker, or as you guys might know, Not Lynx. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Not Lynx is very happy to be here today.
All right, it's lovely to have you guys back. To have you back, Carter kind of threw a little bit of a spanner in the work with the predictions, but you're here. You can defend yourself. Would you have gone for FaZe or Black Dragon?
I mean, I would have gone for FaZe Clan. Black Dragons are not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, but Carter deliberately picked the teams that he thought that would lose so that he would destroy my predictions. Well, joke's on him. Netshoes Miners, they won. I would go with FaZe Clan, obviously. I would also go with E1 over MIBR, but I mean, that's something that we can talk about. There we go. Look at that. Look at how quick.
Oh, okay.
Look at that efficiency.
Shout out
here.
to production. Absolutely on top.
I did think that the W7M Vivo Keydstars match would be close. I still would have given the nod to W7M, but I mean, that's too late to change, obviously. As for FaZe Clan, they just look like one of the best teams in the region. The way that they've been playing has been extraordinary. Again, it really comes down to whether the players show up or not, but that's so much of this region, so you can't just say that that's a unique situation for FaZe.
Yeah, you go to
absolutely.
Clubhouse as well, right? So it's like, I think FaZe is a better Clubhouse team, as C-Debra said.
Okay, so I love how the casters are in agreement. CDAPS, I think you're also in agreement after your prediction and the whole singing the praise of FaZe Clan. I'm in agreement, so yeah, guys, let me know in chat if you're also in agreement, because it looks like this might be taken down by FaZe, but we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to have to stretch it out a little longer. We'll be back with the game of the day. I know everyone's looking forward to it, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back shortly.
We're faced up. I think so. I mean, there's a lot of we are definitely with the supported org, yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody's expecting great things from FaZe Clan. They have historically been a great team in Rainbow Six Siege, and they're not really slowing down as of yet. They've had I would say a good start so far. They had a 7-8 loss to NIP on Consulate. That goes all the way to max overtime, of course. And a 7-2 very decisive victory against Netshoes Miners on Nighthaven Labs. And this is our third matchup. And I think, it is also the time for FaZe Clan to just keep proving themselves. They've beaten a great team. They lost in Max OT to a great team. They've beaten one of the weaker teams. Now they got to show what they can do against Black Dragons, who is that top 3 contender.
Anti-ban in Latin America regions, Brazil in particular, makes my heart sad. Very, very sad to see him go. Just want to give a shout out to Lynx for hopping in last minute. I had I don't want to use the word emergency because I think that raises certain alarm bells, but I had a quote unquote emergency appointment this morning that I was unable to miss, and Lynx was kind enough to step in my stead. Terrific caster, that young lad, who's only getting better the more he does it. And I hope you had a fun time working alongside him.
I did. He's the GOAT. He's great. We also made a TikTok together, basically. So, we're bonding, we're cool like that.
Oh, he used you for content.
He did. He's also a user, but you know what? That's fine. I like being used every once in a while. He was like, yo, Nate, if you got any great ideas, let me know. I was like, I got this one thing I can show you on Clubhouse, actually. So maybe if either FaZe Clan or Black Dragons are subscribed to his TikTok channel, they might show us that angle this game.
How likely do you think that is, realistically?
Like a 0.01%. So it's possible, but highly unlikely.
Uh-huh.
But if he keeps growing his content, he keeps making these great, news breaking angles, etc., pro players might actually start following his content. It's possible. We saw that with a lot of YouTubers.
Time to get active. Okay, you don't need to name drop.
Pink tops and coastline. Oh, that's a good one.
Coconut Bra loves to make this game annoying for every single person by finding the cheekiest plays and then exporting them to a large audience.
Oh, yeah.
FaZe Clan has been an excellent team so far here in Brazil and certainly look like, oh, a very strong one. All stage long, Cyber dropping, getting rid of Stemp. In yesterday's matchup, Stemp was a critical part of Black Dragons. He'll likely be the flex player more often than not. Losing him, losing the Flores early on a downstairs defense. Not particularly good.
No, I honestly think it was a big misdrawn from the side of Black Dragons because he ran in thinking that it was just all clear. And I think FaZe are very smart. They get that opening kill. What do? Immediately, they all run straight back towards the bottom side. They want to play out this round 5 versus 4 because basement of Clubhouse is all about how many angles you can attack at once. You know, if you have a guy in third and blue and kitchen hatch, you're going to be requiring 3 different defenders and watching 3 different angles to cover all of that ground. Now that the defense has 1-man advantage, well, they can cover more than Black Dragons can. And it can be tricky to find this kill back before they execute. The only real aspect here where they could do it is maybe live in the box, going into kitchen, destroying that soft floor, and if anybody from FaZe Clan gets cheeky wants to challenge that angle, maybe live can win a gunfight. But if that doesn't happen, this will be a full-on 4 versus 5 in favor of FaZe Clan.
Church defense with 1 minute to go means that they're mostly just going to sit and very patiently wait them out. The smokes will come in at a point. Onto that, I'm imagining that Moto door, that's exactly where Vidaking is looking. He's got all 3 of the canisters remaining with 45 seconds left. That's pretty respectable timing. There'll be flashes tossed out from the Ying as the Candelas will go down, but not just yet. Ask has opened up some of that church wall, which means that the smoke of Vidaking cannot play as confidently in church. Flashes now to go in. Patoxy follows up, trudging through the smoke. First kill for him. Live on the board as well, but Loira and Patoxy have both been down because Vidaking played keep away behind the bomb chassis. Looking away as one player crosses over that church wall. Asking a 1v3, and it's a little bit too much to ask for him to win the round. Look at that, Vidaking getting hugely impactful kills inside of church. FaZe Clan don't really break much of a sweat in that first round.
And it's such a hard position to play in as well. The wall is opened up, the Candelas are flying in, the smoke grenades as well, toxic bibs to go. You gotta make the right decision out of nowhere, and there's multiple people pushing you, etc. Yeah, he wasn't spotted or droned out on that chassis position, but Vidaking made a great choice as well between his weapons. You got the SMG-11 and the shotgun on smoke. The issue is, yeah, SMG-11 got longer range, but only 17 bullets, so you might end up having, you get 1 kill, you're forced into a reload, and then that's it. The shotgun, however, 7 shells are fully reloaded. It just lasts a bit longer in those gunfights, and Vidaking made that great decision to use the shotgun more often than not to guarantee multiple kills because he knew that the majority of the execution from Black Dragons was going to be in his direction. It's a fast round there from Black Dragons. They lose the opening kill pretty early on in the round, and they also just say, you know what, let's full commit to church, also relatively fast. There's no reason to stall out too long. They got the pieces they wanted. They got that church wall opened up, not in the best way possible, but you're kind of stuck with that against Impact Trick and etc. With the Ace, you gotta reach that bottom panel for a crouch or a prone angle. It's a bit limiting in lines of sight, but it is an entry power, of course.
First 5 seconds of the round, and we already see an E1D used by Patoxy. I don't know if worried about a spawn peek from FaZe Clan, but
yeah, it happens pretty often in both pro play and ranked. And it's like, well, if somebody's spawn peeking, they're standing still regardless, right? So I'm also never quite sure what it's about. Maybe it's that if you think they're spawn peeking you and you pop the E1D, then the defender thinks that they're spawn peeking, so they're not going to commit to it. That's like the only thing I can come up with right now.
You hear the sound of the Selmas going off. Back up, you've got the exothermic charges in the hands of Thermite. I imagine that Ask will probably move that over towards the construction wall or even Jacuzzi if it needs to be opened. There's Ask with both those gadgets in hand, positioned by the construction wall, so the speculation looks to be correct. Cyber was the player that was focused on during the pre-show before this match. Playing on the Solus, over by Weight Room. Get good value with that gadget, but I imagine at some point as these numbers, or rather the timer continues to tick down, we'll see Cyber drop onto that main floor, as we see time and time again from Soluses, get underneath the bomb site and prevent Black Dragons from getting a foothold. Because there's even numbers, though, Black Dragons can sit somebody down on that first floor, and that's exactly what we just saw with Live positioned by Lounge.
I really like that extension in Cyber. Just, you know, he's doing so much work, but Live is just... This is almost too easy to get the kill, right? But they just don't have the intel from FaZe Clan. Of course, KDS knows the gig is up, the door gets open, so he can now know that somebody's downstairs as well. Surely here's the cooking sound of that grenade too.
KDS is flirting with danger at the moment. Flash is going in, but he's in rough shape. No magnets to protect him from those grenades that now sail up. KDS cannot see a damn thing. Patoxy's been baited in as Handy holds this position upstairs on rafters, still waiting for somebody to get more aggressive on the stairs. KDS now faltering, getting dropped, and will crawl to safety. All the while this is happening, Black Dragons are not managing the clock as well as they could. Handy popping up, down goes Live. Patoxy brought back from the dead. Handy picking up a second. A third on a Patoxy is there as KDS bleeds out. Stamp on the board. Vidiking credited with the kill, but Handy could have very easily gotten it from that position. Now what remains of Patoxy is gone. The Legion up top is indomitable. Loira down inside a Lounge is the last one standing for Black Dragons, hustling with Cyber before heading towards the stairs, thinking otherwise. Cyber guarding the diffuser, but Vidiking walks down red stairs and finishes the round, giving FaZe 2 in a row.
And these first 2 rounds is FaZe Clan playing their strong players in those crucial positions. If they lose Catwalk early in that round with KDS getting injured, I mean, that means that Black Dragons take full Catwalk control. And what's next? Well, that's going to be that main breach of CCTV. But instead, KDS, you know, he gets injured early, but the team plays around it so well. Handy jumped into the catwalk window and got 3 kills off that. A complete bait there from KDS. And yeah, the nades were a little bit missed there from the Iana of Live. He didn't get any kills with it. But other than that, there's no follow-up, right? They get the injure, but that's really it. No smoke grenades are there to be used either. FaZe Clan, they hold on strong. They know the fundamentals of Clubhouse. They played so many times in the past. And they are very proactive with these rounds. Normally, we see the attackers just go master bedroom, office, you know, they roam through that easy peasy, no problem at all. But Cyber on the roam with the Solus, shutting down those drones, just made it seem like too big of an ask for Black Dragons. And instead, they just rotated off it. It's scared, perhaps.
It's a very clear hierarchy presenting itself in Brazil, and it looks very similar to previous stages, though there has been bit of a fall off from some of these squads. FaZe Clan looking as sharp as ever. They had that scare against Ninjas in Pajamas on that very first playday, if you remember, all the way back when they played on Consulate, the first time that we actually saw Consulate in Brazil. That map has not shown up that much here. It was nice to see the Nighthaven Labs map emerge for Netshoes Miners and Los just before this match. Always cool to see new maps get an opportunity to be played. Cyber swinging onto Live. I'm not exactly sure what either of those players are really thinking. I mean, Cyber walked by the window and then decided, you know what, I will engage this. Down goes Live. Down go those nades. No nades remaining now for the attackers, and you're going to have a bit of a greater difficulty droning without Yana's gadget.
Yeah, I mean, C-Dab sitting at the desk. That when Cyber gets the opening kill, it's basically a guaranteed round victory for FaZe Clan, and he's just looking for that at this point. It's Cyber, Handy, and Vidiking playing so well so far. And honestly, KDS and Souls, especially Souls, they haven't really been needed as of yet, because it's a 3-man party right now. Black Dragons gonna struggle through this round. Those nades, oh so important to clear out these player positions. Now they gotta go guns in instead.
Chipping away at the HP of FaZe Clan is now Black Dragons down by 1, but still in a pretty good spot with all that's been done to Souls and Cyber. Toxie posted up inside a bathroom, waiting ever so patiently, very close to the bomb site. I don't know if FaZe Clan are aware of how close their adversaries are to gaining some very vital map control and potentially going for a plan. I mean, Ask has the diffuser, not Patoxy. Patoxy's looking to draw somebody out with the Selma onto the wall. Vidiking eliminating Ask. That's the diffuser drop. Patoxy eliminating Vidiking. They trade back and forth. Now Stemp will charge in, near-sighted through that Jacuzzi breach as he retrieves diffuser. Cyber seeing Patoxy, a great read, has another one lined up as well. Looking now towards the doorway, leaning the wrong way, not a lot of HP left, and it's relatively easy for Stemp to get that pick. Into a 2v2 we go with 40 seconds, and Stemp finds another on the Souls. Andy was extraordinary on the previous round, but in a 1v2, 35 seconds, and diffuser 4 Black Dragons in hand, this one might be a little bit difficult. Andy creeps up over towards weight room doorway. There goes a goo mine. Damage being done to Loira. And he doesn't really have a read, and Stemp is just waiting so patiently, not moving a muscle. Black Dragons have their best round yet, and it nets them their very first round victory.
Such a long execute. It took almost a full minute from start to finish, and Black Dragons couldn't get into a comfortable plant position. And FaZe also with a puzzling surrender of the bomb site. They played like this peak right here from Cyber. They want to fight for the ground, right? Well, wrong. The second Black Dragons open up their jacuzzi and bathroom wall, FaZe Clan, they just surrendered everything else. They were playing deep inside of office and connector. There was like Souls playing master bedroom for a little bit. But when he then got droned out the first time, he too ran towards connector. So they surrender all of that map control, and you're thinking, they must have a C4 below, you know, Solis, Valkyrie, a pulse, something. They didn't. So they didn't actually have any win conditions in that round. I do think they had a good read on the gunfights, right? We saw Vidiking run in, get a kill, so the main stage player run in and get a second kill as well, but you don't have enough ground to work with. Those long lines of sight from bathroom and jacuzzi breach, you just don't know if it's clear or not. You have to guess and gamble. We saw Hank in that 1v2 completely lost in terms of not having any active intel to work with. He was just kind of feeling out where the players were. So FaZe Clan very lost as he's just needing intel.
Almost a perfect rotation for FaZe Clan. When we saw Clubhouse yesterday, we talked about the way that there's an ebb and flow to this map, and it's typically, well, I don't want to be too outdated here on information, but Church and CCTV were usually the two bomb sites that were successfully defended. When a team would go to that gym bedroom bomb site as a tertiary, that's usually where they would lose. That's the case so far. A second crack at this Church bomb site for Black Dragons could prove to be successful, because ultimately, the big stumbling block for Black Dragons was flushing Vidiking out of the Church position. Black Dragons took a little bit too long to gain map control on that top floor. They suffered an early death at the hands of, I believe it was Cyber, if memory serves me correctly, back in round number 1, and then struggles to open up the Church wall, waiting until those gas canisters from Vidiking were as effective as they could be, and then staggering in, while not understanding that Vidiking is playing by the bomb, ultimately was their undoing. Already, Black Dragons look like they have a bit more confidence in this attack and seem to be moving at a much quicker pace than before, and most importantly, they did not lose the Flores early as they did the very first time they attacked Church.
Yeah, they're gonna have all 5 members up and available, and they were paying a bit of respect towards FaZe. They were taking it cautiously in the beginning. Once that C4 from the Cyber was tossed out, that's when they knew, okay, now we can actually progress quicker in this round, because that first threat is now gone. And it seems to be just Cyber fighting for those opening engagements and those opening duels pretty single-handedly. I mean, they're still saving Handy C4, likely for bomb deny. Same with Vidikings, Toxic Babes, of course. That's where you're going to be using those when the bomb is going down. Still a minute to go. You see Silos on the blue hatch, clearing out the AK shield. Trying to clear out the ADSs inside of blue, or see if there are any. We know that there aren't. This is one my disc from KDS being recharged through.
About 5-ish seconds faster to get those Candelas off, but there's no follow-up as Ask dies first. That's a Nitro Cell tossed out by Handy. Handy and Vidiking have been putting in the vast majority of the work so far for FaZe Clan, locking down these bomb sites while they allow Cyber to roam. Speaking of Cyber, he gets punished by a nade. At the moment, not retrievable. First death for FaZe Clan as KDS, as Stemp marches in, asserting his presence inside of blue. Souls is ready for him to greet him and engages with the 1.5, gets the down, and could also get the retrieval onto Cyber. There's gas canisters from Vidiking, and he does everything that he needs to shut down Patoxy walking in. Live finds himself in a 1v4 that might as well be a 1v3. He gets punished by Vidiking, who goes on around the other side of Church Wall, punishes him from the hallway. That's 2 for 2 on that bottom floor bomb site for FaZe Clan. It'll be locked for the remainder of their defense. And despite surrendering the previous round of Black Dragons, FaZe Clan once again go back to a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, the anchor play is so good from FaZe Clan there. I mean, Vidiking just always staying alive, using toxic babes at good times and in good positions. I like the attack from Black Dragons, but they're maybe lagging a bit of a backstep element to that. Maybe taking dirt control to collapse better, between blue and dirt to kind of consolidate into one area instead of being spread kind of like a little bit of moto, a little bit of blue, a little bit of kitchen hatch play, And eventually, I mean, yeah, FaZe Clan, they win the round because they simply don't get cleared in those positions. The only thing that really opened things up was the initial nade injury onto Cyber, who was playing the Warden. But after that, no follow-up can even confirm that kill for a while. Black Dragons, they call their tactical timeout. And I love this. I love when you're down like 1-2 or 1-3. And that's when your support staff is like, guys, let's figure this out right now. Try and get that 3-3 half. Also plan for the future of defense. Because more importantly than anything else, you just can't fall too far behind. The mental side of the game is tough. Problem solving is difficult. You want to go onto your defense, even if you're down in round count, at least thinking that you still got a chance for this. FaZe Clan, they can attack and defend. I don't think they're worried too much. Black Dragons just want to make it competitive and make it close, so that when they go on defense, they can at least feel good about where things start off.
I think there's a lot of comfort with the way that FaZe is playing. I mean, if you've got somebody like Cyber who is actually showing up and is able to roam the way that he does, and you can trust your anchor players to do the rest of the cleanup, then it allows you to not get too far into your own head. I mean, when you've got Vidiking dropping 8 kills from anchor positions, and they're not just unimpactful kills, these are literally round-winning kills as Black Dragons just, stagger in 1v1v1 and allow Vidiking to punish you time and time again. Or you've got somebody like Handy, who the last time CCTV was defended, played that Legion upstairs on Catwalk and held down Garage with KDS side by side. If you have the trust and comfort in your anchor play, I think it allows you to take more chances on roam. And I mean, that's something where, from your experience, you can probably weigh in here. From some of the things we've seen from Cyber off-site, it certainly looks like he's quite comfortable playing a bit looser. And because of that, he's got a couple early picks that, in fact, have allowed FaZe Clan to draw first blood in all 4 rounds so far. And that's huge. To gain an advantage like that consistently every round, it's eventually going to catch up to Black Dragons. Even if they were winning rounds, which they've done one of, FaZe Clan is still giving themselves so many opportunities.
I fully agree with you. And look at this, Cyber, he wasn't that flexible, kind of in-your-face, aggressive role, but now he's being put on bandit tricking duty instead, and it takes a lot of skill, but in a different way. Slow down the attackers, burn their resources. He burns 2 EMPs, 2 thermite charges, and a singular Selma charge as well. The only word for me is that when Cyber becomes your flex player on defense, and he's your typical entry stopper, no one else is going to really take his role. He's pretty limited on the bandit. He will play inside a bathroom though. C4 in pocket, he'll be the front line for this attack, assuming that Black Dragons will be trying to continue their front forward from this Jacuzzi breach. But there are 3 members. Safe to assume they want to fight for this bathroom area.
This is a very common strategy as well by bandits. You aggressively hold Jacuzzi, you try to get as much utility as possible, which, as you pointed out, was a couple EMPs, an exothermic charge, and 1 Selma. Then you fall back to the bathroom. Now, you can either reinforce both walls or strategically leave one open and then fight off of that. You'll see players sometimes impacting on the walls. As there goes the Selma, and Loira vaults on in, but Cyber's prepared and ready for it. He might lose his protection on the wall and ultimately get gunned down from the window, but he still manages a kill. All the while, Black Dragons pick off Vidiking too. So that support play that we talked about, the anchor play for FaZe Clan, part of it will be absent with no Warden, no Vidiking available at the disposal of FaZe Clan. How do the rest of these players respond? This is a bomb site that can go bad in a hurry, and it certainly appears that that's the case, as Black Dragons have reduced FaZe Clan to just KDS. Looking for his first kill. He'll find it onto Ask, who himself is also searching for his first kill, but he's only good enough for 1. Toxie walks in, the Logi gets the final pick. No diffuser needed to be planted. Black Dragons are now 2 for 2 on this gym bomb site. I don't think we're going to see FaZe Clan go back here.
I really don't think so either. And it was a beautiful kind of mini execute from Black Dragons, the way that they kind of gained the control they wanted, right? Silence at the bottom was the first problem, and they throw in some flashbangs, the EMP, the Selma charge, and one member pushed the bathroom rotated as well. And sure, Cyber won the initial gunfight, but then they made a very big rotate. Sledge went onto the master bedroom window, so when Cyber walked backwards to get back into safety, he got killed from that master bedroom window angle, and that ensured that Black Dragons got, the breach control, bathroom in control, and then you just have the window player shut down any rotations. They can just walk into Jacuzzi, in towards that gym bomb side, and they tried to plant, they got impacted, so they ran into Master Bedroom instead, but they had enough manpower and leverage to force FaZe to come to them, and then all you gotta do is hold an angle or push a little bit forward and ensure that final kill. And yeah, we're not gonna see Jim again from FaZe Clan, but they will show us the good old bar. This was a bomb set that we saw a ton of back in the original Clubhouse before the first rework, because you pretty much only had two playable bomb sites, basement and bar. Bar wasn't great, but it was not as bad as the other ones. And then, Clubhouse got reworked way back in the day. Bar didn't see play for a while. But then we got another mini rework a while ago, what, 2 years, year and a half ago? It's been some time. And ever since then, Bar has seen, I would say, frequent play, but it really depends on the meta and the team playing about how much of that gets seen. Berlin Major, for example, the very final round between FaZe and Rogue came down to a Bar defense.
What a match that was.
Yeah, what a final.
What a final indeed. I mean, recency bias obviously has us saying, oh, it's one of the best matches ever played, and I genuinely think it is. Do I think it's the best Rainbow Six match we've ever seen? Probably not. Do I think it's definitely in the top 5? Absolutely. Unquestionably so. And I mean, it was one where I didn't get to watch it live because I had personal issues that I was attending to, which is why I didn't actually stay at the Berlin Major, but I got to watch it back, and it was very easy to get caught up in the hype. Now, how do you approach this Bar stage versus the CCTV bomb site? Well, you see step 1 for Black Dragons is clear out the top floor around weight room. And I don't know what Souls was thinking there, with Jacuzzi opened wide up, but Souls decides to peek, and it's actually very nice because he just gifts Ask's first kill.
And not just his first kill, but Souls also playing on smoke. I mean, they just bought themselves 30 seconds on the attack because the Toxic Babes are no longer in play, and Viking falls next to the click from Toxic. He's just secured the round for his team, basically.
ADS in a 1v5 with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Position given away as the logic bombs go off, and now by the window, goes for a drop. 3 separate pings. Knows there's one to the left. Just can't flick over to it. Ask yet another pick. Big round for the support players on Black Dragons. They march in, and it's an assertive attack that levels the playing field. 3-3 the first half for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, they took their technical timeout after round number 4 when they were down 1-3, and they were aiming for that 3-3 half to equalize the round count, and I would say Black Dragons with a lot of confidence after that timeout, really going for their plays and, playing all the way through, not really stopping at any point in the map once they got a comfortable foothold. And there's some questionable decisions there. Souls dying in that previous round to the breach on smoke is one of those that really shouldn't be happening. But FaZe Clan are by no means out. Not until Patoxy runs through the breach into Master Bedroom and gets 2 kills in quick succession, one of them being a 180-degree flick to send them into a great spot in that round. Side swap, of course. FaZe Clan go on the attack. They can use their attack or repick to change the operators around. Whereas Black Dragons, they're locked in on these 5 defenders of Bandit, Wamai, Lesion, Mute, and Warden.
No direct correlation to those first bloods, by the way, as we now do a recap of the first half. FaZe Clan getting first blood 4 of these 6 rounds. The first 4 rounds, in fact. Black Dragons snapping that streak in the 5th round, and then being able to get the pick onto FaZe Clan in rounds 5 and 6 certainly helped propel them to this tie that they currently see themselves out. He did have to use a timeout in the process, though, and that was used at the tail end of the 4th round. Great success and conversion rate after this timeout was taken. Patoxy now under watch. A bit of a puzzling play by all parties involved. 2 kills for each team. Make that a 3rd for FaZe Clan as Loira goes This is a church defense, and 5 people are buried on the first floor.
That is one of the quickest roam clears I have ever seen in professional play. And it was very calculated by FaZe. They had 3 or 4 different elements working together to clear out that blue portion and lounge area of the map, and they get rewarded. They have 1 man up, but there is one downside here. No heart breach from the side of FaZe Clan, but there wasn't any to begin with. Like, Lion had flashbangs, Souls did not bring a secondary heart breach, nobody did. So FaZe are doing something that's incredibly rare and trying to attempt a basement attack with only being able to destroy soft walls in that soft part of this bomb site. We don't see this every day.
It's certainly an explosive round, and every single time we see these types of rounds, I always make a comment that it's exciting for the viewers when absolute chaos engulfs a server. It can make our job a little bit more difficult. I mean, we literally lived through metas where it was just chaos all the time. That Lion meta is some of the hardest casting that we've had to do. Oh my, Handy. Almost had a read on to Stemp. He might have an opportunity to do it. He has a read onto it, but failure to execute. The spot by Ask. Playing long range, his 3rd kill. 2v2, Vidiking, low HP, Stemp inside a church. Safe as can be for the time being. Flashes go out, but the smart glass is initiated. Means Ask is in excellent position. KDS last alive. Black Dragons are about to do something they haven't done all game, and that's lead. All they need to do is wait 30 seconds or find the final pick onto KDS. Wait, he's got something to say about it. Gets Ask and now tries to bait out Stemp, who's on low HP as he goes onto the diffuser. Stemp gets his attention, playing close range on the left, and now KDS will reposition a second attempt to get diffuser down. Impact sails over his head. And Stemp creep up. He can! KDS gets the wrong read! Headphones on backwards, I'm not sure, but he looks to the left when Stemp's approaches from the right. Black Dragons snatch the lead away from FaZe Clan.
That's going to be a very stressful round for FaZe and a bit worrying because they were in that 3 versus 2 in a pretty good position, and Stem chose to soft breach in charge the third door, run in without any support, and swing the ward and just die. And it's one of those, if he waits 2 more seconds, the Nomad on the side of blue to the door had flashbangs. Okay, sure enough, it's a warden, but you also get 2 guns in the same direction instead of that 1 versus 1 engagement. And KDS so close to winning out that 2 versus 1, but he reads the situation incorrectly with the left and the right. He got impacted earlier, like right next to him. It kind of messes with your sound. It's hard to hear, and of course, you're kind of gambling and guessing as to where that lesion will swing you from. So, a very heartbreaking loss, but at the same time, FaZe, they kind of clutched the first 2 rounds of this match, right? That first basement round, Vidiking got a huge 3K. The second round, Handy got an incredible 3K on the catwalk rafters and CCTV defense. It's only fair if Black Dragons also win out in that 2 versus 3, and it's FaZe's own fault they didn't bring any heart breach in that previous round.
There's a lot for us to talk about, and I think that you and I got knocked off stride by the fact that there were 6 kills in the first opening minute. That you just can't talk about every single thing that goes on in a round, right? But
absolutely,
yeah, not bringing heart breach seems like a relatively large oversight. FaZe Clan have corrected that as they've now got both the Ace and a Maverick. Though I know there are a lot of teams that don't consider Maverick to be a true hard breacher, and I've heard you say similar comments in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer is, can he breach the reinforced walls? Yes, therefore he's a hard breacher. But more often than not, Maverick is used more like a Thatcher to take away the bandit charges, the mute jammers on the wall, or create a small hole for a grenade to follow through. We don't see Maverick all that often to actually open up hard walls just by himself. In this round, for example, it's just a small peek hole. It's not a full walkthrough or anything.
FaZe Clan get an uncontested first blood this time after the debacle that was the previous round. The Solus that was roaming offsite has already been taken care of, which I'm assuming will be a sigh of relief for FaZe. They don't have to worry about any vertical play, and when I say that, I mean down below. This being a cache CCTV bomb site means that Solus will often occupy a space that you'll see out of Mutes or even Valkyries. Sometimes the odd pulse, but very infrequently, where you'll play in lounge. And again, go for a kill in the post plant. A nice swing by Patoxy as Cyber wasn't prepared and ready for that. Clears up some of construction as Selma's look to put some force, some pressure, if you will, onto the A bomb site. Patoxy looked like he might be a bit more forward facing in his role, but instead will settle in for holding the doorway from cash into construction. He's got another lined up, and that's an easy pick on King. Black Dragons so far excellently recovering from their first loss, and they're going to continue onward with that. It's a swing down below from Loira. Toxie eventually dies, but he was effectively playing to die in that spot. Now opened up from KDS outside on the balcony. Two players from Black Dragons at top red, while Souls plots his way up rafters, getting the kill onto Ask, leaving Black Dragons with just the two players on red. Echo on the board, but the Yokais won't be particularly effective. At some point, Black Dragons are going to have to get themselves out of this position. Loira hunted down through the wall, just too many angles to cover. Live steps up, looks to the right, but can't outmuscle KDS as FaZe Clan tie the game.
That is such an impressive comeback of a round for FaZe Clan. I mean, Cyber kind of getting a little bit too eager to get into those gunfights, I feel like, but Toxic is just saying, you know what, I'll happily meet you there. He got those two early kills inside of construction, which is massive for Black Dragons, but somehow they lose the 4 versus 2 simply just due to individual gunfights not going their way. Catwalk lost the gunfight, Connector Guy lost the gunfight, and then we kind of saw a great team play from FaZe. You'll see it here in a second where we see one member of KDS, or you don't see it exactly, sorry. But KDS was on this door right here, and he got the intel that there was a guy green box, and then Souls, who just took catwalk control, just wallbangs him through that soft wall, and there wasn't a yellow ping or anything else. It was simply good communication verbally between those two players, which instantly allowed each other to progress through the bomb site and ensured that when it came down to that 2 versus 1, they could both take the final fight together, at the very least, in quick succession after one another.
This bomb site rotation looking to be quite standard now after how quickly the attackers cut through the bar stage defense of FaZe Clan back in round number 6. Surprises me very little that Black Dragons will go to church, to CCTV, and then to gym as their 3 sites. I wouldn't be rolling the die on a bomb site that might end up with me getting smoked as fast as FaZe Clan did, but I'm also not a professional, so what the hell do I know?
I mean, at this point, I think you've seen enough Siege and cast enough Siege in your lifetime to, you don't understand the rights and wrongs for the most part. But of course, the hard part about professional play is understanding, communicating, and making the right decisions in the heat of the moment, with all of those things happening all at once, while also suffering the pressure of winning and or losing and its consequences. For Black Dragons, I like that they're just fighting back right now, not allowing Cyber to take over this game, not giving him, too much space, essentially, because he was really fighting back in the first half of FaZe Clan, on defense, running around, going for peeks outside the windows, and finding those kills. The second half so far, Black Dragons have relatively kind of shut him down, but we just saw a Retero drone kill on Bandit, who I think was running towards the wall, not knowing the drone was already there. Good by Laura. It's been, Loira and Live, they have the best stats currently across the board for Stage 2 for Black Dragons. Not necessarily their best game currently against FaZe, but the same story can be said for them. Because it's been KDS and Souls being the front runners in terms of ratings for FaZe Clan. They've both had a relatively quiet game for their standard.
There's no way that I can hear Souls' name said without hearing in his Northern Irish accent Demo praising Souls as one of the best supports in the game. I hear it every time. Harry Dempster lives in my head rent-free. Speaking of Live, engaging with a gunfight, but these are very poorly thought out by Black Dragons, and they're completely gone. The span of 3 seconds, FaZe Clan just pulverized Black Dragons, and they win their 2nd round in a row, giving FaZe Clan a 5th round on the board.
I am no expert, but I think the gym bomb site should be avoided at all costs, because no defending team right now can really find any success. It's been played 3 times, and the attackers have won all 3 of those attempts, and it hasn't really been close any of the times either. So I feel like we're just gonna leave that off the table. Basement's gonna be a primary course of both teams. The question is, where do you keep going for that secondary and tertiary bomb site success? Obviously, if you don't want to go gym, you're forced into bar and CCTV. But the way they play out, can be kind of awkward because both teams are happy to play the Maverick, and Maverick just kind of trivializes how you can attack that CCTV defense. You can always guaranteed open up the walls. The Bandit doesn't matter. The Kaid is banned, and you can't really play mute on those bomb sets because you can just extra thermite charge breach the walls by repelling on it because there's an exterior outside the building wall. So there's no easy second bomb sites for Black Dragons to go to. They have to find success eventually because let's say they win this basement bomb site, then it's 5-5. They can't go back there until what would be overtime, right? So they'd have to win out in regulation on the bomb sites. But so far, can't really get that done.
Just taking a look at the operator lineups, and while the meta on Clubhouse, at least in this matchup, is seemingly quite settled, lots of hard destruction for FaZe Clan as they approach this bottom floor bomb site. Ace, 4 can openers. Be quite keenly watching if FaZe can keep up the pace that they had from round number 1, but additionally how it matches up to Black Dragons. As Black Dragons looked quite slow on their 2 executes on this bomb site. FaZe Clan did not look like that team all the way back in round number 1. If you recall, that was the one where there was pugilism very early. 6 people died first minute all around this part of the map right here. It's referred to as secret or blue, depending on what you call it. Some even still refer to it as Atom Spot.
Yeah, it was a very quick one. What the in play, usually you're gonna try and just want to get to the bomb site with all 5 members alive on the attack. The more guns the better, the more angles the better as well. And the thing is, there's no real way for Black Dragons to stop FaZe Clan from getting what they want. The full map clear into the, the hatch breaches leading to the bomb site. The big question is, FaZe Clan, will they go for dirt? Will they go for church? Do they want to focus on blue? Because you have so many options to attack from on the attacking side, and it's not like one is necessarily always better than the other. It purely comes down to execution. And it's what makes Clubhouse a phenomenal map in Tier 1 Pro Play, because there are so many ways to go about it. There's no right and there is no wrong. Currently, FaZe Clan is still in that second stage of the round, the setup. They're droning at the bomb side, finding utility, breaking the soft floor, and breaking those hard reinforced hatches. The mirror window on the church wall, with the third wall being soft, is going to make bottom main staircase very hard to challenge with on the attack inside. That normally leads you to a dirt and kitchen execute, because that second mirror, we just saw it, is on that blue wall leading into generator. So this would be very hard to clear for the attack.
First Candela went off 45 seconds left into the round, 50 seconds on the second attempt for Black Dragons. It's about the same for FaZe Clan, but their guns are actually hitting their marks. Nearsighted Vidiking wrestling with a lack of vision, but Loira gets 2 more to keep numbers into a 3v3. Stemp has 2 players lined up inside of blue. That's a very strong position to be. Now it's a reposition from Loira. More aggressively on that church wall, but more importantly, evading Cyber's eyes as he plays towards blue. Nice crossfire. Loira gets 3 kills, but that's all he can muster. KDS shutting him down. Soul's eliminating Ask. It's all up to Stemp, playing over by dummies. Shotgun out, and he ends up winning it. Goodness gracious, Stemp. 5 rounds apiece now, and of course these teams will need all 12 to see who comes out on top.
You can never count out any of these teams right now. And you said it earlier, Parker. Stem was the showman last time we saw Black Dragons play. And he might have had a bit of a quiet beginning to this game against FaZe Clan, but what a huge round to really wake up and say, you know what? You're not going to go to match point. We're going to take the 5-5 score count instead. They secure that very important basement bomb set that they so desperately need to win, statistically speaking. And the question comes, where do they go next? Yes, it comes off a clutch, but that round is around bar. So what they set their eyes upon is the next possible victory. And Stemp goes from the clutch of Mira down to a castle with UMP. It's a bit of a sad sight, right? Because we always talk about Castle being a very weak operator, but the UMP is not the greatest. And yeah, does it matter that much? Yes and no. Right? One-shot headshots, any gun is technically good, but Castle brings such valuable utility. The bulletproof camera is going to be intel for the bomb site itself, together with those Valkyrie cameras, which allows you to play above vertically to hold the bomb site from master bedroom and gym. And the Castle barricades are just going to compartmentalize the entire defense. It's hard to destroy them, requires self-destruction on 9 punches, makes a ton of sound, and it denies the long lines of sight from outside the building the FaZe Clan can get to deny the rotations of Black Dragons. So Stemp is playing a very vital operator, and Extension is right. It is going to be upstairs.
Wow.
Stemp gets active too. That's Cyber. Those early gunners fighting off 1-to-1. But Stemp really firing up right now.
Feel so vindicated, by the way, when one of the players that I talk about suddenly pops off, and it's nice to see Stemp having good back-to-back games. I will say that that vindication is especially important because I said that I didn't think we'd see a bar stage, and we are seeing one, so I feel semi-foolish for that. Almost as foolish as I imagine Carter felt when he picked Netshoes Miners, who then ended up winning their matchup. So that was...
Oh, he was furious about that. He was like, no! You're supposed to destroy your statistics, not make them better.
You can't win them all.
You can't.
Especially if you're Los.
Oh.
Next cell goes out. Loira beheading KDS. FaZe Clan just trickling into Strip Club. And boy, oh boy, it's Black Dragons undressing them from that position. 5v2. This is just BD's bomb site. Stemp still in this spot. He hasn't been flushed out of kitchen. Andy now, the only one remaining. Black Dragons searching for match point. They're still quite close, even if they do lose Loira. One logic bomb in back pocket for Handy. He'll get access to the cams. 1 minute remaining, or thereabouts. A huge task at hand for Handy. He's got 2 separate people searching for him, with them very easily jumping on that final pick. Black Dragons move to match point.
I'm not sure if that's miscommunication or sloppiness from FaZe Clan, but there were 2 very concerning problems in that round. When Cyber died as the opening death to Stem inside a kitchen, we saw Souls check the camera right after that happened. They had a drone inside the air fryer in kitchen that could quite literally see Stem the entire time that either wasn't communicated or wasn't checked until Cyber died. And secondly, when Souls then swung the kitchen door from the hallway to try and kill Stem later in that round, somebody from FaZe yellow pinged the opposite corner of where Stem was playing. They're completely baiting each other in that scenario, and obviously not intentionally. That would never happen this level of play. But whether it's sloppiness or lack of communication, I don't know. But FaZe seemed kind of checked out in that round very early on since Cyber died. They've also now called a technical timeout, likely just to settle things down, get back into the basics. They know how to play it. They got the prep work ready and to go. We saw that in those previous rounds where the FaZe Clan did really well. But right now, things are seemingly falling apart from them.
The way that these teams were able to convert on their timeouts, I have nothing but hope for overtime. You notice that on defense, and this is a bit reductive, Cyber playing a free-flowing roam, taking engagements that sometimes puzzled us, but ultimately, and most of the time, seemingly worked out, then playing on some of the flex rolls dependent on the bomb site. He has been a ghost of himself over the last 5 rounds. I will once again refer to the stats that were shown by our desk before we got into this matchup, that when Cyber does not get the first pick, or Cyber's not able to even get on the scoreboard, FaZe Clan's ability to win the round plummets. Funny enough, you said it was KDS and Souls who are the 2 top players for FaZe Clan so far. But from the very start, the story's been this support duo of Handy and Vidaking. Doing quite well on defense, but having more notable struggles on attack. And a map like Clubhouse, which so historically has been defender-sided, it doesn't really surprise me to see some players struggle on the attacks. One last opportunity for FaZe Clan to prove us wrong. One last opportunity for Cyber to get the first pick and buy his team some time. Black Dragons will go upstairs, that CCTV cache bomb site, which they did not win previously.
It's always a great bomb set to attack to kind of check your ABCs and your 1-2-3s, because this bomb set is very much for the attackers a simple 1-2 approach. You see the first step right now, Souls trying to get this primary CC wall opened up. A little bit of a struggle there with how the wall was breaking apart, but he's going to get the job done. One thing is, I don't think he has any cover, and that concerns me, because if Patoxia wants to jump in and prone down, might see the feet of Maverick and he could suffer some health loss, but Soul stays alive, doesn't take too much damage, and the first step gets accomplished, I would say. The roam clear, still in play, the beautiful nade from KDS.
They'll trade out, but then the advantage going in favor of Black Dragons, and guess who it is? The man of the hour, Stemp. 14 kills, 5 deaths, an incredible scoreline, even against bad opposition. But up against a team as experienced as FaZe Clan, that is a mighty impressive stat line to have. One player that we talked about, Cyber, he was the first to die as well for FaZe Clan. So things not looking great for the red F on the left side of your screen. We've still got time to turn this around. Just a little over a minute to go. We've managed to get map control on the gym side of the map. Construction is next step. They do not have garage control either, and that will probably be their biggest hurdle.
Yeah, they're in a very limited position right now, and you saw the wall was bandit tricked, or pre-placed bandit from Laura on the connector wall, and Souls is all the way across the map, so it's forcing him to use one of his 2 grenades to clear out that bandit battery instead. That's very valuable utility that could be got on kills instead.
Toxie attempting a pick on Navita King. That was a spot that Patoxie had played in before when he was behind that cash desk. Watching construction, it might not be the exact same place, but a similar part of the map that he can very easily lock down. Gone now. 30 seconds remaining. A 3v3 with both teams having hurt players. A run out actually works from Black Dragons, and they have just a single kill to find to win this one without requiring any extra rounds. Andy trudging through the gas with very limited time at his hands. No diffuser. Only hope to get kills, and it's Stemp of all seal the deal. What an incredible game for him. And an incredible round as well to send Black Dragons off with all 3 points. They topple FaZe Clan.
It cannot be understated just how good Stemp was in this matchup. He pretty much single-handedly kept Black Dragons in it for so many rounds, especially in that second half once they went onto their defensive side. And FaZe Clan seemingly caught off guard by the aggression of like Patoxie, for example. Just he swings out constantly, and it took FaZe Clan a sort of 4 rounds to kind of adapt to that and then shut him down. It was just too late at that point.
I mean, still, these teams were both very evenly matched here. FaZe Clan have been unable to shake a lot of their opponents so far in Stage 2, and I think that might be a bit of a concern. They certainly look like world beaters more often than not. But today they had their hands full with Black Dragons, a team that just seems to get better the more they play, and a 7-5 victory over FaZe Clan is a huge feather in their cap. Congratulations to Black Dragons on all 3 of their points. We have 1 matchup remaining. We don't want to hold you from it. First, a break. We'll be right back.
Another game in the Brazil League, another 7-5. This time around for Black Dragons. This is the upset. Every single person from us on Talent were saying, yes, FaZe Clan, they got this in the back. They can secure it. This is their win. Black Dragons, though, this stage just coming out swinging. And it leaves only one Titan in their way.
Yeah, and it was just really well played from Black Dragons, especially starting off 0-2 on their attacking side. I thought, okay, it's going to be a 4-2 split, probably a 4-2 split again, sending us to overtime. But all of a sudden, Black Dragons just started winning their gunfights. They cranked up the aggression, and they were able to get that 3-3 attacking split, and that was so incredibly massive.
It was absolutely insane to see. At the start, really, as you put it already, FaZe Clan against Black Dragons, it was a very close game. It was very much give and take, but Black Dragons found the momentum and it just kept going with it. And it also, now, to me, just further solidifies their position within the league itself, because you're going up against FaZe Clan, you're going up against the winners of Stage 1, and you take the win from them.
Especially on a map like Clubhouse, which has been such a strong FaZe Clan map for as long as I can ever remember watching Siege. They've been pretty dang good on Clubhouse, pretty much LATAM as a whole, now into the Brazil region. But all things considered, Black Dragons just edged this out in overtime was just so good, because every kind of step of the way, there weren't really any massive mistakes for either of these rosters. It was just little bitty things. I mean, 2 kills, just overall split the entirety of this game. And sure, you can give FaZe Clan the opener so many times, and typically we were even talking about how the conversion on those opening picks were so incredibly good for FaZe Clan, but Black Dragons just had the better late round planning and were able to edge it out.
Yeah, coming into this as well, we said if you're able to shut down Cyber, that is the entry for FaZe Clan. But Black Dragons didn't really need to do that. It felt like they found their own groove and their own way of shutting down FaZe Clan in their tracks. And when you're looking at the players that have really stepped up, you're looking at Stem coming out with 16-5.
Yeah, and for Cyber's conversions on his opening picks, they were on the defensive side where the failed conversions did occur. So he's still perfect on the attacking entry of every time he gets the opening kill, they win the round. But on the defensive side, that's where things were a little bit struggle-filled, especially because Cyber, outside of the opening engagements, was pretty lackluster. Been going 7-10, where over half of your kills are opening engagements. It can be good if your team's converting, but at the end of the day, players like Stemp just absolutely looked phenomenal in the late round and were able to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well from Black Dragons, this must be a huge sigh of relief, because at the end of the day, they are locked into that second place for sure. It also means that they're in first place right now, which means that next week, the only team that is still the hurdle in the way of Black Dragons coming through and absolutely blowing everybody's expectations out of the water is NIP.
Yeah, and if you're looking forward to next weekend of, hey, how's the seeding going to go? The 1 versus 2 seed NIP versus Black Dragon game is going to be next week, where it's a pretty simple scenario of, hey, if you win, you're going to be making that first seed, you're going to get that first round bye, and you're going to be looking so much better going in towards the deciders.
And if you lose, you're gonna be in second place, which is still a huge feat in itself, and it's nothing to be shy of considering how stacked Group B was on its own. But again, for Black Dragons to have done what they've done, that is incredible. And I think as well for FaZe, they've genuinely given it their best shot, but it's just a matter of going back and seeing out what exactly went wrong and what can they do to tidy it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's just converting opening engagements is really, really important in this game nowadays, because, you know, a lot of the times in the early round, you can be poking and prodding and trying to get opening kills. But if you don't have the proper plan in the mid round to late round on how you kind of overall just move in towards the execute phase, if that idea isn't fully fleshed out, it's so hard to overcome things like when you're walking into a bomb site and there's Fenrir gadgets all over the place, there's Legion goo mines sticking you in the feet, there's people playing close with shotguns. It makes things hard.
Yeah, and Black Dragons have genuinely proven themselves time and time again this time around, but they are happy with that win. I'm sure they are, because we're going to be taking a break ourselves. We still have one more game to cover today. This is going to be MIBR up against E1 Esports, another one that you don't want to miss, so make sure you tune in. The last game of today, MIBR up against E1 Esports. Both of these teams are competing in Group A, and when we're looking at E1 CDAPs, that is really a team that has blown the expectation out of the water.
Yeah, the roster that, had nobody from prior teams. It's just a bunch of people all over the place, missing pieces coming together and forming a completely new puzzle, has been phenomenal to watch so far, especially because they came out and you're like, okay, what's going to happen when Astro comes out of the retirement home and is all of a sudden fighting against Nesk and Palu in the first match? And they come out and win very handedly on a strong Team Liquid Oregon on the attacking side. And since then, E1, it's not a flash in the pan. It's just been a proven overall strong performance.
Yeah, that's the thing that we were talking about very much on day one. It's like, okay, E1, yes, they've done so well day one. They've done so well day two. This has to be, what's going on here? But they're consistently showing up with incredible numbers. I mean, look at that defensive percentage.
Yeah, it's been very, very good for them. Sure, they got it boosted just a little bit on that first, they had 100% because they won 3 rounds on the Oregon defense side against Liquid. And to keep it still strong enough while they played against W7M on Cafe is just as commendable, and keeping that strong 50% win rate as well against 2 very strong defensive teams in the form of Liquid as well as W7M is once again just so impressive to talk about how this team is just pieces from all over the place, but they fit together so well.
Yeah, and they're going to be going up against MIBR, and this is a team that is currently more towards the bottom of the league table when it comes to Group A. They haven't really found their footing, what it feels like so far in Stage 2. What is the missing puzzle piece, do you think, CDAPS?
Well, I really thought it was going to be a little bit more fragging capability, and bringing in somebody like Fantasy was going to solve the issues of the inconsistency in the opening engagements for MIBR. But if you look at the stat on the right, still being 8-13, the aggression on this roster has been severely lacking.
Yeah. One of the players, though, that we do want to highlight this time around is going to be Rare. Like, maybe the aggression from the team itself isn't there yet, but Rare is really, putting his backpack on, doing his best Dora the Explorer impression, and taking a teammates along for a trip.
Yeah, it's been a real story with all of the underperforming rosters that their highest rated player is their heart support. Sure, for Rare on the defensive side, he gets a little bit more aggressive, but on the traditional planting side of being a Thermite main, he's still getting just enough kills, keeping his cost above the average of when his team actually wins rounds, while also getting 2 plants down is impressive for the personal stats.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's going to take more than just Rare this time around to be stepping up to the plate for MIBR to be able to take on a team like E1 Esports, a team that coming into the stage, we had questions about. We were really looking forward to see how they're going to be performing, and they really met every single one of those expectations. So coming into this from the side of MIBR, is there potentially any map in particular that you think if they pick that, they set themselves up for success, or a play style that if they stick to it, if they just go back to basics, could that be enough?
I really think MIBR do need to go back to their basics overall, because map pool wise, they don't really have a standout map. All their maps are, pretty much Skyscraper is the only map that they're undefeated on or don't have more than a losing record on. So if Skyscraper goes through, it still makes things awkward because E1, through their 2 games, they haven't banned it. It's always been the opponents to ban it away. And we don't really know what's going to be kind of going on with what E1 are going to bring to the table. And that's actually is the place that we're going to end up going. So the technical strongest MIBR map going up against a perceived strong E1 map makes things a little bit more interesting, because fragging capability wise, I think that a player like Dodes, who has been playing so well in his T1 debut, he kind of can run amok, and it's going to make people like Fantasy really have to work overtime.
Yeah, also looking at E1 for the first time here on Skyscraper is going to bring a couple of maybe curveballs for the side of MIBR, simply because we haven't seen them on it yet. Like, as you mentioned it yourself, it has been banned out, so we don't really know what to expect, which hopefully, either MIBR got some really 5-head big brain strategies coming into this one, or they are just relying on their strength, Skyscraper, as you mentioned, being one of their better maps, to be able to just use that as hopefully maybe a set off in terms of how E1 has been performing and some of that firepower as well that we've seen coming out from them.
Yeah, especially for the side of MIBR, the only time that we've seen them directly playing Skyscraper was last stage against Los, and it was a absolute barn burner all the way max overtime 8-7 victory. That was an incredibly defender-sided matchup. I think only about like 4 attacking rounds were won in the entirety of that matchup. So if we see any sort of success on the side of E1's attacks, which they have proven to be quite good, now applying onto a map like Skyscraper, this one could get out of hand very quickly. But we also know that MIBR, if they're able to just hold on defensively, they can make this one close.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking this could potentially be a close one. Let's bring in our casters, Pengu as well as Parker, and see what they have to say in terms of their predictability. Aw, look at you, Intero. That's a really nice way of joining the broadcast. You doing all right? You confident in your prediction? Because so far, actually, Carter had better predictions than you did.
Well,
Well,
if I go down, so does everybody else, except for the coin flip, I suppose.
Yeah,
we were all wrong about FaZe Clan, so I can't really fault myself on that one. As I said, I would have picked W7M, but I mean, I don't get to go back and change history. I genuinely don't know who I would have picked between Los and Netshoes Miners. I have no idea. This one, I think it should be pretty clear cut.
All right, so Pengu, you're another E1 esports enjoyer when it comes to this matchup. Do you like their odds on Skyscraper, considering we haven't really seen it before?
I mean, I haven't seen them play it, but I like E1 as a team, what they're doing, their philosophies, and I think they're a team with a very high ceiling. As Connor said, it's kind of like a mix of players coming from different teams of the past, even a former retired player in Astro. So I just think their ceiling is one of the highest that we see from like a new team, and they've done well so far, so why not?
Yeah, gotta bust the players out of their retirement home. I remember when we took Antero out of retirement home in Copenhagen. That was a confusing one, but it was great. It's really lovely to have you back. We're gonna be heading over to a break. We're gonna be back very shortly with the final game of today, so make sure you stick around because you don't want to miss it.
Skyscraper it is for our final matchup of the weekend. Not just the day, but of the 2 days that comprise the weekend. Today, Sunday, the Lord's Day. But in all reality, it's Brazil's day, Nick. MIBR versus E1.
Yep, and a very exciting match at that. E1, of course, looking very hot right off the press. They've had a very good run so far. They started off things 7-2 against Liquid and Oregon, and I think they kind of hyped them up to be one of the strongest teams in Brazil. But of course, one game doesn't tell the full story. Then played against Vivo Keed. That was a 7-5 victory, so currently undefeated here in Stage 2. Can MIBR change that? Will E1 just take it with a clean slate 3-0? They were going to Skyscraper. It's statistically speaking, as C-Dapper said on the desk, a great map for MIBR, but every single team that has been playing against E1 so far, they've been banning it against them. So we'll see just how good they are. Operator bans Ying, Lion, Valkyrie, and Asami. Only one operator really stands out here, and that's going to be the Lion. We don't see that often in play, nor rarely, if ever, banned out. And usually it's for the roam clear, or for those last moment executes where you can force defenders to stand still or get red pinged instead for intel. Of course, Ying, Asami, Valkyrie, just very stable operators, high in pick rate, high in ban rate, all banned this match.
I like that you put it that way. Ying is the most banned attacker. Monty very, very close behind, but 9 bans now with this match going into the books versus Monty's 7 bans. Lion has been banned 1 time before. That's it. In fact, most of the bans in Brazil involve Ying, Monty, Dokkaebi, and then Bana and Nomad, additionally tied with Doke. In terms of the ban defenders, it's far and away Kaid and Azami almost every single time. They vastly represent the defender bans. So the Valk ban is a bit interesting. She's actually tied for the 2nd most bans, but way farther down the list. So in terms of the way that these teams play, I always relate to Valkyrie, and I always think of Valkyrie as a Brazilian favored operator.
Yes.
Every Brazilian team loves Valkyrie. I know that that's painting with a broad brush, but I'm not particularly artistic. So I'll use the big brushes. That's fine. This instance, they like to use Valkyrie in this region as a good flex operator, often roaming, and some of the flashiest plays in the history of this region have been done with potentially the flashiest play in Brazilian history being Nesk on that Valkyrie and Oregon basement.
The good old 1v5. I think one of the first ever 1v5s in Tier 1 play as well. But yeah, E1 starting on defense, MIBR on the attack. It's gonna mean that you just sit back if you're E1, just wait for them to come to you. Skyscraper has this kind of odd pace where you don't have that many strong positions outside the bomb site itself, so you're gonna often see defenders in those same positions by Drum, by Dragon Statue, and E1, they have a bit of a twist in this roam game, this extension. They brought in Dodes on the castle to kind of cut off some of the lines of sight and limit where MIBR can be attacking from. Both Dokkaebi calls going out in the first minute and 20 seconds of the round, and before any gunfight has occurred. Will Sexicate hear this torch play?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
This is so brazen. And could go very, very wrong in a hurry, but Sexy Cake falling off of that position after Geisha has been opened up. Wrestled away within 90 seconds.
Wow.
Sexy Cake looking like the Sexy Cake of old. Great to see him back in good form. Down goes Fantasy, and MIBR suffers the first casualty of this match.
Yep. If you know anything about Fantasy, he will usually always be the first to get a kill or to get killed. This man is always in that early action, and this time on the wrong side of things. And E1, you saw it, when they got that initial kill, they actually gave up that castle barricade and deployable shield position. They just kind of play closer to that bomb site. They got the opening pick. Now they want to get as many people next to one another as possible. And Skyscraper's bomb sites are very much designed that way. You don't have a lot of space to work with, so players are always within about a 2-second sprint to one another. And that means that trades can go really quickly on this map.
We're looking for the vault in towards Dragon. 2 separate players from E1 looking in that position. Sexy Cake on the board a 2nd time. Astro in as well, so is Raps. The only kill for MIBR is Rayduct. He finds Lukid. Yoda's low on HP, so there's another opportunity there for MIBR, but they've only got 20 seconds left, and I think Rayduct is going to take a timeout at this point. Why bother? 15 seconds remaining in a Nook and a 1v4. E1 posted up, watching the staircases, watching the ways in. Deny the final pick. Rayduct ain't moving. E1 taking round number 1.
So one-sided round as well. Now, this is Skyscraper defense. It can look very difficult for the attack, and it's because it simply is very difficult. It's hard to get in the building, it's hard to progress throughout the building, and then when you finally meet that bomb site, that too is hard as well. So there's just no easy ways throughout this. One operator in particular that tends to get played a lot on Skyscraper, that does tend to make things easier, is the Monty. We know MIBR, we know Rare, they love to bring out this operator, but execution is extremely important. Just simply pegging the Monty as an operator is not going to mean the round is, already won by any means. You need to play it very well. Because the map is constructed the way it is, you don't have that much room to work with on defense, which also means Monty doesn't have a lot of space either. It's easy to get picked off, die to C4s, or toxic babes from the smoke on defense, if played, can quickly take down your health bar or make it hard to push the areas that you need to get to. MIBR so far still sticking that Monty operator in the attack and repick phase. Of course, that can change, and as I speak into existence, he goes onto Dokkaebi instead. I'm very ever so sad about this because I'm a big Monty and Blitz enjoyer. And earlier today, between Lowe's and Netjuice Miners on Night Even Labs, if you did not see it, we saw about 4 rounds worth of Blitz play, and there were some pretty funny highlights from those rounds. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Even though we've been quite egregiously spoiling up to this point.
Yeah, even though, the spoiling ends there.
This is where we draw the line. For the MIBR and E1 fans, we have more respect for them. We don't want to spoil anything in previous matchups. Sexy Cake playing over in Terrace. Activating 2 of those Dread Mines from positions that they are expecting MIBR to come from. Every single time we cast this match, we have to give a spotlight to Geisha and how critical this part of the map is for every single bomb site. It's probably more important right now. Oh, hold on a second.
Planting?
Rayduct is planting on Ash. 1 minute in, Fantasy gets the first pick, and E1 are going to scramble in the post plant. Down goes Perez to Lukid. Now it's Dodes taking some damage, still holding above. Geisha is usually so important to hold. They just snuck in right under the very eyes of E1. Fantasy picking up yet another kill. Down goes Raps. He and Rayduct holding these positions so effectively, getting the cross on the main stairs. But a nice shot from Lukid, who still has the upstairs under his control, under his watch. Fantasy sees one, swings out, down goes Sexy Cake. Timer continuing to run down. Only a few seconds left, and it's not going to be enough. Even if they get the kills, there just wasn't enough time for E1 to get into the bomb site. A spectacular push. MIBR walk right in. Nobody's watching. They plant the diffuser, and they win the round.
I said it was hard to get into the building, typically on attack. I was so wrong. In MIBR, they found this tiny gap in the defense of E1, and they took complete advantage. And they did it in a perfect way because E1, they never realized the bomb was going down until it was already done. And that post plant, it wasn't necessarily the strongest positions from MIBR, but they had the best players in the positions to fight it out in a pure brawl-like battle. Fantasy picking up 4 kills back to back to back, just fighting left and right angle, just not even moving much, but just winning out in the gunfights. He's the perfect man when things are chaotic, and he proved himself in that round as well to just get the job done. E1 that tried with the vertical advantage of having upstairs control to find the angle points, but with no intel on the side because of that Valkyrie ban, they were running around mostly blind in that round and just couldn't guess as to where the players from MIBR were actually playing at.
That's a big error from E1. It might be one of the worst rounds in terms of methodology that we've seen from E1 at this point in stage number 2. But I mean, every team, no matter how good you are, will have some level of oversight at some point in some defense. That one just happened to be very obvious for us. And, well, I mean, if there's an operator that can get into a bomb site quickly, it's Ash. Why not hand the diffuser down? Drone in. Hey, there's nobody in here. We can hop in the window and plant immediately. Okay. Simple stuff. Now MIBR will go for probably less of a fast execute with the Monty holding onto this diffuser. An operator that this region knows quite well. First obstacle, breakthrough office.
Yeah, you got a good setup for it. The Ash, the Bug, the opening kill from Paris as well. Dodes has had a great stage so far, but will not live long in this round. He isn't that with my operator, so the discs will no longer recharge. No more will be had there for protection of grenades. I guess the good news is, Fantasy only has 1 nade left in pocket, so minimal damage can be done in the first place. But this Monty, it's gonna be a problem. Blue Kid on Frost has no tools to deal with it unless he walks into a Frost mat somewhere due to lack of intel.
He's got to weigh in, but you're right. Lukid in a tough spot. No mirror on the board, so you don't see that common mirror placed just by the bar. Support for the Monty, and it has Lukid on the run. Now over towards Terrace. Look down, look down. No, this is rough and leaned the wrong way around the door. Just enough for Nigel to see Astro on the board. E1 showing a little bit of teeth as that's Fantasy gone. As you talked about, Fantasy, the one player who's almost always involved with the first bit of action for MIBR. Action already happened, but Fantasy being the first death, pretty fitting. Press wounded earlier, still persisting. Now it's Rare softened up. Monty still holds on to that case. And the way there, littered with goo mines by Astro. They got pings on him. Just under a minute to go, and there's a gas canister to chip away at the HP of Rare, and it does some substantial damage.
Yeah, it's gonna matter because Astro does have 1 spare impact in his pocket. Do a bit more damage to Monty with Goo Mines or a Toxic Babe. That impact can maybe kill him or get an injure, and that would be huge for E1. They're not in the most stable position right now. Don't have enough guns to cover all the entry points, so it's a bit of a guessing game again for them. If they can strike the right time, maybe they gotta weigh in.
There's Ray Duct making things work. Astro on so low HP, but as long as you've got a pulse, you can still do some serious damage. He's gone now. Only 1 player remains for E1. The Monty's still on the board, and Nigel, full HP, will look for the coverage, but Raps makes it a 1v1. And now the Monty, with shield down, has to engage. Firing away, Raps wins the round. Nice skill between both, but ultimately the Monty was in a tough spot, and the smoke of Raps outplays him. Things did not look good for E1 for quite a while in that round, but Raps makes it happen. The backside of the map, and E1 regains the lead.
Yeah, that's the thing again. The bomb sites are so close to one another that, yeah, sure, you might think you're in a great spot to plant in that round, but it doesn't take Raps many steps to be basically staring at Rare, trying to get down that diffuser. So Buck had no other play than to swing that hallway, knowing that there's a high chance he won't win the gunfight. He wasn't full HP, he's up against SNG11, and Raps, he was feeling it. He got a kill before that clutch happened as well. He was already locked and loaded. He was in a strong position at the purple shield. He makes a dream work with the clutch in the 1v2. And E1, yeah, the early round not really going their way right now because MIBR are doing such a great job with the early aggression. They're so quick at getting that first step done and getting a foothold inside the map. And it's where most teams actually struggle on the attack inside. It's just simply getting in the first room. That has not been a struggle for MIBR. And the thing that's so good about how they do it is that they're not doing it just because of Monty or just because of Dokubi. They're doing it in all of the rounds despite what operators they're playing due to how they're droning, but also the kind of players they have. Fantasy, as we said, always in the action. You tell that guy to take a room in control, he's just gonna sprint right in, no hesitation. And sometimes you only have a couple of seconds of openings where maybe a defending roamer has left the room to check for a drone, and if you can capitalize and run in and take that ground, that defender can no longer come back to that position, and that gives the attackers a beginning place, essentially, for the roam clear.
Gridlock fan, I always get excited when we see a Gridlock on the board, especially when coupled up with a Ram and a Brava as well. It's an innovative lineup from MIBR, one that we don't often see teams roll out. E1 were successful on this bomb site all the way back in the very first round. They give themselves a leg up by getting rid of Ray Duck. That's the Gridlock who'd already used 2 of those track stingers that have been tossed out. Good starting point for E1 to find. Advance from MIBR is going to come from the other side of this top floor, as we typically see on Skyscraper. If you're attacking office, you want to take Karaoke and T first. Geisha, of course, is usually your main entry point. He's being guarded by Sexy Cake, but Nigel punishes him for that. Dodes dies too. E1 got the first pick, and MIBR now have the upper hand in terms of players still alive.
It's a great setup from E1, but oh my god, these gunfights, Fantasy, disgusting! Always finding heads, always finding and confirming those kills. And all of a sudden, E1, it looked like they might have had that round in their back, but the strong setup was broken so quickly by MIBR.
Astro getting a read over towards Dragon. As a rotate to go through, a lot of flashbangs just delaying this retake from E1 towards parts of the map that they've already given up. Down goes Fantasy. Lukid putting in some serious work. Astro looking the wrong way, back up to the breach. Now it's Lukid who puzzlingly goes on drone. I don't think he was intending to do that. Push from one angle, drops to one side. Can't do more than get a down. The nearsighted effect, just ultimately not enough. I think it hit Rare at the final moment. Yes, it did. MIBR wins their round, and we have a back-to-back slugfest between these teams.
Oh, absolutely. And it's such a close round as well. Rare was basically a 1 HP. A singular bullet would have ended his life in that round. And it was a really good attempt for E1, but of course that small support with the Frostmat on the window jump in. And the round started off in a very odd fashion. It was almost like MIBR was fighting them with utility. Gridlock Stingers being tossed in, the Ram Drone being thrown in as well. So much disruption, just a noise and chaos. And it was purely a distraction game from MIBR. Because then the camera swapped. We saw the roam clear happening from the Geisha side of the map. And it looked like E1 had a perfect setup. They had one person playing drum, one playing top dragon. And MIBR had no actual drone intel. They're just walking in, kind of assuming it was clear, and dry checking those corners. And all of a sudden, Fantasy and Nigel, they pick up both, covering one another, barely taking damage. E1 was locked out of that one. E1, when they've played their games against Liquid and Vivo Keed earlier this stage too, they've always seemed that they had a very clear goal in mind with these rounds. And I would like to believe that currently, they do have a clear goal in mind, but MIBR are just disrupting it so well. They're always removing those key pieces, the key positions, and sometimes even those key players as well. You and I, Parker, we have been very critical of Astro. He came from retirement, back onto this roster. He's had I want to say a terrible stage statistically, some puzzling plays, some looks of confusion. He's had an okay time so far. 3-3 scoreline, pretty neutral, 2 assists, but he's played an important role of slowing down the Monty of Rare last time we brought it out. I want to see him do it again, stay consistent, because game by game, Astro is looking to feel a little bit more comfortable in these games.
You gotta shake off some of that rust, though I will say I put absolutely zero stock into Rainbow Six Siege retirements. I mean,
no.
Canadian retired, that's why he won a major recently, right? You know, like... Nice shot by Lukid as the Monty of Rare fails to escort Fantasy in properly. Lukid staring down the mountain and, well, not being afraid whatsoever. Conquers it, climbs it. Was that an amused chuckle or?
It's just classic Monty gameplay, you know? Lukid is playing it smart because he's so unfazed by the Monty just staring him down saying, I don't care about you, I care about your teammates. Another Frostmat.
Oh my. Nigel sees Dodes wanting to finish off that kill. Well read and baited out. Now it's Lukid getting yet another, this time onto the Monty as Perez still bleeds out. Nigel finished off by Astro. It's Rayduct in essentially a 1v3. The scoreline says 2, but Perez is not viable at the moment as he's inside a Geisha in a Frostmat. All this action happening on the top floor, which once again only goes to underscore how critical it is that you hold that part of the map, especially Geisha, which is where the main entry point came for MIBR. They struggled to get themselves out of the spot that were put into by E1's aggression early on. And then, of course, a bit of sloppiness, especially with that Monty, as we saw, not able to get the support around the Monty, who is essentially just a moving shield at that point. Can't really influence anything beyond that. You want to get the cleanup, and now MIBR responds by calling a timeout in their very final attacking round.
One of the big things that kind of makes and breaks the Monty is kind of what bomb site. I mean, of course, the first step is like playing around the Monty correctly, as you mentioned, but it's the bomb site that you're going to be attacking. When we saw it being played out last time, it was the office hold upstairs, and they had like this, like what we call it, the hammer and anvil approach, where the Monty is going to be the hammer, just kind of pushing and pushing and pushing the defenders away. And then there's an anvil somewhere, an attacker holding a line. Monty will push them into that line, and they basically die for free. And it worked really well because they had that kind of stopper somewhere on the map, by the double window in Garden. But what we just saw there is just Monty kind of shoving Lukid away, but to no end. Like, there's no one there to capture Lukid. There's no one there to stop him or kill him. And in fact, Lukid was a guy getting both of the kills. First on the Fantasy was behind the Monty, then the Monty Rare himself. So the bomb side is in part to be blamed there. There just isn't a good way for the attackers to capture anybody anywhere else, because look at the map right now. What we see right here. Where are you supposed to capture Lukid playing out of T-Room? There just simply aren't any angles unless you took Geisha in control first. But we saw what happened there. A Frost match stopped that push extremely quickly as well. In my BR, they are trying different things with different operators, and that is one of the biggest praise that I can give a team, is that when you're when you want to be flexible and you're happy to play that kind of style of Siege, I do think it has the highest ceiling. You're not locked into one way of problem solving or one way of playing the game, and that's a good thing. Because if naturally the enemy plays a way that counters the way that you naturally play the game, you usually just outright lose because they're your counter. But if you're flexible, you can kind of change your pacing, your operators, your style, you can go toe-to-toe with most teams as long as you're, equally good one-to-one in terms of gun skill and everything else and teamwork. So I like what MLB are doing. I like what E1 are doing as well. And I think it's why it's such a close game, because they're adapting to one another by round.
Seeing a lot of Legion play despite the changes to the operator, making him, I think, in my eyes, a stronger operator than before, especially the addition of the super shorty. 45 seconds in, and these teams will come to blows, but E1 landing far more hits at this point, with Perez going out 1-5 in the first half. Nigel is down. Need to secure the kill unless somebody can get in, and there it is coming from Lukid. Raps dies on E1's side. Vantage still favoring the defenders. The Dokkaebi of Fantasy decides to take an engagement after the logic bomb rings through. Not exactly the way that they want. Nearsighted is Rayduck, sprinting literally blindly through Geisha. And suddenly Rare is left alive as the only player on MIBR with almost 2 minutes still left in the round. If you hadn't just taken a timeout, I would say that this is a great time for Rare to actually step aside and let the team discuss what comes next. I mean, it might still be. You've got the second half coming up, but the likelihood of Rare winning a 1v4 is just about as likely as me breathing in space. It's a Gumine on backstairs. This one is over. Impact's going out. He gets a kill on the Astro, but Astro's impact was already flying right through. They technically trade. E1 putting an exclamation mark on that first half with a dominating final round. 4-2 the scoreline. MIBR onto defense. E1 now onto attack.
The entries in those opening duels are just so explosive because they happen out of nowhere. It seemed like MIBR was trying to almost like bait that execute, but they were hoping to get, of course, better results and get those kills. Because while that happened, we saw the last members just sprint towards Geisha, run on straight in towards the bomb site, almost hoping that E1 had maybe left it entirely and all had, run over to assist the roam. And that kind of is what happened, but the gunfights, of course, very heavily go in favor of E1, both on the initial gunfight on the entry, but also by the bomb site itself. A 2-4 half favoring defense is pretty much what we expected to see on Skyscraper historically, so the rounds were very close, could have gone either way. I would say MIBR, they put up a great fight, they got those 2 rounds that they definitely needed. Now the question is, can E1 break those defenses from MIBR? Because this is all about how good you can be on the attacking side. Skyscraper, as I mentioned, being a defender-sided map, you're expected to do well, and with the way the map is structured, it's not necessarily difficult to do it well. It's all about how efficient you are on attack, breaking things apart. Astro ended that first half 6-4. And on the very first attack, he'll also go onto that Monty.
If the operator's available, why not play him? Right?
Yeah.
We talked about the stats before we got into the matchup. operator bans were still ongoing. Monty, the second most banned attacker in Brazil and one of the most banned operators in all of competitive Rainbow Six Siege at the moment. For frankly reasons that are unknown to most of us. I mean, even you were a bit surprised with how influential Monty has been as of late, because this was an operator that was, I mean, you used to play him quite a bit, but he was a niche operator for most teams. This was not a single operator that would be banned every time or picked every time.
Well, you're right. It's like some teams played Monty, some didn't, that's it. But now everyone is banning it and everyone is playing it. Fantasy, somehow, we didn't see it, but killed Monty. Despite Monty's, supposed to having his shield up, extended, shouldn't die to a headshot ever. So very confused to how that happened. And if you're E1 right now, just look at the operator lineup. That was your entire strategy. You're gonna take a backside execute, walk up the staircase into that terrace door from the outside of the building. Monty walks in and things will start happening. Now Monty's gone. You're still kind of committed to this play. You might have to see it through, but you have no easy way to walk in to get intel. You have no shield in front of your face. No easy way to plant. E1, they're gonna do the quote-unquote clutch this round. It's a miracle work.
Luke looking for another nade down below, 2 in pocket. Oh, just missing out on the defender playing upstairs. Fantasy's been dropped. I don't believe that was from the engagement with E1, but honestly, quite hard to tell. More bullets whizzing through the wall. It's a brazen move by Rayduck to get Fantasy back up off the ground, and if E1 had their wits about them, they could have very easily leveraged that into 2 picks. Not just answering back for losing Astro, but ultimately gaining the advantage in numbers. Another nade from below. It's Luke. He's got 1 still in pocket. Yoda none remaining. About to hit the 30-second mark.
They're just fishing. Again, the Monty means no intel, no way in. They're completely locked out right now.
Yoda's first on the board for E1. Rayduck drops as well. Suddenly, E1 has grabbed that advantage, not before Perez can eliminate Sexy Cake. Yoda's getting that first pick now with Diffuser down as suddenly MIBR are flanking the bomb site. And they win. All of the picks, all of their duels go in their favor. Excellent first defense by MIBR.
Certainly is a great start, and you had to wonder how would that play out if the Monty was alive with full health from the get-go. We'll never know, unfortunately, because Astra did die early in that round. Little desktop. But yeah, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Got a tech pause coming up.
Got to imagine that something crashed somewhere. Things were going too well.
I guess you could say that, yeah.
I admittedly was not able to watch the first 2 games live. I will go back and watch them back. But I didn't hear of any glaring tech issues.
No,
and
we
the
had
game
a
seemed to fly by,
pause.
so
yeah. No, it was a very clean day today. No tech issues, really. We had like a 1 minute, 30-second brief pause before the first game, I believe. That was really it. We've been flying through it today.
does pause benefit either team more than the other?
I don't think in this scenario. I mean, it's a close game, right? Typically, we always tend to say that if a team is up, they got that quote-unquote momentum, they're feeling good about it. It's gonna suck to sit there and wait. You're doing so good. Enemies like they're scared, etc. But with how these rounds are being played out, I really don't think there's a clear winner or predicted winner at the current moment. But I guess the one thing you can always argue as well is that the attackers will technically always get more out of a pause than defense, because attack is kind of where things get cooked up. You adapt, you change, you counter. You think about specific strat you have. Maybe you saw a gap in the defense of the previous round from MIBR. Whereas when you're on the defensive side, well, you're kind of doing your default thing. You choose how you set things up. Attackers the answer. So I guess the broad answer is attackers can think further ahead and do more things with that. Other than that, I really don't think so with this game.
No update for you as to whether we're going to be waiting a while or very little. If there are any
It's always
updates, we'll give it to you.
Always that mind game, like, are we gonna
There we
sit
go.
here for... Oh, okay, never mind. There's no mind games. I was gonna say, you can sit for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, sometimes longer, sometimes less. A short pause. We're right back into the action. We are looking to tie things up. Still 4-3 in favor of E1 Sports. I'll go to this office bump set instead as the second rotation.
Tracking stats as to how these teams are doing in stage number 2, and as you can see on the bottom left portion of your screen, MIBR cannot get first place no matter what the outcome of this matchup is. Top 3 is still within their grasp, but relies on a victory. 50-50 shot if they get it in regulation. Anything less than that, obviously not the spot that they want to be in. First place, pretty good odds for E1. They are confirmed for the top 3, and that's because of the consistency and the good play that they've had up to this point. The results speak for themselves. A regulation win gives better than even odds that E1 will finish in first. It's Brabuni who's actually doing these stats. Big shout out to him. And if he has any assistance that I don't know of, and it's not just a one-man show, then obviously credit to them as well.
It's good.
Thank you. Thank you for weighing in. It's good.
I'm a man of few words. It's good. It's always nice to have, because obviously as casters, we don't have the full overview of exactly what... I mean, I'm not a numbers guy by any means, right? I don't work the magic and spreadsheets, so I don't have any clue about these numbers. So I'm happy that someone is there to help me understand it as well. So yeah, thank you.
I get to be excited about a gridlock again. Oh. Look at the first to die at the hands of Fantasy. And Echo getting involved early is a gamble on an operator who is extremely good in the final moments of a round. But I mean, you do have a decent gun with a good sight on it. So if there's anybody who's going to be getting long range picks, potentially spawn peaks, etc., Echo's not a terrible operator to do it on in terms of the gun that he has. It just, if you lose the Echo early, that is bad. Very bad.
No, it really is. Well, again, it's Fantasy. If he doesn't get to be a part of the action early, something would also be wrong there. He might be odd. They're very spread quite a thing in terms of operators, right? They got a couple of different things here that they want to prepare for. Healing, because the nades below, we saw that do a lot of damage last time from E1. We want the mirror window for utility, the Fenrir gadget mines as well as the yokais for intel, because Valkyrie is banned. So they're just in this awkward stage where, well, someone's gotta play Echo. And Fantasy probably doesn't want to play Mirror, I suppose, because no zoom scope, so therefore he's in the Echo instead. But again, E1, not very quick on the entries right now, being locked out with that early death again. Early kills play a big part in these rounds, and so far they are not the most successful at that, at least not on their attacking side so far. It's only been 2 rounds.
Dodez searching for something through these openings created. Ideally to give you a chance to fire back. Fantasy finding kill number 2. Perez as well, able to get on the scoreboard. Sexy Cake and Raps against an entire team of MIBR. Smoke to maybe isolate. It won't be a flawless round as Raps finds the very first kill for E1 Sports. It comes with 20 seconds remaining. Now it's Nigel to shut him down. One pick on the Raps. Sexy Cake, the trade back, but guess what? There's a lot of people from MIBR who want that final kill. It's the Nitro cell from Rare to get the job done. MIBR now winning 2 in a row, and they have tied the game. Their defense is looking quite crisp, but you can't just give them all the credit. You got to wag the finger a little bit at how E1 looking quite lethargic on their attacks.
Oh yeah, you do. And I mean, it's all about that early game. I mean, if you're E1, just slow things down. You know the Fantasy is going to be in your face. Hold an angle and wait for him to do the first move. Maybe then you can actually get a relatively easy kill. And I think just try it, right? Again, like, we're all about adaptation and changing things around between these two teams. See if E1 will agree with that and change it up, or just keep kind of knocking down that wall and see if they can beat Fantasy in a gunfight at some point. Because he's 10-7 so far. Fantasy now will be on the solos instead, a much more proactive operator, running out the map, denying intel, and Nigel kind of pairing up on that with the Mossy. E1, they're a flexible team as we've been talking about, they're a good team as we said before, but they are very reliant on information. They need their drones in attack, they need their cameras in defense to make these decisive decisions with intel, not blindly guessing as to what might be going on. So playing a Solis Muzzy combination makes a lot of sense here from MLBR, especially with how wide across the map they're trying to spread it out currently, because looking at jump outs, window peaks, first floor hold, top floor hold, they are everywhere on the map all at once right now.
What a run out by Perez that honestly you gotta be a little bit okay with that. You gotta be a little bit happy with the Oryx vaulting out a window looking for a kill as you hear multiple repels on that same angle. Why not try it at this point? It's exciting.
It is exciting. And it's Oryx, right? It's not Echo this time, so you don't really lose anything here either. The only downside of a spawn peak like that for a jump out is that there's no real crossfire or support to be like set up for it. So once you jump out that window, you're all on your own. Maybe if E1 only had one member repelling, that goes a different way, but they had the backup. They had two people trying to get to that same balcony at the same time, just doubling down. Now they get that opening kill. They can take it nice and slow. They bought themselves a lot of time with that kill because they get that big advantage early on.
It's big for E1 to once again gain the upper hand. They were very good on their first half when they were on defense of getting the initial pick. 5 first bloods for E1, 4 for MIBR at this point. Pretty much every time that you get the first pick, you go on to win the round. There's been 2 times where you haven't.
Quiet mid-round again from E1. Again, playing their cards safe. Double, triple check-ins. Look at a ton of drones alive. And you see right now Luke trying to clear out that mossy piss to make the drones keep moving forward. No blind check-in, or not too much blind check-in for E1. They get that upstairs in control. Do some vertical destruction. Try and prep the bomb side and see where the bomb might be going down later in the round. No real counterplay from MLBR. Yeah, they have a single C4 in Nigel's pocket, but that's really it. No smoke, no pulse, just a Solis for intel.
I like the positioning of Fantasy. 10 kills, by the way. Most in the lobby, and that's exactly what you come to know and of him, his abilities. Raduk dies, E1 now continuing to stretch their numbers. Now down goes Nigel. Fantasy will have to get back to the bomb site to give some assistance to Rare, who's now dead. Fantasy sees one. Excuse me. He has to take these fights at close range, and he gets 3 of them, a 4th as well, but his luck runs out. So close, but Raps gives the round to E1 and shuts down a red-hot Fantasy.
Jesus, that was disgusting. I mean, that is what we call a hospital flick where I'm from. It was so quick and so snappy, and honestly, pretty much out of vision as well. I'm actually sad for him that he didn't get that clutch, because that is so well deserved, that individual heroic performance in that round. Look at that. So perfect, down to the pixel. Raps instead clutches out. He's been a big player for E1. They get that lead again. Get ahead. 5-4. Important round for them. Again, you gotta go back and wonder, what if Perez didn't jump out the window? Just like before that, what if Astro didn't die on Monty? These very small things early in the round, they have a massive impact what happens 2.5 minutes later when it comes down to those 1v1s, the 2v2s, etc. That early man advantage, oh so important, especially from the side of MIBR. They're always playing around to get it, so when they finally do get shut down, when E1 finally is the team to get that first kill, you can see how big of an advantage it is for them. You can also see how desperate that they're trying to hold on, droning every corner, double checking everything, not risking anyone's lives until the bombs that execute came through.
Very impressive stuff, and honestly, that stat padding is nice. Luke had broke double digits as well, now sitting at 10 kills. And as nice as those picks for Fantasy were, ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of things. I was curious as to how the Solis was going to get back to the site. I wasn't disappointed whatsoever. Not really much to say here. Another quiet, not quite mid-round. MIBR all stacked up in a very similar position as E1 goes through the other side of the top floor, once again, referencing something we said earlier in the broadcast, which is when you're attacking one of the top floor bomb sites, you're typically going to enter from the other side of the map on that same floor. That's exactly what E1 have done.
But not progressing all that much right now, and this is a kind of a new look from MIBR. They're playing a lot of utility, deployable shields, 1-eye magnets, 2 shields actually, in fact, a runic gates as well. They've created a line in the middle of the map where they say, we own this part, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, good old Astro Boy just sprints straight through up to that shield, takes off Paris in that position, and that's going to give E1 one angle to get in towards that bomb zone to get ever so closer, but there's still another deployable shield in play. That's Rare and Fantasy playing together on that top red staircase and drum room.
Very even game so far from E1 and Astro in particular. As now E1's focus shifts closer to the bomb site, as you said. They don't want to get bogged down. Rayduck missing a golden opportunity to eliminate Astro. It gives E1 some time to take a step back and right this ship. It's going to be DMR versus DMR. Rayduck now watching the top of the shield. He'll have but a pixel to hit the head of the Dokkaebi of Astro. Godez engaged in a shootout not too far removed, ultimately losing it as Nigel takes some damage, but gets the kill, which is all you can really ask for at this point. Not really much utility for E1. All they're going to be able to do at this point is just go straight for kills, and the clock is not their friend. Rayduck from the same position, leveling 2 players from E1. The advantage for MIBR. Through the wall, nothing can be found, and it's the fadeaway from Fantasy. As MIBR answer back, they came so close on the previous round. A successful defense on Karaoke yet again. They're perfect on that bomb site, and we'll need all 12 rounds between these two teams.
There are some heroes in these rounds. Fantasy, Reduct, Raps, just finding these moments where they say, you know what, I got this one, boys. Reduct before that current round that we just witnessed was 3-7. 3-6 either way. Now he's 6 kills up, just doubling the score, holding tight on the bomb side with that Aruni DMR. Honestly, what an incredible turn of events there from MIBR. Just saying, we've been in your face, super aggressive, super quick to the punch on our defense, and now we're gonna sit back and play behind utility. And E1, they were struggling at the beginning, be like, what do we do against this? It was up to Astro to sprint up to a shield and get that opening kill onto Perez. But then after that, they're in a complete lock. They can't really get anywhere on that bomb site and on that map. And all it took for MIBR was a simple swing or a couple of swings from Reduct to find kill after kill after kill. That's the difficulty of this map. I am curious why E1 have not brought Monty at least one more time before this showcasing him right now, because we didn't see how Astro died the first time he played the Monty. He died in the first minute. 2 Fantasy, it was a clean headshot with that SMG11. So clearly a big mistake must have happened somewhere by Astro or by E1 Sports for that to happen. But I still think Monty is such a great operator to play against the MIBR due to how much they're moving and due to how much they like getting these gunfights. Because Monty can just stop that and give you cover. You can escort people in, you can plant the diffuser. There's so many things you can do that normally you can't really on Skyscraper. Curious to see if Astro will stick Monty for this attacker repick phase, or if he'll go off at last second as last time.
I always hesitate to talk about these operators before they get locked in, because they can get swapped out at a moment's notice. You spend 20 to 30 seconds theory crafting how an Osa is going to get used, only for Dodez to go on to Zofia with 3 seconds left on the clock, and now you kind of look like an idiot, you know? So, I mean, important for us to withhold some of our comments, unless the theory crafting is in more of a nebulous sense and not directly related to that round. In this instance, the Monty of Astro is indeed locked in, so feel free now, Nick, to vamp about what you think Astro can do on this Monty on an office execute.
Well, for starters, you gotta stay alive. I know it sounds simple, but Monty has to be alive for the majority of this round.
I hate to interrupt you, but he did not do that last time.
No, he didn't. See, and that's the issue, right? He died early in the round because Monty is the opposite of like an injury, right? An injury goes in quickly, gets a kill, maybe dies, and you gain map control. Great. You need Monty for the entirety of this map. You need to early game, the mid game, and the late game because it's that bomb side entry that you need. That's what Monty gives you, a way into the bomb side door to give you live information. Pair that with nades below, a verticality, or a gun behind him, and you got a recipe for success. Astro is walking in, we saw it on the Geisha side of things, but he also had a drone assist him. So perhaps drone can check the left, Astro will check the right. All you need now is just to play down this clock nice and slow. E1, they're not in a rush. Actually, they're making good pace right now because Lukid on Twitch are finding cameras, utility, and just pop that canister on the mirror window looking at the breach. So E1, they're set up pretty well for that late round once they get map control. Look at Monty! Now he's by the bomb side door. He just needs help.
Oh my, Fantasy,
boy.
where is this happening? Notice and Sexy Cake are gone. Fantasy is slaughtering the entire server right now. Won't get the ace as there's the Monty of Astro punished by Nigel. 1 minute remaining in the round, and Lukid is in a 1v5. E1 just used their timeout, and now they're going to be gifted a second one. This time, courtesy of MIBR. How thoughtful of their opponents. Completely unwinnable for Lukid at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you got no chance, and that's the honest truth about that. You can always be like, oh yeah, the 1v5 possible clutch. Yeah, it's always possible, but statistically, this round is over. Fantasy is putting up absurd game. 17 kills, hero play after... I don't want to say the hero play, but he's finding these gaps in these openings and taking risks that are paying off and just punishing E1. They took full map control, they cleared from Geisha over, and then guess what? Fantasy walks up a staircase and just wins 3 gunfights in the span of 5 seconds, and all of a sudden, it might be the R. They don't gotta do a thing. One sole member. Fantasy. 3 rounds single-handedly won by him. It's gotta be a frustrating position for you to be in because they're trying to play as a team, and play structured, and do all the things correctly. In the end, it's just one big shooty boy destroying all that in an instant.
Fantasy's efforts over this entire match cannot be overstated. It's our job to explain the where and the why of things happening and how important they are. But honestly, sometimes it really is as simple as you're roaming and they don't drone you out and you get 3 big picks and the round is over at that point. And the reason for it is just negligence, really, or maybe hubris. Maybe E1 were a bit too overconfident on their entry, thinking historically, from all the VOD review we've done, MIBR doesn't actively hold this part of the bomb site, or this part of the map, rather, when they are defending this bomb site. Who knows?
Yeah.
This round,
That's the thing.
this is going to be fascinating. A bedroom defense by MIBR looking to close this game out, give MIBR a 7-5 victory over E1.
That certainly is spicy. Operators, the usual, but with a small twist. Nigel's on the Kafkan, so if anyone from E1 sprints in too quickly, they might be met with a with an explosion on the door or window frame. Now, bedroom and bathroom bombs that we currently see is not statistically a very well played or often played nor a successful bomb site, but there is one small advantage. Because of how rarely it's played in professional play, you don't have that much experience going up against it as an attacker either. And E1, they are a newer team that's, mixed together from previous rosters of a bunch of different teams. So they probably haven't prepared for this kind of attack because it's not really top of their priority list, or it's probably not on their priority list at all. So it might get a bit dicey for them, which might favor MIBR, of course. And I'm just looking at the entry kills. Those first opening gunfights. Who gets it? Well, this time it's Fantasy going down. 17 kills. MIBR, they really wanted him in this round. It's the Solas as well. You're dealing with Brava cams, Twitch drones, default cams. All of a sudden, when Solas is dead, you can't figure out where those things are going to be in the map. So MIBR lacking intel in this round.
17 kills for Fantasy. The rest of the team combining for 24. 4 players with 24 kills, 1 player with 17. I know that it's not even, but that is still an astonishing drop-off. Fantasy has 10 more kills than Nigel. Fantasy has a full Lukid over Nigel on the team. Speaking of Nigel, Astro with a second kill to remain even at 9-9. Don't know if these MIBR players are just going for swings onto windows and being a bit too aggressive on their defenses. This bomb site does necessitate a bit more aggression from the defenders. You cannot reliably and comfortably sit inside a bedroom or bathroom and expect the bomb site to work for you. You have to go find it yourself. Astro, in this particular instance, has found 3 kills himself. Denied the ace by Dotas, and it seems almost certain that we're going to go to overtime unless Rare can do some serious work. Sexy Cake is down, so suddenly it's a 1v2. Damage was done to Raps as well. Rare looking the wrong way, thinks there's one at the window. Over by Kegs. That's where it looks like Luke is going to enter from, but hard to tell from these silhouettes. Rare gets droned out and has to immediately reposition. It is indeed Lukid. But Sexy Cake, who's back from the dead, dropped earlier, but picked back up, will have his revenge. Well played by E1 to keep themselves in this matchup. Overtime required to settle the score between MIBR and E1.
That round got way too close for comfort. From a 5 versus 1, basically down to a 1.5 versus 1 in terms of health bars. Everybody from E1 so low on HP. Very winnable clutch, but no, it doesn't come to fruition. I think it's fitting that this is going to be an overtime game because it's been so close, round by round, play by play, and it's one of those things where we look at the kill counts. You see E1, they got 10 kills on the highest player of Lukid and 7 on the lowest between Dodes and Sexy Cake. So a 3 kill difference. Look at my BR, right? You got a tall mountain, that tip of the iceberg, so to speak. 17 kills all the way up, but the bottom, where the climb begins, 5 kills. If E1 could just shut down that particular member of Fantasy, like in the previous round, all of a sudden on BR, they are a lot less lethal. That's one of the dangerous things of kind of having one player be popping off versus a full team effort. It's not reliable to rely on these hero plays or those big moments with individual players, but you can always count on the teamwork. Playing together, droning it in, setting those crossfires. Because sometimes you're not going to hit those crazy shots. Sometimes you make the wrong decision, and sometimes you'll die to something like a nade below that's tossed out of nowhere. E1 are very much in it, but so are MIBR. Question is, who's going to get that opening kill? Who's going to stick to it with confidence? Because that definitely is key in this matchup.
I knew where you were going with that thought, which is why I giggled, because I felt that you were going to have to repeat the word, but you were just grabbing at the air for something that made sense there.
Yeah.
I've been in those exact same positions. It's incredibly incredible, I think at some point I said in a cast one time, and I still think back on it. I keep seeing this happen time and time again. I get that Rare was caught by Dragon, he was by Statue. Yeah, sure, you've got that window in front of you. You're going to need to swing or be swung. And the gamble ultimately pays off, but I have to think that if you're a Warden, you're going to want to play a little bit safer on this bomb site. Maybe not 50-50 your life the way that MIBR just did. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, you're right, but this is MIBR's playstyle. They love the 50-50s because they're so good at gunplay that a 50-50 isn't actually an equal gunfight, right? It's always like a 60-40, 70-30 favoring MIBR because it works out more often than not. It's literally the philosophy of how Fantasy plays the game. But look at this, he wants how to strike back.
Lukid marching on in, Astro credited with the kill, all that work done by the Twitch for nothing. Nigel into action as Diffuser goes down. Now it's Lukid to get on the board again. A shutdown by Nigel. Fantasy in the fun as well. Fantasy looking for more than just one pick on this round, and with Rare on the ground, you're going to need more out of it from Fantasy in order to win. Diffuser was not successfully planted. Raps and Sexy Cake will need to either retrieve it or finish off the 3 remaining members of MIBR unless the timer finishes off Rare on its own. Won't come to pass. Rare picked back up, immediately making his presence known with Nigel in tow. Sexy Cake in a 1v3. MIBR have looked much better this second half. They sat on match point. They weren't able to seal the deal with the single attempt they had. They're going to be given another shot at it as MIBR win the first overtime round and go back to match point.
And I gotta say, I know E1 didn't win that round, but that was such a phenomenal push out of nowhere. Just open up that window, jump in, follow through. They get 2 opening kills, but MIBR, again, they're so comfortable just running into the opposition. Yeah, they're engaged. It doesn't matter. Nigel, he'll swing it. Gets 2 or 3 kills. They shut down the plant. And there is this really difficult decision in that round for E1. because they didn't have the early advantage, because they did lose that opening duel, when it comes down to planting the diffuser down, if you choose to go for the plant, you have one less gun available to take those gunfights on the bomb site. So E1 were kind of gambling that MIBR were still roaming on office side. They were still kind of far off the map, so they can get that diffuser down and then take the fight on equal footing. But the thing is, MIBR, they were really quick to give up that roam, sprint back towards that bomb site, and because E1 were planting, they didn't actually have enough guns to cover the entirety of the map. The back staircase, the mid staircase, and the bomb site itself from T across. So simply, the diffuser gets stopped, dead in its tracks, and E1 gotta pick up the pieces. Bit of a confusion there because Sexy Cake was so far off the map, actually outside the building. Perhaps he was the person entry droning from across the map. That's the only logical explanation. But he happened to play a vital operator with a good gun of Iana, so not entirely sure. But E1 saw a gap, they saw an opportunity, they took it. It just did not pay off. Now things they swap around for the first time in a while. MIBR on the attack. Let's see what they can get done here. And what could be the final round.
Well, we are looking at Shocker, a defender-sided skyscraper. Most maps that we've seen so far, defender-sided today and through most of the stage. I don't know what needs to be changed for attackers to start having the advantages they've had in previous seasons. I'm not going to try to diagnose a problem that I'm incapable of solving. You know that there are people much smarter than myself who can't solve it either. It gives me a little bit of comfort. E1 moving on to defense, but they have lost some of Geisha already. And now they've lost all of it. Sexy Cake was holding this aggressively. Down goes Dodez. That bodes very well for MIBR if Sexy Cake is the next domino to go, and there it is. Nigel in on it. MIBR in excellent position to close this one out.
Yeah. Look at the counterplay. We saw this exact setup from E1 Esports last time, and that time they were pretty successful, but now the counter's been made and found by MIBR with 2 picks and still all members alive. Looking good. They can take their time now. Discipline might be needed here. Rush too quickly here. You might be found by Astro and shut down immediately. And they need the members alive for utility later for the bomb site. Got those Mirandos staring them down. So the biggest trouble is not yet over for MIBR. The bomb site itself, very hard to break.
Excellent position for them, though. MIBR cannot secure first. We saw that pop up right now. E1 have secured top 3, but if they lose here, despite being able to salvage some of the matchup by going into overtime, still not the end result that they wanted. With how tight we see the top of Brazil, E1 need every point that they can get. There's a grenade from below by Fantasy, whose hot streak has allowed MIBR to beat out E1 in most of these engagements. They're going to have to do the remainder of this round without him, though. Fantasy dying at the hands of Lukin. Now Perez goes down to Astro as well. It's a 3v3. The timer will work in E1's favor. MIBR have to crack this defense. Astro next in line. He's up top, sees Rayduck. Down he goes. Now it's Rare's turn. MIBR, Astro in particular, shutting them out. And it's Raps to send us to a 15th round. These teams so evenly matched.
Not just the teams, but there is one player in particular right now that is popping off, and we've been saying, where are you? What are you doing? Where's your performance at? It's Astro. He is so alive in these rounds. He's looking for fights. We saw it in that round. They're down 3-5. They know it's in a really bad position. They gotta find some kills and play aggressive. They gotta go on the offense. Astro is the man to do it. Jumping on the table, getting killed, jumping down, getting another, and always just looking for that crossfire with his teammates as well. So even if he were to lose a gunfight, someone else can trade him. It's gotten E1 to this 7-7 position. Look at Astro, top gunner now, taking on the charge, 13 kills to Fantasy's 18. It's exactly what I want to see from Astro. And he's also found himself a more, I guess, aggressive operator, if you want to call it that. Playing Omai, playing the Ash, no longer on the drone duty of Twitch or playing the Muncie, etc. No, he is activated in the server. They're trying to take full advantage of that fact right now for E1.
Impressive depth on the side of E1 as we've been singing Fantasy's praises. Side of MIBR, it's very easy for the superstar player to get all that attention, though. It's Nigel who's actually been the better player over the last 3 rounds. In terms of impact, in terms of play, Nigel's getting it done on those flex rolls, playing somewhat sheltered on defense, but ultimately still capitalizing off of the engagements that he finds himself going into. E1, I was going to touch on this multiple rounds ago, but again, there's just been so much to discuss that they don't really have anybody who's truly standing out. Yeah, Astro's been excellent over the last 4 rounds. At one point, he was in the negatives. Now he's 13 and 11. That kind of recovery is often enough to win a round or 2, and as you can see from the scoreline, those round or 2 is all that matters. Give MIBR 1 extra round and the game is over. Astro's
like
play obviously helping E1 keep in it.
Yeah.
It's on
Astro
Monty
actually
now,
did it.
though.
I was gonna say he ended up ending to change it from Ash onto Monty last second as well. You just can't talk about it. He's at the right play. We'll see him. Get the opening. It's executed to do it.
Down goes Perez.
Oh.
An answer back by Dodus. Such a shame it would be for MIBR to mount an impressive comeback, take the lead, and then ultimately fall short in the final round. There's a vault out from Fantasy, his 19th kill. Lucan is no more. Best player on E1 is on a Monty, so you're going to rely more on the supporting cast to get these kills over the next minute and a half.
Or not.
Or not, exactly. Astro pulls out the pistol. Goodbye, Fantasy. Rare doesn't get droned out, but the Monty's there. He sees him. Looking for a pick onto the shoulder of the Monty. The last 2 players of MIBR, their presence has been felt and known. Raps drops, so does Ray Duck, but Dode has a huge 3K on the final round. Will give E1 the game. They pick up 2 points. They really, really had to work for that.
They did. But it was an incredible game between both teams. I mean, I love that it went on T all the way down to the wire. We see the Ash or the Monty on that last round from Ash. I'm thinking, please don't go Monty. You're doing so well right now, hitting your shots. But what do you know? He goes on Monty. He basically finds 2 kills himself, and he actually led his team into the bomb site like we spoke about earlier. What they couldn't do before, they eventually ended up getting done. It's a great effort from Black Dragons. A very even matched here between these 2 teams. But E1, they have the closest stats between all the players. They definitely put in that full team effort.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, it's so easy to focus on the best quote-unquote player on the team who's getting all the flashy kills, even if sometimes those kills aren't necessary for winning a round. That previous round, Dodez was not a flashy player, but he got the most impactful kills. Astro might have only got a single pick, but the Monty play was instrumental in funneling those remaining defenders into the rest of his team's arms. And more importantly, he saw where the last 2 players were for MIBR and then was able to relay that information so Dodez could capitalize off of it. Sometimes you might not get the kill, but without you, the kills don't happen. And that was Astro on that very final round. E1 end up sticking the landing. They were in trouble for a number of rounds. They come out on top. Again, though, these 2 teams look very evenly matched on Skyscraper. But E1 an inch closer to victory, and then they end up getting it. That's it for you and I. The desk are going to want to talk about our matchups and wrap this up with a very nice bow. So we'll get to them in just a moment. First, a break. We'll be right back.
realistically, statistically, mathematically, if you think about it, E1 Esports should have had this in the bag. And they did. They get it 8-7. We have to go max OT for them to secure it. But at least every single one of their predictions were correct.
Yeah, just by the skin of our teeth. It was so incredibly close, but at the end of the day, even a Fantasy tale was just cut down short. Fantasy, a phenomenal game, just trying his hardest, and the rest of the team just struggling to keep up, where maybe if there was one other player on the side of MIBR that were putting up Fantasy numbers, this would have been over so much earlier.
Yeah, and we said that as well earlier before even heading into the game, the fact that when we're looking at MIBR, we can't just have one individual player stepping up to the plate. It has to be multiple of them, especially when you're going up against a team like E1 Esports that has had such a phenomenal run in the last couple of play days. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and it would cut, but still, the fact that MIBR was able to push them this far to their limits has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it has been absolute class coming out of this team that, sure, we now don't know what's going to necessarily happen if they manage to lose a game, if they're going to be able to bounce back, because now through their first games, through the first couple of play days, they're flawless. Sure, a couple of games, they went into overtime. They were close against Vivo Keyed and just dominant over Liquid, and now overtime against MIBR. But now, as we look forward to next week, they do have to play W7M, which is looking like a very difficult game.
Yeah, W7M really still the team to beat, the team that has so much glory internationally and locally within Brazil League. So that is definitely a team with a target on their back. But looking at the scores this time around, when we're looking at the statistics, it wasn't really that much of a difference. 1 kill between both of these teams. The rating 97 to 99, and it really, from the way that it's played out, when we're looking at Fantasy, 19 to 11 played his heart out. But again, as we said earlier as well, you can't just have one player. It has to be every single one stepping up consistently. And yet, it was only a 1 round difference.
Yeah, it was just so close, and it's like, hey, maybe if Nigel had just one more moment to pop up. Rare, we've seen him step up for this team, and we had high hopes for him once again, that maybe he would step up. 8 and 9, it leaves a lot on the table, especially when you're just going up against a 5-man punch on the side of E1 Esports, where they were all incredibly close. I mean, Sexy Cake 8 and 10 being your worst quote-unquote player in the kill department is not anything to scoff at. It looked good, and E1 definitely did deserve that game, even though it was so incredibly close.
Yeah, and then we're also looking at the way that this has impacted the standings, right? Because when we came into this, we said, okay, MIBR, if they even want to have the possibility of potentially being in third, they really need to step it up. And unfortunately, they don't really get that win on their board. It's not something that they're able to make happen, and they will be sitting towards the bottom of that league table. But E1, they're holding on to that first spot, absolutely, with 0 losses.
Yeah, and it does once again put the pressure on Liquid, and for the side of Vivo Keyed, they're not yet eliminated, but they're in the hot seat because they have a bye next week. They essentially need to become MIBR's biggest fans, where if an MIBR upset occurs in overtime, that's where we can get like a really weird position that's like 3-team tied on 4 points, but Vivo Keyed would go ahead off a pure round differential. Yeah,
absolutely. I think that just further brings into reality the fact that when we came into this, we said, okay, we have 5 play days before we head into the deciders, and as a result, every single play day is going to be important. We, to a certain extent, expected the couple first days to really shape how it's going to be looking forward, but the fact that still next week, that last play day before the deciders is genuinely the most crucial one. Every single one of those games carries a certain amount of weight, whether it's for their own future or the future of other teams within their groups. So I'm just really excited to see what's going to be happening, because as we've seen today, literally anything can happen.
Yeah, and we do have to wait a full week too, so we have the Saturday off next week. It's just for Sunday, so even more time that we have to wait as these games, you know, the teams might just having that extra 24 hours of prep time. Maybe they'll bring a little bit more to the table. Yeah,
or maybe they'll be cooled off a little bit. You never know, right? You can spin it either way. Like, okay, we got an extra day, or like, all right, well, we got an extra day off. So I think as well, it's going to be really excited to see how that plays. For me personally, the game for next week is NIP going up against Black Dragons. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, that game's just straight up. If you win, you're first seed. You get the first round bye as opposed to the loser. They've got to play in the first round of the deciders, and it's more of a grueling process. That's an additional BO3 against a solid team that you have to play, where if you start to run out of the sort of gas in the tank as you move on throughout the weekend, it's going to be not the best position to be in.
Yeah, we're going to break this down further even more, so we're going to head to a break and be back, so make sure that you're ready just so you can stay up to date what's going on.